You know, before I begin my intro, I need to check that my mic is actually active, and everything audio related is going to... Alright, mic test. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. Apparently the moment I started the stream up, the mic just blew up and was clipping badly, so it should, big should, be okay now. Let me get myself on screen. Hello. So it's been a while since we last live streamed, just because life has been a little busy for me, to put it mildly, but we're here, and for those who don't know, we are going to be playing with cross compilers today, because I had a bad idea and I had to see it through, and I am sorry about the background noise. It is really hot today in Jersey City, so I need the air conditioner going or I will quite literally melt at my desk, and no one wants to see a liquid NCommander. It's just not pretty. So if we go full screen, and let's get rid of the intro video, we have the Solaris 7 VM. This is actually the same exact VM I used for Internet Explorer on Unix. I have not touched it since. So that's where we're starting from. And then in the other screen, assuming I can get to cooperate, we have Windows 10. And the objective is to take build GCC from this to build binaries that run on this. So this should definitely be interesting. Okay, so it sounds like the audio is all good. So, yay! I don't know. I swear my audio setup runs on magic, and I just realized I'm not up in the corner. So now I am. So now you can all see my ugly mug. So I haven't actually done... So the only things I've done in advance of the stream is, obviously I installed Windows. I installed the updates to Windows because it's Windows, and I set up services for NFS. And I just gotta tell you this, is that NFS on Windows 10, I've never actually used it before, is interesting. I think I just crashed my VM. You did not just crash on me, like, really, did... You did. Why would you do this to me? Okay, this is off to a great start. I got this all working before the stream. I was thinking, yes, I have nice, easy working file transfer, and it goes completely to heck. What happened? Now, the VM's still up. Oh, there it goes. Okay, so apparently, you know, it's probably trying to use NFS v4 and then times out, so, yeah, magic. The reason we're not using SMB is I really didn't want to try and compile Samba for Solaris 7. That just sounded like pain, misery, and more misery. I mean, I guess it could be fun, but I don't know. So there's two ways to approach this. The first is we could install Cygwin and work from there, or we could go with MSystem and work from there. So either is a completely valid way to get this. So I think we're going to go with MSystem, and if necessary, we will go down the Cygwin rabbit hole. The main reason I don't like using Cygwin is that there's a fairly large performance penalty for doing so. But we may have problems with case sensitivity because we're going to have to copy a lot of system files from Solaris 7 to make this work. So we will see how far we get. And of course, we're going to have to change our default browser because this is a completely fresh Windows install. So let's get the MSystem 2 stuff and start downloading. So let's grab the most recent installer. Okay, so bit of a small turnout today. Oh well, it's a pretty niche topic, so it'll be I'm not that surprised. So let's get to MSystem. So for those who aren't familiar with software development, MSystem is essentially a port of a lot of Unix and Linux utilities to Windows. It doesn't provide a POSIX compatible API. That's what Cygwin does. But this gives you a base for Bash, running Git, running GCC, all that and more. So this is so M system has changed a lot over the years. It used to be this very thrown together thing. Now it's gotten all fancy. It has Pac-Man. It has package management. So it's definitely been a fairly large upgrade compared to what it used to be. The Nico, we are not installing Visual Studio because GCC has to be compiled with GCC. You can build a bootstrap compiler without it, but you can't build a cross compiler with something that is not GCC. And up until very recently, GCC didn't even support C99 or more recent extensions, so it was painful. I actually believe that GCC for Windows was cross-compiled from another platform. I don't think it was bootstrapped with Visual Studio. I could be wrong about that. So let me make the font a little bigger so we can actually see what's going on. So let's... Okay, that should be readable on screen. Okay. So, Silvito, I am currently have an AMD Ryzen. It's not the most powerful system, but I've got 4 cores dedicated to a VM. I've got 1 running Solaris, and the rest is doing OBS. So, the first version of GCC, so Lotar, to answer your question, your first versions of GCC were built on early BSD and VAX using the native system cross compiler. So the next thing we need to do is we need to install a local version of GCC. And let me go full screen here. Please don't break, please don't break, please don't break. Okay, it didn't break. Because right now, I still need to get the rest of the tool chain. So right now, so Pacman SUY, that should download the rest of the core libraries. And then, like I said, if you're an Arch Linux user, this should feel familiar because this is Pac-Man. And not much has changed here in a long time. Okay. Like, I understand, you know, one of the biggest problems with using package management on Windows is that by default, everything on Windows takes exclusive locks. So it's very hard to do self-upgrading software. This was kind of why Cygwin used setup.exe and they never really did anything. They didn't use something different. So I personally tried to get DPAC working on Windows, and the biggest problem is that DPAC could not upgrade itself because of a bootstrapping problem, and you have to go through a lot of contortions to get around this. There are ways to do it. It's just really painful. All right, so now we've got the package database. We need to run the SU step, and then we need to grab the toolchain stuff, and we'll probably have to grab a few other things because we're going to be building GCC, so we're going to have more runtime dependencies. I have not tested this in advance, so obviously failure is an option. Okay, so that's going to grab 200 megabytes. So that's just going to all run through and grab that all at once. While we're doing this, we need to grab some other stuff. So we're going to need 7-zip just because I'm going to need to deal with some compressed files. So let's grab the 64-bit version. Okay, so install that. Install. I don't think I've actually had any major failures on stream. I mean, we managed to do installing all the OS2 stuff back to back to back. But, like I said, the things can go wrong. So we are going to try building the last version of GCC that supports Solaris 7. That was GCC 4.5, and so I need 4.5.2, and Binutils 2.21. And we're not going to be using glibc. So if you've ever built a cross compiler, this is actually going to be quite a bit different than what you may have experienced in the past. So there's GCC, and then we just need Binutils. Binutils, and then we need 221. 221. There we go. That'll do. So now we need to wait for that to download, and while that downloads, let's see here. Mostly I just like using Honestly, it's because I didn't think that I forgot that tar was in M system. I don't use. So when I used to work on doing Windows development and supporting Windows products, we mostly used Visual Studio. Building stuff with MinGW is viable, but you run into cross-compatibility issues if with DLLs and other things. There's a lot less pain using Visual Studio, so I got into the habit of, when I do stuff on Windows, to use Windows-specific utilities. Now, for what we're doing here, we're going to be with either M System or Cygwin. I'm really hoping we don't need Cygwin, but OB case sensitive is a thing that we might need to look at. So, you know, some stuff. So, personally, Joshua, I personally prefer command lines, but that's because I like tab completion. I cut it out of my videos, but you don't know how many things I go nuts where I go tab. Okay, doing tab in that window is a bad idea. And forgetting that most shells of the era did not have tab completion, and because I like being accurate, I didn't install bash unless I'm doing something on my own stuff. Okay, so this is finishing downloading and installing files. I need to take a sip of Diet Coke, and there we go. So I don't know how we lived so long without tab completion. I mean, I want to say XP was the first Windows that had it. I know that you could enable it with 2000 with a registry edit, but XP was the first that had it built in. So, Audrey, hello. Welcome to the chat. We are currently setting up some system dependencies. Just, we're basically taking a slow start to this, just so people, you know, as people file in. It's for the first time we've been streaming in about a month and a half. So hopefully everything goes as planned. The two fears I have is that this will completely blow up in my face, or we'll finish in about 5 minutes. So, you know, because there's no middle ground with these sorts of things. So, okay. So far, so good. So hopefully. Let's see here. Green, it's the Windows 10 to Solaris, and specifically Solaris 2.7 cross-compiler. It's more, it was a bad idea that I have to get out of my system by doing it than anything I actually need. Although, if I was not able to find a binary build of GCC, I could actually cross-compile GCC to Solaris. I have actually done this before. I've done it to Linux ARM because I needed a very specific GCC, and trying to build GCC on a 133 megahertz NSLU to Linksys device with 8 megabytes of memory. Yeah, that was, just to say there's paging involved. So by doing that, I learned a lot about building cross-compilers and then cross-compiling GCC, and then building what are known as Canadian cross-compilers, or Canadian crosses, where you build a cross-compiler with a cross-compiler with a cross-compiler. And it is about as magic as it sounds. So, you know, here goes nothing. So, alright. So, just as a check, people have told me my voice sounds clear. I'm hoping the background audio is actually audible, because God knows I've had more than enough trouble with that. Okay, so we have, we need to switch terminal windows. That's what we need to do. So now we need an MSYS 64-bit. I never liked how this worked. Okay, so we have GCC, and we have a lot of GCC stuff. So we have all the base stuff that we need. So right now, let's create a source folder. And what we'll do, since people have already mentioned it, if I go, yeah, so it's /c users. I had to think about that. And then mcast of the vol, downloads, bin utilities. Decompress, please. Why is my terminal frozen? Hello? What? Oh, because the T got lost. You know, every time I think, you know, every time things seem like they should be simple, they turn out not to be. I've done what was I thinking? So, I haven't actually built an LLVM-based cross compiler yet. I've heard that doing cross compilation with LLVM in some ways is easier and harder at the same time. Where is my GCC binary? Shown folder. Oh, it's a GZ file. No wonder. Okay. So, tar C users mcast of all downloads GCC. Okay. So let's let that decompress. So one of the good tricks if you need to build a cross compiler for an existing platform is to take a look at how the existing compiler is built, because that will give you a lot of the flags. Now, there are two ways to build a cross compiler. You can either do what's called a merged build, where you build Binutils and GCC in a single pass, or you can build Binutils and GCC separately. I prefer to do them separately, but there are valid reasons for doing both. So, yeah. So, what we're going to do, so while this downloads, we need to go grab some system files. So let me take this out of full screen mode, and let's jump to our Solaris 7VM. So what we need from here is we basically, you know what, let me pull up a file manager, and let me bring this full screen. So, VM view, Q, there we go. Menu bar, go away. So if we go to the root, you know, it's great. I'm not going to try and use CDE today. That's just going to be bad. So what we really need from here is we need the lib folder, which has, well, all the shared libraries. From the user folder, we need the include and we need lib. And we'll probably need to copy a couple of other folders over as we go along. Because basically what we need is we need the core development headers, we need the C library, and we need the core system files. Now, on a standard Linux system, this would just be the user directory. On Solaris, I don't know exactly what I need, so I'm going to start with what, with stuff that I know where I know I'm going to need, and we're going to go from there. So unfortunately, I had problems with NFS, the largest being that it seems on Windows, with the Windows client, you cannot mount the root directory, because if I pull up share, you see I have export win listed as a mount. I originally had the root folder mounted, so I could get to all the files in a single go, but I couldn't get that to work reliably, and it was really irritating. So while we're here, let's go. So let's create a sysroot. So what we need is we need the lib folder, and we're going to copy this here. Unfortunately, there's plenty of disk space on this VM, and we're going to let, this is hopefully not going to take too long. And you know, it's that moment you realize I should have probably put a /v on it, but okay. So here we go. So once this finishes copying, we'll grab the user lib and the user include folders, and then we'll figure out from there what else we need. Like, I'm going to actually pop up in a new window so I can just see what's going on. So we go into Sysroot. Yeah, so it's just copying a lot of files. Solaris, old Solaris is not exactly fast. Primarily because UFS is not a very good file system. That was one of the main reasons for making ZFS. So, yay. I don't know, technology. It's complicated. Okay, so, alright, so we're going to just have to let these copy. Nothing to do here but wait. I do have all the development headers installed. Knock on wood, because quite frankly, If I miss something, we're going to have some very interesting and exciting failures. And yeah, that's about the best way I can describe it. So grab a third window just to make sure and I am really hoping this does not panic on me. I've had this VM crash a few times. It's rare, but it happens, and it's really irritating when it does. I didn't actually think it would take this long, but wait. Is this the same folder? Hold on. Does Solaris put a symlink here? If I look at user lib, are you secret? No, you're actually a separate folder. Huh, you look like you have the same files, though. Because these files look very similar to the files in user lib. I mean, yeah, those look like the same files. Wait. Ah! It is a symlink. Let me Control-C that. Okay. Well, today I learned something about Solaris. Oh, that's annoying. You know what? This is probably a faster way to do it, is if I just tar up the whole blasted folder. So let me call this Sysroot user tar. And we want user include and user lib. And then we're just going to let that grab the whole thing, and we'll decompress it on Windows. There we go. And this time we can actually see what it's doing. So, yay, progress. So the reason we're doing this is we basically just need all those files. That took like 3 seconds. Why did the basic copy take so long? And that, you know what? No, I'm not going to think about it, because if I think about it, my brain will just start hurting. So let me get the mouse out. Let's switch back to Windows. And go back to full screen. That was not what I wanted to do. There we go. That's full screen. So now if we take a look at X, oh, it's gonna lag again. Use NFS on Windows. You'd have a perfectly fine time of it. Okay, so we're going to create what we call Solaris Sysroot. So if anyone has any questions, feel free to ask, because sometimes I forget what people do or don't know. But basically, a Sysroot is where all the files for a given system go, and they form the basis. Frig, please tell me that did not do what I think it just did. That may have done what I just think it did. What files? See, my concern here was that this was going to decompress into the local lib folder. Yeah, I'm going to just do this with 7-zip, because if that tar bombed, I would have to reinstall MSystem, and I don't want to do that. Okay. Copy. I've had some stupid compressed file accidents over the years, and I'm really not in the mood to have one today. So open archive. There we go. Grab that user folder. And I think we're going to need to switch the background music. We need something a little bit more fitting. Okay, so grab this. That can go to the trash. I am a little bit worried that the dynamic links are all going to be broken. I was afraid of this. So what I think is happening here... Hold on, let me cancel. Yeah, so the dynamic links are broken, and I was concerned that that could happen. but I think we have two files with the same file name. This was what I was worried about. So let me see if this is actually what's happening. So lib font, where is this? Lib font dev post. Oh, hold on, I'm on the wrong window. Cum dev post. Let's see here. L, and then where is it still complaining? But yeah, I'm already seeing that there can be files here with the same file name. I have a script that can fix all these broken links, but I'd have to dig it out. Yes, in charlib. Yeah, so here's what I was worried about. You notice that these files have exactly the same file name and only differ in case. This is the bane of making a cross compiler. Now, we could probably get away with this not being correct because this is just a font library, but we should probably do this correctly. So the way we're going to do this is that there's two ways to skin this particular cat. Is we can try using case sensitive Windows folders, which were added for subsystem on Linux, or we can use Cygwin and the old school OB case sensitive, which basically worked all the way from Windows NT, so it's pretty old. Or we can just ignore it. I mean, you know, it's all valid options. So, how do we do this? I think we're going to do this properly. So let's cancel. Like I said, I am really concerned about all those broken links. There's got to be a better. We'll deal with this one step at a time. We need to make. Let's see here. So we need to Windows case sensitive. Let's see here, file system. I think it's char attrib. Let's see here. Or is this for Silogen? Okay, here we go. So FS utility is what we need. So apparently it doesn't affect subfolders. Why doesn't it affect subfolders? That is... My brain is hurting. Why would you not make this work recursively? Yeah, this is part of why I thought I was going to need Silogen, but... hold on. Let's see recursive. There's got to be a way to do this. I guess apparently there is... I wonder if I just create the folder, make it case sensitive, if the files inside the file would be fine. Screw it, let's find out. Let us find out. So C msystem 32 home m casted vol fs util. Let's see here. File set case sensitive info. Sysroot, Solaris Sysroot, enable. Access is denied. Okay, so I have to be administrator. As administrator. Yes, you can make changes to my system. msystem 32 home mcasted vol. Let's see here. The request is not supported. Probably because I don't have subsystem for Linux installed. That's almost certainly what's going on here. This is fine. Okay. This is fine. Okay. I kind of expected us to run into this problem, and I'm glad to know that that's exactly what happened. So yeah, so we need to enable subsystem for Linux, and if this doesn't work, we're going to have to install Silogen. Oh right, I have to be PowerShell because, you know, I don't know why. You know, I know Microsoft has pushed PowerShell as the big thing for the last, I don't know, 2-3, last decade at least. I mean, PowerShell came out with XP, but it is so difficult to use. Like, the PowerShell programming model is just insane. So, okay. Internally, so to catch up with chat, internally, Windows NT supports both forward and backslash path separators. A lot of Win32 APIs do not accept a standard slash. They only accept the backslash, but the NT API does support both. And, you know, fine Windows tradition of watching things spin and spin and spin and spin and spin. At least it's not installing updates. It's just enabling a feature. You know, God help me, like, right now, if I had this VM running for days, like, oh, now we have to install 30 updates. Windows has a built-in sudo equivalent as run as. You don't even need a PowerShell script to do so. It's just irritating. Why does it sound like there's a parade going down my street? I don't know if you guys can hear it on camera, but suddenly it just sounded like very loud music, probably coming from the square around the corner. So let's restore all those tabs because I still need that command. All right, so let's try this again. Let's make this folder fsutil file set case sensitive info msystem32 home. Let's see here, and then it's enable. Okay, case sensitive attribute has been enabled. So it's probably a dangerous idea, but in theory. Alright, so I copied this to the desktop, right? C users. Yeah, I did copy it to the desktop. So let's see if we can actually extract that. I know that's a bad idea. The reason that's a bad idea is that tar will just override the files of the same name without actually checking if they are the same file name or not. It doesn't properly protect you against case-insensitive file systems. For anyone who's tried using tar on Mac OS should know. So home. Alright. Please work. No, it did not work. That's irritating. I mean, like I said, we probably could get away without having those files. That is the honest truth. Oh, you know what? I just noticed what the problem was. This is extracting to a temporary folder. This is not extracting to here directly. So let me try this. Let me just, for good measure, let me see here. Users C, not C Windows, C users, mcastofall, desktop, Sysroot, and then if I want to force a relative path, I think it's -C. I don't know why bash keeps getting stuck. Okay, and then -C, and that should force it into this folder. But a lot of the symlinks ended up completely broken. Let's see. How broken is actually broken? Like, if we look at lib, user, lib... I'm not seeing any dynamic links. I should definitely have some. Like, if I do ls libc... You know, I just... tar on MinGW doesn't handle this correctly. Yeah, actually, now that I think about this, this doesn't actually handle this correctly. This isn't public domain music. I have an Epidemic Sound license, and I can use that for streaming. So, and I just realized that people are saying they can't hear it, so something has gone wrong. One of these days, let's try that. Let there be background music. Okay, fine. So here's the problem, is that we're going to have to use MSystem. I don't want to use Subsystem for Linux if I can avoid it, because doing it under Subsystem for Linux is just like doing it under Linux. So, you know, because like I could build a cross compiler for Solaris under Linux, under Subsystem for Windows really easily. I mean, it's not hard to do it. There's probably a lot of gotchas, but doing it under native Windows, and Cygwin is still native Windows, for better or worse, definitely makes it a more interesting challenge for me. So I need GCC core, I need, let's see here. Wow, they have a lot of versions of this. So let's grab GCC core. What? Yeah, I'll grab 10. I don't always get a little hesitant using newer GCCs, but this will be fine. So that should now force dependency checks, and it did. Probably have to run sep a bunch of times to get things working. And then we can use OB case sensitive as a last resort. Let's see here. Yeah. No, I just turned up the volume. The problem is that A, the links are we're not getting dynamic links because really Windows doesn't have very good support for them. You have on NTFS what are known as junction links, and you have what are known as directory links, but they don't act the same. Unless MSystem made a junction link, it may have done so. I'm actually not sure. MSystem, tar, Simon. How does this perform? I am vaguely curious. Yeah, so Windows doesn't have a real symlink. MSystem uses a copy. All right, you know what? A copy will work. It's messy. I would never ship it as a production solution, but it would work. So you know what? We're actually going to continue with this and see what happens. I have this distinct feeling it's going to blow up horribly, horribly in my face, but you know what? That's fine. This is fine. I do want to see if the fonts got blown away, though. I'm curious if that was an actual problem. So it was... Where did I have to go? It was dev post. Or was it make dev? Find. Yeah, see, you can see... Oh, no, actually, look at that. It did actually Are those different file names or the same file names? Is that I or not? No, I think that's an L. Yeah. So it does look like it did it oh no, we have a LH and an LH, so it did actually save the file separately. The music is a little bit too loud. I can fix that. Okay. Let's see here. Like I said, all my audio settings got completely... Alright. So... Alright. So we're just going to deal with the fact that we don't have working dynamic links and hope for the best. And if we need to go down more drastic measures, we'll go down more drastic measures. So the next thing we got to do is, at this point, we need to try and build utilities. So with build utilities in GCC, you always want to use a separate build folder because you will blow this up more than once. That's just how this works. So Solaris CC. We need a target line. It's Sun. No, it's Spark Sun Solaris 27. We are with Sysroot, so that would be home. Let's see here. Yeah, that would be home MCAS Deval, Solaris Sysroot. And do I need... I think that's all I actually need. This may not work. This version of bin utilities might get upset. Okay, no, apparently it's okay with this version. Yeah, so, alright. So we have build system, host system. It's going to check if our build environment is sane. Wow, I forgot how painful Auto Tools is under Windows. Because Windows has no real concept of a fork command, so Bash has to do some interesting gymnastics to work. Okay. We're trying to start building the cross-compile now. I try not to rush right in at the beginning of doing, you know, like, let's build GCC right this moment and skip all the steps leading up to this. Mostly because a lot of people don't join a stream immediately when you start it, A, and B, it's easier to get the context going, and I'm just really hoping this isn't stuck. I remember configure can take a long time with bin utilities, but this is a long time. I just saw something that really concerns me. Don't tell me I have make info. Please tell me I need to rerun configure, because... You know, no, we should be okay. The reason I'm concerned is that make info, and actually we want to run make J4. I have 4 processors dedicated to... Oh, right. Frig, no. We do not want to do that. Bin utilities recursively reruns autoconf, which you can see right here. Running with a J option leads to madness. So we're just gonna have to sit here and watch. Yeah. So yeah, Lofar, that's the reason any configure takes so long, is that Windows has no concept of a fork command. So Bash has to do... If you want to see magic code, and since we've got a little time to kill, I might as well show this. If we go to Cygwin source code for fork, I don't know if this is the most recent version of Cygwin, but if you want to see magic, is seeing how Cygwin does fork. Bash does some magic with create process, so it doesn't need a true fork syscall like Cygwin actually does. But creating a process on Windows is much heavier than it is on Linux, because Linux basically has no difference between a fork and a process as far as the kernel is concerned. On Windows, that is not true. And even on a lot of Unix systems, actually starting up a process is not quick. Like, if you run... on Solaris, it's fine, but I want to say on IRIX and even AIX, configure scripts run very slowly because starting a process is not a fast operation on those systems. So, fingers crossed that this goes. I mean, like I said, I probably should have done a system cache file for AutoTools. AutoTools has a lot of undocumented magic, and like really undocumented magic, like, oh my god, undocumented. But one of the things that you can do with it is you can create what's known as a system cache file, which basically would take all these results and repeat them over and over and over again. The reason I don't like using that is that AutoTools is very bad at determining if the cache should be invalidated. You know, proving the old adage that there are two hard problems in computer science: naming something and cache invalidation. So, like I said, magic. Yeah. So, for those who don't know that, yeah. So, Dr. Frankenstein. I've been watching Mel Brooks. You are correct. On Linux, a thread and a process only differ internally by having a PID. That was a design decision made pretty early in Linux's lifespan. I think it was in the 2.0 or 2.2 kernel, back when threads were added, that processes basically stopped being magic, and they implemented what's called copy on write to help make it a lot faster. I didn't actually think it was going to be this slow. It's been quite a while since I've done any major building of stuff on Windows. GCC is going to be painful. I'm already knowing that. Yes. Dragon Seeker, you just literally caused, in my mind, the thing is, do you think we're being too literal with our orders, sir? No, we were told to comb desert and we're combing the desert. Did you guys find anything? And I'd keep going with the rest of the joke, but YouTube's code of conduct would get upset with me. Yeah, yesterday I took the day off from video editing. I actually took advantage of the fact that all 4 Rebuild of Evangelion movies, including the new one, is now on Amazon Prime and are dubbed. So I ended up watching... the first 2 movies are fine. The third movie is the most soul-crushing experience known to mankind. And the 4th one manages to have all the mind screw of the original End of Evangelion with none of the explanation. Oh, I gotta lower the music volume? Okay, I can do that. Music volume should be lower. One of these days I will get this working. So... yeah, you know what? Disabling Windows Defender is probably a good idea. I can do that in services. I have this VM snapshotted, so I can easily roll it back. Yeah, you know, we're just going to disable Defender entirely. I thought you could... Did they make that harder to do? It used to be you could just turn it off in services. Okay, yes, we're going to turn off real-time protection. We're going to turn off cloud protection. We're not going to send samples to Microsoft. And at this point, I'm just going to make the Ralph Wiggum sound. Haha, I'm in danger! But if they ransomware my VM, I'm legitimately, it's like, it's a VM. I've done malware reverse engineering, and I've been lucky. I have not ransomwared my own VMs. I know someone who has done it on multiple occasions because they double-clicked a little too hard. The only thing of value in this VM is that they could take my Windows 10 retail key, which would actually annoy me quite a bit. But other than that, I don't actually care that much. So, okay, so it's still running configure. Oh, good. We're now actually building something. We're now building Liberty. We're building libiberty, which, when put on the linker command line, forms Liberty, which is why the name is Retro Gaming Comp. This is Windows 10 Pro, so I could actually disable it with a group policy. So, Dr. Frankenstein, what I've learned is that there's a bathtub curb to malware, and once you get old enough, the new viruses don't actually run on it. So, Oh, okay. That's fine. This is fine. All warnings are being treated as errors. So I forgot a configure option. We needed -- disable w error, because this is actually good practice. Is that Binutils and GCC do not allow you to compile with warnings normally. The problem with this is that if you're trying to build an old Binutils, this Binutils is from 2011 with modern tools. The C standards have gone more strict over time, or the compiler has gone a little bit more pedantic. So that's why -- disable w error is. Like, it was standard practice on Ubuntu to pass that command switch to basically everything. So, yeah. And actually, you can see that, you notice that these are all reporting cached. So Binutils is actually using an AutoTools cache, which is why occasionally you have to blow away the build directory if it gets stupid. So, yes. So for people who want to know my system stats, since we're in a VM, I can actually, I'll show it to you. What's the name of that command that on Linux, like, draws the, let me grab a terminal window, basically shows it all to you in a, like, with a stylized logo? I never remember the name of it. Like, you know, like, some of them would have an arch logo here, and then in others, go full screen, NeoFetch, thank you. Because people keep asking. So, yes, so this is NeoFetch on my system. I'm running Ubuntu 2004 64-bit. I did reboot right before the stream. You can see my resolution. I have a Ryzen 5 3600 at 3.6 gigs. I actually have a video card because I bought this right before GPUs became unobtainium. Unfortunately, it's an AMD card, which has some real problems with DaVinci Resolve. And I have 64 gigs of memory. I originally had 32 gigs, and then it turns out that one of my sticks was bad. And Corsair, who I bought the sticks from, required me to send them both memory sticks back to get replacements. So I bought 2 additional 32 gig, 16 gig sticks, and then I sent back the originals, and then so that's how I ended up with 64. Their warranty service was great. It was just slow. So, well, that's going. What are they doing down the street? I don't know if you guys can hear it. There's like. I guess there must be a celebration going on in Jersey City. It's the only explanation I have. So, yeah. This system was a replacement for my previous desktop, which was an i7 3770K. I never did any overclocking, but I got a very good price on that. That system lasted me from 2011 until 2019. It still works. I gave it to a friend. But that was a really fun weekend at Fry's Electronics. Man, I miss those days. Yeah. So, I am running OpenGPL Pro for OpenCL, but I'm doing a little bit of duct tape, and when I say a little, I mean a lot of duct tape, because as it turns out, if you have the Pro rocker drivers going, OBS has problems. So what I actually have, since, like I said, we're basically killing time, is if I go into my Resolve folder, I have, is this it? I preload in the DRI drivers dynamically for Resolve, and I have to do a binary fix, so it doesn't try and use some broken parts of the rocker drivers. It's the amount of duct tape holding together DaVinci Resolve on an AMD video card is staggeringly impressive. I'm actually amazed it works. So, and I mean, if we take a look a little bit to the left and on my table, you might notice that I have a giant black slab of metal. That is my Itanium hardware, and if you've been watching my community posts, you'll know that I'm currently doing an investigation involving Itanium. Something just failed. Why did something just fail? Okay, hold on. Previous declaration of set times was here. Conflicting types. Why is this conflicting? Constructs. What? So it's complaining that. Alright, you know, we're going to need a code editor because obviously. Let's grab Visual Studio Code because we're going to need to. This is. We need to see what's going on here. I'm guessing what has happened is, like I said, the compiler has gone more strict over time, and I'm guessing that's what happened. So const char, construct stat, that should be valid. Chad, am I missing something? Because that is the same as that. And just to answer the question, I don't actually like coding with either VIA or Emacs. If I have to do console editing, I use Nano, and that is the hill I will die upon. You know, it may not be the same struct stat. Let's get a code editor. Let's take a look. Let's see what's going on here. So, full disclosure, I did smoke test this build on Linux. I don't like to do my streams in advance because I want, you know, I don't want to be fake, but I also want to make sure this was even possible. So, I did do some testing of this under Linux. So this is a Windows-specific build problem. So what happened? Alright, so the file it's dying on is rename. And we are dying on line 93. So here's the function prototype. I'm already seeing that there's code in this area for Cygwin and Win32. And then the header file it doesn't like is in BU-comms. So, alright, so set times. Wait, what? So it says line 70. Oh, wrong file. Helps when you open the right file. Okay, so here's the set times. I think it's a different stat. I think Chaz got it right. I think no, because there's no header files being included in BU-comm. And if we go all the way up here, okay, I'm just freaking confused. Alright, so let's see here. Set times. So here's the set times prototype. And then the function it goes to, set times, is here. I mean, the extern shouldn't matter, because all that declares is that it'll get compiled in later. Which makes me think it could be a strut problem, but we pull in sysstat. We pull in sysstat before we pull in the BU-comm header. Alright, you know, just because I'm curious, what happens if I move the header file? Because that should force the declaration to be in the same place. I don't like doing that, but let's see if it actually solves the issue. It may have solved the issue. That's a little bit concerning. I am just building in the bin utilities folder directly, but that's what failed. Did that actually successfully build? Hold on, that wasn't a failed build. No, that was a successful build. See, the largest problem is that running the check... It is possible to run check scripts on a cross compiler. It's not trivial to do so. The reason is that you have to set up Deja GNU, you have to set up RSH or SSH, and given the age of Solaris 7, I don't think we could get SSH working. I honestly don't think it would be possible. We could try, but I don't think it's possible. You have to set up TLC, you have to set up expect. I've done it because I've done professional cross compilers. It is immensely difficult to run the test suite on a cross compiler. Like, I have lost days of my life trying to get it to work. RSH is basically SSH without the S. There are some rules involved with it, like host files and permissions that are different, but yeah. All right, let me see here. So coming back to, let me catch up with chat. So apparently there's two definitions of stat somewhere coming in. The linker hopefully will find any problems. If not, it will be pretty obvious if we have something crash. We'll find it with GDB. So I am fingers crossed that was our glitch for bin utilities. I'm probably being hopelessly optimistic about this, but if I've learned anything from a year and 3 months of YouTubing, is that when I suffer, people enjoy it. So, yay. I never could get rlogin to work reliably. I even went before SSH was the standard. I always would just use Telnet. So, yay. We could try testing bin utilities independently. Oh no, I couldn't because I don't have GCC installed on the Solaris system. And Solaris is a little bit unusual that it doesn't have what's called a stable kernel ABI. What's known as the syscall API on Linux doesn't exist on Solaris. Syscalls can change from one Solaris version to the next. Instead, programs need to build to the C library and are never supposed to make an interrupt call directly. So this is why, like, doing a handwritten assembly program would not work across different Solaris versions. You know, so there's that. Anyway, I'm guessing that fixed the issue. So I have made, so the Go's insistence on thou shall use static libraries freaking annoys me, and it's a giant pain for when, from packaging perspectives. I know Debian had major issues with Go because Go's entire view of the world is you do it the way the Go developers intend you to do it, or you go to hell. I mean, that is really how they view it, and I don't have a problem with the Go programming language in and of itself. I have a problem with the Go with the entire your use case is not my use case problems. Okay, so bin utility is actually compiled all the way through. So, where did I tell it? So, let's do a make install. We could try make check. I don't think it's actually going to be able to do anything. Well, maybe it might be able to do some things because there is... Well, we'll try it. Yeah. Rust is, so I know Haskell is bad. Rust at least has the concept of rslib, which helps. But my biggest problem with Rust is it only does memory safety without really worrying as much about type safety as it should, to the point that I prefer Ada over Rust, because I was a real big Ada guy. I still am, actually. It's unfortunate that Ada is... Let's just say the state of Gnat is not a good thing, and leave it at that, because that could just be me ranting for an hour if I get going. And then, alright. So, we now have our Spark, Sun, Solaris. Yeah. Let's see here. Objunct? Yeah. Okay, cool. So, yeah. So, we have our... Okay, so we have our cross bin utilities. I'm going to run make check. I don't think it's going to be able to run any real tests, but we will see. It couldn't find... Oh, that's because... Hold on. Pac-Man... I always have to look up how you install stuff. Pac-Man... Because I do not run Arch. So I always have to look up how Pac-Man's command syntax works. It's... S. I think it's Deja GNU. Yeah, that's it. And now I'll grab expect. Alright. Let's see if that works. Okay. Couldn't find run tests. Yeah, okay, so it's running tests. So apparently it can run some tests on the linker. Well, actually, before I say that, let's see how many tests it skips. Because it might just decide to skip all of them. And I mean like all of them. Sadly, I'm not going to be able to redistribute this because I can't redistribute the Sysroot files. Oh, I just saw things go by. Assuming target board is the local machine, which is probably wrong. Yeah, no, that's wrong. Bin utilities. Okay, so that's good. So far, okay, so that was gas that just went by. Let's see here, gas. Why does the Windows command console have to be so crummy? Yeah, so gas blew up. And then something... The check scripts failed. That being said, I'm actually okay with this because we are mostly just seeing if they would even run. So, yay. I mean, chat, here, I'm actually going to ask chat for this to chat. Do we want to try and run the cross? Okay. We'll have to get GCC going before we can even do this. But I want to see, but we could spend a couple hours, and it almost certainly will be hours, on seeing if we can get the cross test to be run. And it looks like Chad is not interested in that today. So, alright, so now we've got that handled. So we need to go to GCC, and we now need to start part 2 of this. So for this one, we need to put it in the same compiler prefix. So that's Solaris CC, target, Spark Sun Solaris 27, disable W error, enable obsolete. Because one thing I did, so like I said, one thing that is really useful is if you have a compiler you can look at, to look at its build options. And so we are going to do that. Come on, man. Hold on. Sorry, I'm apparently having technical difficulties today. Alright, so if I switch the view back to Cume, yeah. Do I actually have it in... I don't actually remember if I have a cross compiler installed in this system. I do. It's the semi-broken one. You notice that this one is targeted for Solaris 2.6. That was because of pain and suffering. It's really all there is to say about that. The 2.7 binaries I found required system patches that I don't have, or I didn't have at the time. And so I installed a 2.6 one and took advantage of forward compatibility. So, what I learned by doing this is that we want to enable threads 95, POSIX 95. I don't know if this is actually required. This is probably for ABI stuff. And then I know there's some options we have to set, such as GNU AS. We have to set the CPU to V7. And I also know from experience that we have to disable multilib. I'm just debating if we want to try and build all the all the languages at once or not. I think I want to just try and build the C one, and then we'll try C++, and then we'll try doing the full lot. Ada is a problem, because Ada... building a cross Ada compiler is quite possibly the most insane thing you could try and do with GCC. I mean, I'm not even going to lie. I've done it once, and it was bad. It was really bad. And the reason for that, let's go back to Windows 10, is that the Ada cross compiler is written in Ada. The Ada compiler is written in Ada. It's the only Ada compiler in existence. GNU LD, let's see here, with CPU V7, enable shared, enable threads, POSIX 95, and disable multilib. In theory, you can build multi-lib cross-compilers. It probably works on modern GCCs, but I've always learned to disable that option. It just will not work correctly if you try it. So I did run this in the build directory. Nope. Do not want that to happen. And then because that's going to need to be enable languages C. All right, fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. GNOME took quite a bit of influence from CDE, as far as I understand it, because CDE was the first real unified desktop for Unix, so I know GNOME took hints from it, because a lot of the GNU philosophy was, let's take what Unix is doing and make a free and open source copy of that. So that's why GNU is built around POSIX 1, but it has a lot of other things like the BSD editions, the System 5 APIs, so forth and so on. So before I go into that, we need to check a few things. So when you build a cross compiler, you need to make sure it picked up the cross build tools. So it's really important to check the configure output when doing this. So it found the host compiler, that's good. It found the build system, that's good. Let's see here. So yeah, so right now this is trying to build the cross lit GSIB. If we were building utilities in a single pass, this would be important to look at, but we're not. And then it's looking for LD. So this is still host tools. Then it looks for the Spark Sun Solaris 2.7 stuff, and it does find it. You notice that it is finding it in this directory and not the long path names, but that is perfectly fine. Yeah, okay, we're all good with that. Let's go. I screwed this up. I just realized I screwed this up. I ran configure in the wrong folder. I completely screwed that up. Okay, let's try that again. So instead of making a build directory, I apparently just CD'd into the GCC directory and called it good. Okay. NCommander, you have your good days, you have your bad days, and apparently today is going to be one of those days. Yeah, I should probably put the fail count on screen. I might edit this into a real-time stream, real-time video though, so I kind of don't want to put something hard on screen. I have to find a way to separate the video layers so I could take my face cam off, but leave the rest. And at some point, I need to make proper frames for like me being up in the corner and such. It's just graphics design is actually not my passion. I just like torturing people with it. Although, you know, while we're doing this, can I make Windows 10 be radioactive? I don't really think I can, but I could try. Yeah, you can choose the accent. I am, however, going to switch to dark mode. Yeah, sadly, you can't really make it radioactive, but I'd love to. I mean, if I really tried, I could make a radioactive Windows 10. Michael MJD, who I recently had a cameo, or was recently referenced in his I was referenced in his most recent video, did an entire thing of making Windows 10 look like Windows 7. He did it about, 6 months ago or such, so it is possible to make a Windows 10 radioactive hot dog. I actually have to look at this screen, and so it's like, if I was to change the foreground color to, I don't know, if I was to do this, I mean, for once, I actually need this to be a usable thing. As much as I like radioactive hot dog, I actually need to see what I'm doing. Alright, so let me recheck the Auto Tools output. I think we're good. I think we can just type make. And hopefully... So the first thing it's going to do is it's going to do a lot of Perl stuff, because it's going to fix the Solaris build includes to be less broken. And if I did the Sysroot wrong, this is where we're going to start seeing problems. I learned ages and ages ago, I actually tried building an IRIX cross-compiler, and that's how I learned how a lot of this works. Unfortunately, Binutility's support for IRIX is... Well, broken is the word I'm going for, but IRIX has a very interesting definition of what an ELF file makes. Dungeon Seeker, I like how you say the Googles, not the goggles. So, okay. So Auto Tools is doing this, and you know, as much as Auto Tools annoys me, I just imagine what a CMake GCC would be like, and my brain has problems with this. I don't actually know what LLVM uses, but I've used CMake, and I actually find myself preferring Auto Tools, although most of the time these days I just use a plain make file. Seeing if Alec needs Cray hooks. There is some stuff I want to do with Cray, Cray 1. There's some very interesting emulation and research stuff that I want to play with, which might be a stream for another day. Unfortunately, it's one of those things that is easier said than done. The biggest problem with... So LLVM does use CMake. That's what I thought, but I wasn't sure. The problem with CMake is that the package manager in CMake is oof. Find package in CMake is so much duct tape. CMake is still better than CJT. You just made me flashback to compiling QMail from scratch. There are some things that I hope I never have to do again, and that's one of them. Let's bring back iMake. You know, you maniacs are probably going to make me have to do like Linux from scratch, but it's Linux 1.0, because I just see that as being a thing that is going to be on this channel at some point. And if that in fact becomes a thing I need to do, that means I have to compile x386, which means I have to use iMake. God. Like, I know I'm going to have to do it. Who built a new... Why did someone make a build system in Node.js? I don't want to have a Node modules file for a build system. I don't watch Mental Outlaws. I actually only ever learned of their channel because they show up as a in my studio as people who watch your channel also watch this, but I don't watch their content very regularly, so I haven't seen it. My general feeling with FreeBSD is that it's a much more stable base than most Linux distributions. As far as Linux distributions that don't change, CentOS is, or I guess I should say RHEL at this point, is probably the best, but RHEL has the problem that it's RHEL, and dealing with Red Hat is painful. Meanwhile, you can actually upgrade a NetBSD system and things will keep working. I mean, you can actually upgrade from one major NetBSD, from FreeBSD to the next one, and your ports archive will not break in two. Yeah. The thing is that the FreeBSD has a stable base, but you can, but the ports, I find reasonably, because the ports stay in their own little section of the system, you can upgrade the base and the ports are okay. I am not a big fan of the ports collection, but it's, it gets the job done. Then again, package source, I mostly know package source, which is the NetBSD ports, and I know how bad the upgrade story is there, but it's manageable. It's not great, but it's manageable. As for the number of CVEs in Linux versus BSD, the thing is that you can't look at CVEs as a raw number, because CVEs in Linux involve device drivers. Like, there was a root exploit a few years ago that was an exploit in, I want to say it was an I2C related driver, and Linux has a lot of device drivers in this current day and age. FreeBSD does not have the greatest hardware support. I mean, that's not a fault of the FreeBSD project, it just is what it is. So by that definition alone, you're going to have less CEVs, and then you're going to have less people looking for them. So that, I can't argue like that. Plus, if you take a CVE, normally when I see a CVE, they tend to be like for Red Hat Linux and not the kernel directly. So depending on how he's looking at CEVs is going to skew his numbers. Like I said, I have not seen the video. I'll actually go take a look at it after the stream, just because now I'm curious. But just comparing CVE numbers 1-to-1 is not, it's going to skew your results. And the thing is that even if the number of CEVs are accurate on the kernel, what's going to get you popped is the software that you're running. Like, if you have a remote code exploit in Apache, then that remote code exploit is going to work on both Linux and FreeBSD for the most part. Now, the one thing that FreeBSD has is that it has jails. And I don't care what people say, LXC is still not at the point that is as easy to use as jails are. Docker and more recently Kubernetes has been changing that argument, but I have very mixed feelings about that. Because realistically, trying to run a LAMP stack in Docker or in most containers is like pulling teeth. It has gotten better, but it's still annoyingly difficult. And, you know, and I'm not like trying to be old man Unix here. You know, like, I recognize containers have a lot of really cool applications, but jails and Solaris zones have been a thing for 15 plus years that really are only now starting to be viable on Linux. And yeah, I admit most of my experience is more with zones than jails. I used to use Solaris quite a bit back in the day. So if jails are not quite up to the par, from what people have told me, if jails were mostly equivalent to zones, and most of my experience is based around zones. But the long and short of it is that on Linux for a very long time, Linux containers, as say LXC, did not provide isolation. If you had root in an LXC container, you have owned the system. That changed. I want to say that changed in 2018 when it finally landed. It's a relatively recent change. So, it is what it is. Fail to ban Dungeon Seeker will stop the SSH bots. It might not necessarily stop someone from working CEV against Apache. The thing is that containers are very good for deployment and management reasons. I don't trust them in a security context. At least I don't trust them yet. I know that Kubernetes is getting better in this regard, but Kubernetes has had some really embarrassing security bugs. Specifically, a large part of their API did not... when I was at SummerCon 19, or... yeah, it was 19, it was before COVID, or maybe 18. There was an entire talk talking about how Kubernetes had problems with API authentication, and it made me kind of uneasy about the project as a whole. Now, from what I've seen, it's gone a lot better, but I haven't also seen any security audits of Kubernetes. The version of GCC I'm compiling is 4.5, so I mean, I'm not actually even sure when 4.5 came out. Hold on, let me pull up the tab. GCC 4.5 came out in 2012. Realistically, I could probably get a more recent GCC working. The Solaris did not actually change very much from 2.7 onward. The biggest change was that 64-bit became standard with Solaris 8 and later, although 32-bit support was still retained. From what I've seen in GCC 5 and later, and I actually ran into this problem in my test builds, is GCC makes some assumptions about 64-bit Solaris that are not true. And that's a problem with trying to use a GCC targeting a 32-bit version of Solaris 8. You can bend it into working, but again, you have to pull teeth. But I probably, if I was really determined, could get GCC working, a modern GCC working on Solaris 10. Or, sorry, Solaris 2.7. Yeah. So, like Nick Lopez, so one thing I've used Docker for is I had to do tests on recursive DNS behavior. And to actually do the tests I needed, I had to emulate the entire root zone and down. So I had an entire Docker network, which had a root zone, complete signed with its own DNSSEC key, and then recursive resolvers emulating the .com and .org zones, and then so forth and so on. And I used Docker to orchestrate all of that, because it was really easy to do that with Docker. I've also used Docker very successfully in continuous integration systems, especially when you have things like a database deployment system where the database should be on a separate machine from the main instance. I've had great success stories with Docker on that. The problem I have is when Docker gets used as a replacement for documentation on how you set it up. So, sorry, I did not mean to turn this on into NCommander rants about Kubernetes and containers. Like, I'm not trashing the project. I actually find Docker to be very useful, but a lot of people use it badly, and it does color my perception of the project. The background music is too loud. You know, I need to... Let me see if I can put a limiter gate on the background music. Because every time I try doing background music on my streams, something... There is a way to put effects. Here we go. Filters... Limiter. Here we go. So I want to limit you to minus... Okay, I just put a limiter on the background music stream, so that should be fine. And if it ends up being too loud, chat, please let me know. I'm not actually sure I'm happy with how that works. Okay, yeah. That'll be fine. There's got to be an easier way to do it. So, yeah. Well, I mean, right now we're just watching GCC build. I mean, if you really get down to it, a large number of my live streams are... We watch a progress bar as a group while I rant about things and answer questions. I mean, let's be honest. That was the entirety of the 16 hours of OS2 upgrades. Okay. All right, let me just switch to a different track. This track may just be loud. Like I said, Epidemic Sound does not have the greatest things for live streaming, but I also won't get content ID striked for it, so yay. Okay, there we go. So, long story short, that's like, if I was to set up a... one of the things I did in a previous life is I created certified cross compilers for various Linux distributions. So like I would take the source code from GCC from Ubuntu, include all the patches, and have a specific Sysroot for targeting that. So you could compile from Windows or a different Linux distribution targeting Ubuntu, and you'll get binaries that match those in the package library or in the apt repository. So you won't have any store version skew. And Docker was very useful for that type of build process because I could isolate and clean up the whole thing very, very easily. But I also made sure that it was relatively easy to run without a container. It's when the containers become mandatory that I start having problems. So, anyway, again, we are watching GCC build. Assuming this works, then I still need to figure out what I'm going to do for 2.5 hours. I am sort of tempted to see if we can cross-compile GCC to GCC, or we could see if we can build a Solaris to Windows cross-compiler from Windows by cross-compiling GCC as a cross-compiler to a cross-compiler, because I like cross-compilers so much, I made a cross-compiler of my cross-compiler. Oh, that's going to become a meme. Uh-oh. Oh. As far as stupid compiler errors go, I actually knew this was going to break, and I forgot to patch this out. This is a textinfo failure. The GNU system, in their ultimate logic, have a very interesting documentation system called textinfo. Textinfo is not a good thing. Textinfo is a very bad thing, and textinfo has really bad versioning problems. Like, immensely bad versioning problems. I'm not even going to try and fix this. The way you fix this is you set the makeinfo variable to true, so make doesn't complain and will just keep going. That is the way you deal with makeinfo problems. Like there are some projects that, fortunately, makeinfo was not, or textinfo was not well adopted out of the Free Software Foundation. But even within the Free Software Foundation, I know a lot of people hated textinfo. And it's one of those things that I am very happy died. I'm not sure if that restarted the build or if it's picking up where it left off, so This is fine. The other, if MakeInfo wasn't installed on my system, and the reason that happened is I forgot to uninstall it, is there's no configure option for MakeInfo. It's the binary is there, the binary is not there. Uh-oh. Fatal error, pthread.h file not found. What? I know what's I know exactly what's causing this. We did enable threads postx95. This is apparently not the thread library I'm looking for. Do I need something special for postx95 threads? Enable threads postx95 Solaris. So, well, there's a GCC Bugzilla report about it. So let us see what this says. So apparently there is a enable threads. So apparently there are multiple options for the enable threads thing, and this is why cargo cult programming is dangerous, because I did basically just copy the threads line from the pre-existing cross compiler. But let's see here. Okay, so enable support, specify the target supports threads. So this is what GCC does. Enable threads. So we probably should have done enable threads Solaris, because this is what we did was generic PostX Unix 95 support. Although I would think that Solaris would have PostX threads. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, so basically, threading usually requires kernel support. It is possible to do it in userland. There's a massive performance penalty for doing that. That was the entire Linux threads mess, if you're old enough to remember those. Yeah, see, the reason I went with PostX 95 here, and I should have been suspicious about this when I saw it. So if we go back to the Solaris VM, and I'll show you why I went down this road. If we look here, there's enable threads 95. But this is a Solaris 2.6 compiler. It's not a 2.7 compiler, because again, I had to use an outdated compiler because of reasons. I am curious. Does this even have pthreads? It does have pthreads. Create a thread. So that should be a valid choice. Hold on. Now I'm curious. Find name pthread.h. And there's pthread.h. Wait a minute, was this trying to compile with the local compiler, or was it trying to compile with the native compiler? Because if it was trying to compile, because there's not going to be pthreads on Windows. Yeah, no, so that's definitely with the cross compiler. And it got indigestion over it. So hold on, what is going on here? Something ain't right. So if we go into our Sysroot, Solaris Sysroot, user include, do I not have a pthread.h? I do have a pthread.h. I just realized what I did wrong. I just realized I just spotted the mistake. I didn't set the Sysroot. I should have with Sysroot set here, and I'm actually surprised that the compiler did not complain about that. So I'm going to switch the threading model to Solaris because we're going to have to rebuild anyway. I need to do a disk clean because I have to change a lot of things. Oh, that's really irritating. And if that had not failed like that, I would have gotten a compiler that would have seemed to work, but would have had very strange build environment issues. So I need to switch enable threads to Solaris with Sysroot. Home mcast of all Solaris Sysroot. For anyone who's ever tried hand rolling a Linux cross compiler, that is a familiar failure. So part of the problem with the Solaris CDE is that the graphics driver under Cume is stuck in 16 color mode. It doesn't look quite that bad if you're using X11 forwarding. It still doesn't look good. I personally think the best looking CDE is the one that shipped with Unixware, which has a really nice looking blue and yellow color scheme. Yeah, okay, that was annoying. That was a pure. I did a disk clean, which is good enough. I don't need to nuke the whole build. The main reason I don't want to nuke the whole build folder is it will delete the autoconf cache files. If this build fails due to stupidity, I'll RMRF it. But I don't want to lose the autoconf cache files because then we'll be here for an hour. Because remember, I'm only building a C compiler right now. We're going to have to go back, build the C++, and if maybe think about building even the Fortran and Objective-C ones. I don't want to try building the C++ one right off the bat because that has a real likelihood of going kaboom. So let's keep it simple for the moment. Anyone who has had to hand roll a cross compiler, say that you've built a lot of cross compilers without saying that you've built a lot of cross compilers. I think that is what I just did to myself. I mean, the fact of the matter is that there are 73 people watching an incredibly esoteric stream because I had a bad idea that I couldn't get out of my brain. Because I literally friend to do this in my Solaris 7 video, and I literally meant it as a joke. But because I made it as a joke, the part of my brain was like, haha, I'm going to make you think about this. It's like, until I actually try and get it out of my system, this was going to be a thing that was going to happen. So, I put a trailer that explains what a cross compiler is. So, a regular compiler turns source code into binaries. A cross compiler lets you build a source code for binaries for a completely different operating system. So, normally if I wanted to build a program for Solaris, I'd have to be running Solaris. A cross compiler from Windows to Solaris will let me build programs for Solaris while on Windows. So, there's that. So, I do find that YouTube really, like, I put a trailer on this stream because I figured a lot of people wouldn't know what a cross compiler is. But I find that YouTube is really kind of garbage at advertising streams. It's a little depressing, actually. The fact of the matter is that YouTube could be so much better than Twitch, and it isn't. Like, Mixer was really nice while they were around, although I don't completely love some of the things Microsoft did in the later years. But I'm also biased because I used to work at Beam. I actually created Beam's FTL protocol. That was my brainchild. Oh boy, that was the say that FTL ran on magic was an understatement. Oh, Dungeon Seeker, thank you for the 10 pounds of pain and suffering compensation. Yeah. So I've heard I've streamed on the main reasons I don't like streaming on I don't stream on Twitch, because I did consider it, is that Twitch has one category if you're not gaming, which is basically just chatting or science and technology. It's discoverability on Twitch is basically nil, especially if you're not doing gaming. On top of that, Twitch has YouTube takes a fairly large cut, but Twitch takes 50% of all bits and more that go to a streamer. And on top of that, the requirements for affiliate and partner are extremely steep. And most of my community is here on YouTube. So it really boils down to the fact that I am better off staying on YouTube because my subscribers are more likely to see my stream here. Like, if I was doing a Minecraft stream, like if I was to do a charity raising event or a fundraiser for, like, help... I just kicked my camera. Like, help NCommander afford this really expensive piece of equipment that'll make him suffer, I might do that on Twitch. But for technical streams and things that I consider on topic for my channel, I'd keep here on YouTube. Yeah. Twitch has a hot tub category. I'm almost afraid to look. I'm assuming the hot tub chat does not actually involve hot tubs, but I don't, considering the things that I've seen on Twitch that let me rephrase that. The things that I've seen get banned off Twitch makes me question that. Building cross compilers in a hot tub. See, the thing is that all I would have to do is water cool my Itanium system, and I could make an Itanium powered hot tub. It wouldn't even be that hard. That's the worst part. You know? Besides, I don't want to think about building a cross compiler in a hot tub. A hot tub is for relaxing, not dealing with debugging GCC. Chat, I think you broke me. Why is this a thing? Why is this a thing? So I have had a stupid stream idea. I haven't decided if I'm actually going to do this, but I have legitimately considered buying some Pentium 4 Prescotts off eBay and seeing if I can actually cook a meal with a Prescott processor. I don't want to do it with Itanium because I actually care about Itanium hardware, but if I fry a Prescott, no one's going to care, and it's actually going to be funny. Like, you know, it's like, it's one of those ideas. Yeah, like I literally could call it cooking with Prescott, and then have a bunch of people send me recipes. Like it literally would be a high effort shitpost. And then, you know, and what I really could do is if I have to turn up the temperature, I could try and run Crisis on it. Apparently, I'm pulling out all the memes today. Cooking with Prescott. Now for this recipe, we really need to get the stove hot. So I recommend installing Crisis and turning the graphics settings up to full. It's only going to run about half a frame per minute, but that will definitely keep you nice and hot. I mean, if I really, really wanted to go with hardware that runs toasty, I could also get a PowerPC G5. I on one hand, I am really tempted to do cooking with Crisis, but It would depend on the motherboard. I'd have to find a motherboard. I'd probably weld the pan to the heatsink, but I would insulate the heatsink so it couldn't actually sink my heat. And if anyone gets that reference, I am incredibly proud of you. So the thing is that with doing it on a Prescott, if I accidentally fry the processor, I don't actually care. I would actually feel bad if I let the magic smoke out of a G5. Because, let's be honest, Prescott has been nothing but a joke since the day it shipped. The problem is, the other problem with cooking with Prescott is you guys will complain unless I actually eat what I cook. And the thing is that I don't want to be eating failure. I don't mind making failure or displaying failure or characterizing on my YouTube. But I mean, is it truly a failure if I make, you know, like if I successfully make ramen noodles on a Prescott processor? See here. Michael Vizer, thank you for the €5 donation. Cross-compiling, the thing with cross-compiling is that it's not as important as it used to be because embedded processors have gotten faster to the point that it's easier just to cross-host. So, okay, Windows just screensaver. NJ Road Fan. You know what I could do is if I actually ever do cooking with Prescott, which is probably a horrible idea, I can just go find like a Chinese restaurant in the area and then we could reheat it on the Prescott. I mean, if I really wanted to go with processors that, you know, chips that vintage cooking, I should get a +4. I mean, I technically have a +4, and I could cook off the TED chip. Because that, trust me, that thing runs hot. Oh, yeah. Prescott was just bad. Prescott was really bad. Yeah, my friend Searcell actually managed to win 2 of them in a set. But he keeps forgetting to bring it over. And I amazingly now have 2 1571 disk drives. I actually found one on eBay for $60, which if you've seen the price of 1571 disk drives, I should have never gotten it at that price. And one was actually a donation to the channel. I haven't featured them yet. But I can now do videos on Commodore CPM, which was entirely why I wanted those 2 disk drives. Yeah. So the the TED machines were more common in Europe because when Commodore's marketing completely failed to sell the 16 and the +4, they literally, because Commodore was a Canadian company, they could literally sell it on the other side of the Iron Curtain and make sure that it didn't get re-imported back to the United States. So they literally used Hungary as a dumping ground for failed products. That's why all of Commodore's greatest failures are much more common in PAL models than they are in NTSC. The only real exception to that is the 128, because the 128 actually sold decently. It just, there was no 128 software. Everyone just used it as a glorified C64. I know the C16 was sold in the US. I know Adrian's Digital Basement has covered the US one. I even want to say 8-Bit Guy covered that. The Commodore 116 never got a US release. It is possible to modify it to run on NTSC, though. So, yeah. I mean, when I drove up to Alaska, there was a large... I cooked using an engine block. It's really easy. So, I mean, cooking in Prescott is not hard. Yeah. So... I've actually always been a little surprised that the Commodore 16 demo scene is not more popular, because from what I understand it, the 16 was very popular in Eastern Europe, and in post-Warsaw Pact countries, because they could, like I said, Commodore basically dumped a lot in Hungary, and from there they traveled all in Soviet bloc states. So I would think that there's an entire generation of programmers who really would consider the 16 to be like their first microcomputer. But you really don't even see it. Like, even at European Hacker Fest, like, you look at Triple C, they would have a lot of Commodore 64 and VIC-20 stuff, but you don't see any 16 stuff. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I would like to show the 16 more, but it's limited in what I can actually do with it. There's so little software. I mean, I have a Commodore 128, and the 2 times it's been on the channel, I've been either using it for Commodore 64 stuff, or I have it in CPM mode. I don't think I've ever shown it running a Commodore 128 program on the channel. And to make matters worse, because burst mode because Commodore disk drives were unique, is the word I'm going with. Almost nothing supports burst mode. Like, if you get one of those cartridge accelerators, it either doesn't work on the 128 or it only works in the 64 mode. I was able to modify my SD to IDC to work in burst mode. But it's got a lot of issues in doing so. So that's why I went through the trouble of tracking down to 5171s. I haven't actually tested them yet. That was going to be my plan this weekend, and then I decided to do a live stream. So there's that. So, yeah. The Commodore 16, the entire TED line was designed to compete with the Spectrum, and Commodore's marketing decided to price it at the same price as a Commodore 64. Real brilliant move there. So when Commodore decided to divest it, a lot of it got sold in Hungary. I've been told that a lot of it ended up in Brazil. A lot of them ended up in Mexico. Textinfo is still broken because I forgot to do this. Okay, continuing. So the Commodore 1570 and 71 disk drives both support MFM disk reading, so they can read CPM 86 disks and more. They support burst mode. The 1570 is a single-side disk drive. It's very rare. The 71 is a double-side disk drive. They both work with the 64. They would even work with a VIC-20 if I had one. The 1581 does not actually work with Commodore CPM out of the box. There is an update for Commodore CPM for the 1581, but the 1581 cannot support MFM reading, as far as I understand it. Unfortunately, a 1581 goes for about $600 on eBay, so I don't think I'm going to have any chance of having one soon. I'm hoping one will show up at Vintage Computer Fest East and only cost a small fortune instead of a big fortune, but I am not optimistic. So, NJ Road fan, what I've been told is that the VDC was a last-minute addition to the C128 design. And the C128 even has compatibility issues with itself because there is software that works on the C128D that doesn't work on the C128 because the VDC had a memory upgrade added in the C128D. It is possible to retrofit that upgrade. I do have Jiffy DAWs ROMs, so I do have Jiffy DAWs. The Commodore 1571, I have a Pi 1541. It does not support 1571. It does not support burst mode, and the Pi 1541's 1581 emulation does not work under CPM. I actually demoed all that. I have a video about the Pi 1541, and folks, something broke. So, okay, so since we're no longer building stuff, it's time, since things stopped working, we need to talk about stuff. So, error expected type identifier in this file. So something is not happy. Let's see what's going on here. So let's open folder. So we go into user include. What file is it unhappy about? It doesn't like sys types. But why doesn't it like sys types? That's the big question. So sys types. So it is dying. Oh, it is dying on line 88. So it's trying to type define character to that. What? Hold on. I'm in the right file, right? So file included from Sysroot, user include sys types, error expected identifier, or before char. Did it not run fix includes? It might not have fixed the include scripts. Oh, that would be really irritating if it didn't do that. Because I don't know how... hold on. Yeah, I don't think it did that. Hold on. So... this is a kind of a weird GCC-ism. A lot of Unix vendors have proprietary extensions in their header files, which GCC gets unhappy about. So GCC has an entire mechanism known as fix includes, which basically goes through a commercial Unix's header files and makes them more standard, is the best way I can describe this. Now, normally when you build GCC, it does a fix header step. And it should do it when building a cross compiler, but it's possible it's not doing it for some reason. Let's see here. libgcc, so it built that. Fix includes, so that built the fix includes target, but I don't think it fixed the header files. Is it even trying to include fixed header files? Yes, it is, actually. So I think I have to fix the header files manually. So fix includes make headers. Is that? Let's see here. All right, let me figure this out. I feel like I've had this problem before, and I'm struggling to remember how I actually fixed it in the past. I think I have to run make install here. Oh, and something just blew up spectacularly. It tried to run something as a... Let me see here. So it's currently in libgcc. I mean, this should have definitely fixed the header files before I even got here. Okay, hold on. GCC fix headers. So yeah, so that's normally the fix include script. Let's see here. Let me see here. Fix includes crosscompile. Fix includes crosscompile, because that's completely possible what went wrong. Should go into tooldir.include. If the let's see here. If the cross compilation header files need to be fixed, they must be installed before GCC is built. Okay, so that's what went wrong. Now, how do I do that? see here. Blah. Let's see here. So how to build with headers. Post here talks about the problem. So yeah, so there is a way to do this where you basically fix all the headers in a single go. But I now need to see how you actually do it. Let's see here. Because normally that would be the job of the make headers file. Let's see here. Make headers. Yeah, because it's looking for this fix include list. So let's see if we can find that. Fix include list. Okay, so build GCC fix include list. And of course that's empty. Because of course it is. Probably because it can't find something. I'm guessing that's what the problem is. Yeah, I do think it's trying to run a README as a thing. So let's see here. So this runs configure blah 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 blah. GCC build process. So this talks about doing the build process. There are, like I said, there's a couple ways I can solve this problem. I'm just trying to remember how you actually do it. When you build a native GCC compiler, this happens transparently. I think I said this. So let's see here. So fix include. Then the installation will run fix includes automatically. Okay. Is it possible? Let's backtrack slightly. If we go back, is it possible that we've already had header files fixed on the system? Because where they would end up is here, and no, we have not. So, fix includes. Because I had a very similar problem beforehand. Target machine. Des-dir. Alright. So let me grep the make files and let me figure out where this script gets called. So let's go back, let's open a new window. Because apparently this step is either not getting run or it's not getting run properly. So, like I said, please ask questions in chat if you've lost what I'm doing. I might be a little slow to respond because I do actually need to be thinking. It's not something I can autopilot, unfortunately, and I have limits on how much context switching my brain can actually do. So if I look inside the make file, which should be here, I should have a fix include step. At some point. Let me see here. If I do make fix includes, it's not that, yeah, it's not that easy. I knew it wasn't going to be that. You know what probably went wrong? I didn't reset the build. I know. You know what? I know exactly what went wrong. I didn't reset this build when I tried it earlier. And what happened is I didn't set a sysroot when I did that. So what happened was it didn't see any include paths to fix, and that was retained in the cached settings. That was a self-inflicted headshot. The rule for this is blow away your build directory if you do something stupid. Because if it blows up a second time with the same failure, then I know, then I did something else wrong. But this is fine. This is all fine. Okay. All right. So yeah, let me explain what happened. So, as I mentioned earlier, the header files have to be fixed for GCC to use them. The first time we tried building this, I forgot to include with Sysroot, which tells GCC where to look for the Solaris headers and system files. I reran configure, but I ran a disk clean, I reran configure, but that left some elements of the build system alone. So, and I am running this make J4. I'm hoping nothing breaks, but we'll see. What I think happened is because it cached certain things between the builds, despite me running dist clean, is that it did not see the directories as something that had to be fixed. And that's done pretty early in the build process. So this should run through all the configure steps. I should do speedrun split setup. You know, that's not the worst idea. It's like, you know, you could do a speedrunning cross compile sort of thing. You know, it's something we could entirely do. I don't know if it's something we should do, but we could entirely do it. So I'm going to watch the build messages a little bit more carefully because I should see a step where it starts fixing the header files. Although I probably shouldn't have run make with W4. I mean, it's probably fine, but I mean, this is fine. This is completely fine. Okay. Yeah, no, I think we're okay. I think I just saw it actually doing the header fixes as it went by. If we go while that's running, let's go back into Visual Studio Code. Like I said, and this should be proof that I don't do these things, you know, I am doing these things mostly blind. If we go into GCC, yeah, so it fixed the libraries. Yeah, do a refresh. Yeah, so it's still running all the configure steps. Somewhere. Okay, yeah. So right now it's still running. Let's just let it run through all the configure steps and see if it all works. Beastworm, I don't know if we're trying to do any percent GCC speedrun build. I mean, it's going to be really hard. It's because that is such a hardware dependent thing. I mean, there's no concept in cross compiling of real time versus game time because real life is not a speed run. Yes. So okay. All right. So far so good. Yes. So we are targeting 32-bit Spark Sun 4M. I do think Cume does support 64-bit Spark emulation, but it's a little hit or miss last time I looked at it. The 32-bit Spark emulation is actually a bit hit or miss, but let's see here. So, Dungeon Seeker, there are steps I could actually skip. There are some optimizations I could have taken. Like, you can build bin utilities in GCC at the same time, and if the goal is just to do Hello World, there's a lot of steps you can skip in that. But I actually want my cross compiler to work. And not just be a fancy demo. Okay, I am fingers crossed. I'm hoping this works. Actually, I'm going to Control C this for a moment because I want to check something while this build is running. So I want to see. So it actually hasn't gone that far. So let's go back. So make J4, make info true. I'm going to take the J4 out. We're just going to let this run as is. This is fine. This is all fine. So I forgot who did that. There was a video on R Linux. This would have been years ago. They basically used TCC to bootstrap the Linux kernel in a RAM disk, and basically then had Gentoo build itself all out of a RAM disk right out of the get-go. You know, like, it literally was compile your system from scratch as it turns on. And it was really strange to see it. I wonder if I can find that. That probably was like 10 years ago. I know I saw it on Reddit, but that's all I can think of. I took the J4 off because I want to see. I'm wanting to see it when it does the fix header step, and I might not catch it without the J4. I'm actually keeping a pretty close eye on the build. And then on August 15th, 2021, NCommander achieved this compilation. God, the idea of being in a Carl Jost video is like that would be the weirdest crossover that I could come up with. I mean, I could think of weirder, but that's pretty weird. So, I mean, you could do an entire speedrun on modding Minecraft, so you immediately end up at the dragon. Although, it'd be really hard to beat the dragon with no items. I mean, I legitimately considered looking into some of those things. Like, I did kind of want to look at the dragster. I looked at when Carl Jost did those video on the longest running scams in speedrunning. I forgot the name of the guy, but not Billy Mitchell, the other one, the dragster guy. I actually did look at the noted assembly code for the Atari 2600, and it's pretty complicated to go through, but I understand how how he realized that it was programmatically impossible to get that speedrunning result. Todd Rogers, thank you. Thank you. I'm not sure how well I could explain it. The Atari 26 programming model is interesting. Programming for the 2600 is essentially what's called a hard real-time thing. You have 255 bytes of memory, and you have to draw in real time with the CRT. It's actually making a 2600 emulator is incredibly difficult because you have to emulate a cathode ray tube. Like you know, like with an NES or similar, you can just read the video memory. No, on a 2600 is actually, you know, I think you're right. I think it was 128 byte. It might even be there's not a lot of memory on Atari 2600. Let's just put it like this. Oh, wait. Stop. Control C. So this was what the step I thought was missing. And you notice that it does a whole lot of apply fixes and breaks. But it also does some of the actual things. Like, see, here it did fixed. So what did it actually fix? So hold on, where did it actually put the fixes? You know, that's the better question. Because there should be a fixed include folder. Yeah, here's fixed include. Nope, that's not it. Somewhere in this build directory, there should be a bunch of fixed header files. Was it here in include fixed? Like you can see here, I'm going to have to go into GCC, make, and hopefully I didn't control C that a little bit too soon. I may have. Yeah, so right now it's rerunning that, and see, that's what concerns me, that I see all those applied fixes and then it gives warnings. Like, it should have done more files than that. Which makes me think that something went wrong. Let me see here. Can I force that step to run again? Yeah, okay, so that's fine. Is it V1 for GCC? There's an argument to make it show more detail about what it's doing. Because I want to see why that's making so many path errors. Okay, hold on. Let's go, now that we know where in the build step this should be happening, let's figure out what it's actually doing. So make file, apply make headers. Let's see here. So control when the header files are installed. So it creates a stamp. But what's the actual target called? So I should have a stamp. Yeah, there it is. So stamp, fixed headers, stamp, int. Because I want to rerun these steps. And I want to catch real closely what it's doing. Yeah, so something is definitely wrong here. So fixing directory. The question is, what script is it running? Let's pull up another shell. Because I need to let's poke around a little bit. So if we go into Solaris, into the source folder. GCC 45. There are days where I can type. So if I go into fix includes, I'm curious if this is a shell script or something else. So I'm looking for the string fixing directory. And then it ends up in that fix inc in. Okay. So then apply fix. So basically it does a whole bunch of header stuff and then fails. What? The more I look at this, I'm confused. I'm guessing this is a Linux versus Windows problem, but I'm not exactly sure why. Apparently if I run it with make verbose 1, I should get more information. I hope I get more information. Apparently I don't get more information. Okay, fine. We'll do this the hard way. SH. If this is the script it's running, then what I have to do is I have to add a -x. And then I'm going to have to look at a lot of console output. So, come on. That does not help me in the slightest. Make install folder. Fix includes. Oh, okay, hold on. So it's in this folder that it's actually doing this in. Oh, I love GCC's convoluted build system. And still nothing. Where is it running the script from? So echo header suffix limits. I mean, it should have to fix more headers than that. And this is concerning me a lot. I mean, it is potentially possible that this is all we need, but yeah. The forbidden here is the forbidden identifiers. That's just things that the GCC defines that may not be defined otherwise. I'm not worried about that. Let's see here. So it's doing something for syslimits, macro list, runs fix includes. If I run this manually, just like this, no output. If I run make headers, doesn't work. If I do it here, does it work? Interesting. I'm thinking this is probably a Windows path issue, but I gotta find where the actual bug is. Because this looks it's probably a build system bug, but finding it's going to be the hard part. Okay, so where do we go from here? So fixinclude.sh. I mean, I could modify apply. I prefer using nano. I've been on Solaris so much recently that I've been gotten into the habit of using vi. So there's that. Yeah, so I want to know why this is happening, because this is telling me that something is YOLOing and not working. And I think the easiest way to actually do that is I should have apply, let's see here, apply fix. Yeah, so fixinclude.c is where this actually comes out of. So let's go back here. Open folder. Let's see here, GCC. God, I am hot patching GCC. This. How to know that you've made unfortunate life decisions without saying you've made unfortunate life decisions. So, main. Alright, so here's the main header file. So, if I scroll down far enough, I need to find the error routine, because I'm just going to tell it to print out what the command line was. I'm thinking that's the easiest way. Let's see here, usage. Let's see here, so that would be what? Fixes. Okay. So if usage failure is here, so that's where that gets printed. So that means I need to just print out the entire printf array. So for int I equals 0, I does not equal argc, I plus plus, printf argv d dash s slash new line. So then we want I and argv like that. Alright, let's see what's happening here. I have this weird and funny feeling. Alright, so passing argument 1 without integer to a cast. Wait, what? Passing argument 1 makes from a pointer to a cast. This isn't a problem with the source folder. This is a problem with... Oh, I missed the semicolon. That's... Ah, yep. This isn't a problem with a source folder. This is a problem with an internal GCC step to convert header files into something they can use. So this is why. So this is not something I can just brute force. Also, apparently that's. Did I screw this up? Hold on. There are days. Because what I'm doing is technically not supported. Why should this be easy? Well, that changed things. Now it's the system can't find specified path, which makes me think I broke it worse, but I don't know how I broke it. So it goes into this go-to and escapes. Alright, you know what? Fine. We're just going to stick that right there. And we're just going to do it regardless. Oh, I use single... Oh, I see what I did. Oh, okay. Thank you for pointing out that I use single quote strings. Alright, let's try that again. And, hey, look, less warnings. I'm actually surprised that wasn't a build failure. GCC. Alright. This is going to make a lot of console output. What? I mean, it's right here. What happened? Is there another copy of fixed includes I'm not finding? No. Oh, you're right. It might be passing 0 arguments. Hold on. Let me tell it to print the... Well, even if it was printing... Yeah, no. If it was printing 0, passing 0 in, print F. I mean, this may be entirely unnecessary. I should probably just let the build run all the way through, because this step wasn't even getting run before at all, but... I am concerned about it. Okay, let's see here. Let's see if it's actually... No, it's definitely not running the modified binary. I probably... It doesn't help that there's 2 separate copies of this in the path that just make my life annoying. Or not 2 separate copies in the path, but 2 separate builds of it. Yeah, no, it... Am I going to have to run a make clean? Because I think that's... What is it possibly invoking? I mean, I'm looking at this. So it's running fixinc.sh. Which there are 2 copies of in the build path. Yeah, I think I have to make clean. I really don't want to do that, but fine. That makes me really unhappy. I mean, this is the argument for not having an overly complex build system. I understand that GCC is a very complex piece of software, but half the reason that people have so much trouble with building cross compilers is because the whole thing, the build system is held together with duct tape and spit. And half the time you can never find what's wrong when you need to. All right, let's just J8 it, because at this point it doesn't have to run configure. It's just a clean. It's not a disk clean. We can't use. We're running a 10-year-old GCC because that's the last GCC that worked. So okay, so that's going to run for all that. I need to get a little bit more comfortable. I am determined to succeed at this. I just don't know what has gone wrong. I mean, at least now we know how to retrigger the steps, so we can at least figure out why the script has gone completely and totally nuts. And watch, we've made that change, and it's not going to make any difference. And then that's when you're going to see NCommander just like his head's going to explode. Okay, so right now it's building GCC proper. This should be relatively quick. I actually have a soft spot for Open Wacom. I know it's really out of date at this point, but I've had things. I've actually been able to compile Open Wacom and not lose my mind. Yay. Alright, so right now it's building GCC itself, so that's still pretty early in the build process. Fingers crossed this all works. Yeah. I've got some, well, it's not water. It has water in it, but I have Diet Coke because I run off caffeine. See, unfortunately, I am the Diet Coke of evil. Anyway, yeah, it is fortunately a lot cooler in New Jersey than it has been. The last 2 days have been, oh my god, you know, just, it was bad. I live on the top floor apartment, which means that this place gets really, really unpleasant when it gets hot out. It's still at the point that I need the air conditioner, but it's not the, oh my god, kill me. Who needs a glass? Why would I need to dirty a glass? I can just go right for the bottle. Am I going to have to run a poll here asking if I should use a glass or not? Because, oh wait, here's the step that we need to pay attention to. We changed the source code. We changed. Is there a second main function in this source code? No, there is not a second main function in the source code. Am I losing my mind here? I might be losing my mind here. Okay, hold on. We're not even getting to that point, though. I mean, right now we're dealing with something that should not be a problem, but is a problem. Fine, hold on. Apply fix. What? Is there a file called apply fix that I'm not seeing? No, apparently not. The thing is, apply fix isn't on the path. It's part of the GCC build system. I mean, I'm looking at the source code to what it should be right here. Oh, frack. It's auto-generated, isn't it? It's a macro. Hold on. Yeah, see, there's apply fix right there. And there's my fixed version of it, for want of a better words. Right, so both of those work. And they print usage. Std error. Hold on. I think I just know. I just realized what happened. We need to output to std error. Because make is suppressing std output. That's why we don't see anything. I hate technology. I really do at times. That should not have been a problem. Alright, let's try that again. Let's see here. Oh, okay. So it tries to do apply fix, file the fix, file source, file destination. So it basically goes pthread, pthread. Yeah, so see, it keeps trying to apply a fix, but it looks like it's a short one argument. Okay, I sort of see the problem. It's passing in Windows file paths. Yeah, the problem is that the fourth argument isn't even going in. So, okay, so this is definitely a build bug. Obviously, we're the first to ever try this. So let's backtrack. So how does this script get called? I believe we saw. All right. This is like I said, this is how you work the debugging. So there's this fix include script that runs through all of this. So I'm guessing the problem is in that fix include script. So now at least now we know what's going on. Hold on. Question is, which one is it actually running? Because there's this fixinc.sh, and then there's the other one. Yeah, so this goes through all the searches. I'm already seeing some code in here that might be problematic. The honest answer is the easy solution is probably run. Let's run Cygwin. That would probably just work, but let's see here. So fix include.sh. No output directory specified. So let's try temp output. Right, so that didn't quite work the way I expected it to, but because this is all not doing anything Sysroot related. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Let's see here. We are up one level now. Yes, okay, sorry. I was just catching up with chat. So the problem here is that it's almost certainly an issue with this script. So it actually takes an argument, and what the argument it needs is the sysroot argument. So So if I do that, okay, hold on. You gotta love undocumented scripts. Let's see here. So output direct. Okay, so output directory, input directory. Temp output. So if I do that, that doesn't do anything. Doesn't do. Okay. Let's see here. Is make headers a script? Yeah, okay, it is a script. Can we use the make header script to rerun this step? Because I could debug this if I could run it independently of the... Okay, apparently you can run it independently. So make headers, common prefix. Where are you looking for your... Okay, options, fix includes. Right, so what I'm looking for, you know what, I think all I have to do is do this. If I do make headers, I probably have to put a full path here. Source GCC 45 build GCC, because we found that script, that file earlier. That's the fix inc list, which is right there. But yeah, okay, so we know the problem is here. It's probably generating bad path information. And this step normally never has to be run on Windows, which explains why it's all going to pot. So the way we can fix there's two ways we could fix this. Is I could either switch to using Cygwin, which would just use Unix paths exclusively, but there's got to be a way with, hold on, bash use Unix path on Windows. Let's see here, because usually you have to do path conversion at some point. Let's see here, msystem no convert paths is probably part of what has to be done. I just need to figure out where those are coming from, because it does a whole lot of sed scripts. Because it does a find. Find should be returning a window, a postx path. Alright, here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to give myself half an hour to look at this, and if I can't make any headway, we'll switch to trying this under Cygwin, because that should sidestep the whole problem. Maybe not. If anyone has any ideas, please put them in chat. I'll try and keep talking my train of thought. So at some point in here, you need to either be running apply fix or fix include dot. Yeah, so you run fix include, pass it through. Alright, so let's go back to this. So we see that that script gets run. Oh, wrong folder. I need to be here. Come on. Come on. It runs through here. It runs fix include. And then that becomes the fix directory. And then it passes it through sed. PWD should return. I'm trying to figure out where it could possibly be getting the bad paths from. That's the part I'm struggling to figure out. And the thing is, if I even put a -x in there, it would just, like, hold on. If I copy and paste, see, I can't even easily copy and paste this, which really makes this much more annoying than it should be. Huh. I would need the -x output to go out. Let's see here. Bash. Let's see here. Return. Let's see here. File name. See, the part I'm not getting is that the output from find should be a POSIX style path. But somewhere we're getting Windows style paths. And I don't see how or where those are coming from. And until I understand where those are coming from, this could happen under Cygwin, because there are cases where Cygwin would use would return Windows style paths. So make symbolic link. Hold on, let's see what output we actually get, because if I look at the output we actually get, so it goes to finding directories. It does searching. Let's see here. What is LSLD? I don't recognize that one. I feel like this is close to what the problem is. If I just do an... If I do a... Let's see here. D's links, dirs, making symbolic links. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm thinking that there's an exe being generated somewhere. I'm just not seeing where that they're getting generated. It's definitely something that it's definitely whatever is calling this binary, because we can see the problem right here. Fixing directory here. So how does that get called? So here's where this gets called. So this find command is where the magic happens. Hold on. Hold the horse here. So find base, find.h. This, something right around here is what's breaking. Because this is a whole bunch of grep stuff, and we don't get this far, because this is where the find include happens. So required if links, then type F would be a file. Let me see here. Like if I do this, type F, I have this distinct feeling that this is here. .o type 1. Type 1. Print. Like I'm just trying to figure out what this is doing. So that would be name. Why is that? Okay, so it does that, and then it does a bunch of sed stuff. I think the problem is right here. I'm a little bit confused on why this is a problem. If I do an echo, what happens? Oh, okay, yeah, hold on. I am passing o.type. Good catch on that. Thank you. It's great when you can crowdsource the debugging. So type 1, but that's actually a type L. I think I'm starting to see I think I'm starting to see what has gone wrong here. Home. Okay. Because I suspect that something is... I feel like this find command is what's broken. Oop. Let me try the other escape. No, still not right. Type F O print. The parentheses are important. You're probably right about that. All right, let's do this correctly. All right, so do that. Type O parentheses, and then name. No, apparently the parentheses. Let's see here. Probably need to escape it. Yeah. Hey Brandon, thank you. We're currently. I know that Michael MJD just recently gave me a major shout out on his channel, and we're mostly right now deep into debugging. Yeah, I think we need to echo find base. I think that is at this point. At this point, at least we're narrowing down the problem. Is the answer I'm coming to with. You know, I should probably make that more obvious that I'm echoing out the problem. Let's see here. I've gotten so many things from that capacitor explosion has been the gift that keeps on giving. And I gotta tell you, when the compact portable cap blew up in my face, well, that's really useful. Like, really effing. So it's doing... What is it doing? It's running on magic and unicorns. And if I do that, I should get what the exact command it's trying to run is. Okay, hold on. Hold the boat. So here's the find base command. Is it changing its working directory? Oh, wait. It's gotta be normalizing this out to a full path. It's the only thing that makes sense. But I don't see how or why that is the case. Wait. Frig. Okay, I think I just understood what happened. So, when bash starts a command, doesn't it change it to a Windows-style path? Like, if I passed an argument that is a file name, doesn't it... I feel like it gets automatically converted. I mean, it has to. If I do something like... Oh, frig. What's a good example? Like, if I pass a file name as an argument under bash, doesn't it get converted to the other type? msystem bash file conversion argument. Let's see here. I think... I think that is what's happening. Let's see here. How do you disable it? Yeah, I know there was a mix of paths between Windows and Unix, but I didn't think it was at the process boundary. I didn't realize that's how that worked. Yeah, so this talks about path conversion. Yeah, and see, you can see this right here with this Python example. how if you put dir dash dash, it gets converted like that. Which means I just need to put an exclude argument. So all I should need to do is disable it. I think I could just do this because we're not running anything that should. Fine. msystem2 arg con exclude make. Because everything here should understand a backslash path. Didn't quite work out the way I wanted it to, but fine. Yeah. Need to make the arguments optional. Oh, well that... Yeah, it helps if you don't put a typo in it. Hold on. If that disables it, then that's an easy fix, because all I have to do is add that to the build script. Oh, hold on. I gotta delete the stamps. Okay, come on, come on, come on. No, still doing it, but let's see here. So, well, no, actually, that as arg0, that makes sense. That actually does make sense, but the other ones, no, that's still broken. Prefix. I mean, I did disable it as a prefix. Am I just going to have to do something stupid here? Let's see here. I feel like I'm going to have to do something. Okay, hold on. We know what the problem is. I mean, I could even fix the program so it doesn't actually care, but I prefer to do this manually. If we Google this and how do I force it to just look at this? Move the path conversion path. Let's see here. There's got to be an easy way to just force it to disable it. msystem disable path conversion. msystem no path convert. That sounds okay, hold on. That sounds promising. msystem 2 arg exe system. So it was not upstreamed. Okay. So msystem's built-in way to do this was here. Like that. Worst case scenario, I will... I don't get why that's not working. But you know what? It may be because it's a subshell. That may be the problem. So if it's the problem with it being a subshell, then theoretically I could just stick it right here and it should work. So we grab... For anyone who's lost, feel free to ask questions. I'll... Alright. So here, make. Fingers crossed. Fingers really, really crossed. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, see, even the fourth argument doesn't make it in. There should be 5 arguments. Which kind of tells me something is really, really broken. Yeah, because it runs this fine script. And there should be a... Yeah, because the 5th argument should be file destination. And that 5th argument doesn't show up. Alright. So then the question becomes, what happened to desc.dir? Because, right... Okay, so... we should be getting 5 separate fixes. And then... it runs fix include... which then becomes a separate shell script, which is here. Yeah, I think that... Alright, we know that this is where it gets called. It runs fix include. Just looking. What does this get defined as? So it actually runs this binary here called fix include. So it doesn't direct... I see the problem. I see the problem. Because when we were looking at the source code to fix include earlier, and if I bring that up, desc.dir, this was reading environmental scripts, environmental variables. Or something was reading it. And I'm thinking desc.dir doesn't get set. Echo desc.dir. Alright, let me see what that's doing. We are so close to this working, I can almost taste it. Let's see here. So fixing headers, find base. So there's the so that gets passed in there. But these never get called with all 5 arguments. We get the fix name, the file to fix, the file source, but the destination never gets set. And argc has to be 5 for this to work. Which we saw here because there's a hard-coded check. So the file destination never gets set. So, what gives? If I just... out of curiosity, so if I run... if I change that, so that goes back to the way it was. Because fix include... does this run a system or something? If MS does, that wouldn't be set. I mean, it could be set, but I don't think it is. Okay, hold on. So, okay, so that shell script calls fix include.exe, which then calls apply.exe. Because apparently the fix is a separate binary. Why would they do that? Why would you do that? Why would you fix with system? I mean, I guess it makes sense on some architectures. Because, yeah, you can see here it runs apply fix. And then it adds the exe extension. It does a whole bunch of path stuff. And then it builds the command line that it runs. So somewhere between start to finish, it loses the directory, I think. So PC scan. Why is this entire mechanism a thing? This entire mechanism should not be a thing. I feel like this... What? Let me just Google this. Separate... It's fine. I don't care about grouping tabs right now. Okay, so the separate proc fix is something that's used under different platforms. Apparently it's used under MinW32. And I'm guessing something got changed. Because, okay. Alright, I'm seeing the problem here. I am thinking that this script has never been tested under Mini GW. It's the only thing that makes sense because the last argument is never passed. Because there should be a dest dir passed to the system. Oop. Okay. Yeah, okay, so that... I feel like this entire... Excuse me, I'm a little congested. I almost want to see what this looks like on a later version of this file. Just because I am deeply curious. System... I don't know what version of GCC it is. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah, okay, so I just realized that my chat wasn't updating, so let me just catch the back scroll. Yeah, alright. Yeah, so I just refreshed my chat. I am feeling like I'm having this wonderful, wonderful feeling that this has not been tested in a very long time and is probably completely hosed. So this is a later version of the same script. And this says fix with system. So here, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I am thinking, can we disable... What is setting this? Can we just get rid of it? Do we actually need it? So here, if target is to process... Systems that cannot handle bidirectional pipes must use the to-process method. That is what is broken. Okay. We understand it. It's completely insane, but we understand it. Let's look at the GCC. Let's look at GCC mainline. Let's just see if there's a fix in the GCC mainline. Well, the thing is, this process has to be done on... I don't think we can make this optional. Let's just see if this has been fixed later down the pipe. System. Probably because the people that try and make... There's very few people that probably ever try and make cross compilers on... Let's see our system. What? Let's see here. There we go. So separate. I mean, what I could do is I could run this step under Cygwin, generate the fixed header files, and call it good. That is entirely a viable option. And I have this horrible feeling that this has never been fixed. Okay, hold on. So here's the system call. It generates all these arguments. But on the platforms that these would be using, MS-DOS and DJGPP, there would never be a need to fix the header files. I think this is a bug that's in the current versions of GCC. I don't think this has ever been found. It boggles my mind, but I think that actually might be the case, because there should be, yeah, there's a pz-dir here. So let me just add it to the system call, and let me see if that fixes it. Yeah, see, it's not even passed in, so let's actually try this. I need to try this. And then we go all the way to system. I really don't want to have to send in this fix to GCC, but I'll do it if I have to. I can't believe I'm actually... This was not what I was expecting to have happen. Too many arguments for float. Yeah, this needs to be fixed. You need an additional -s. Warning, too many arguments at 8:33. Probably going to regret this. We're going to end up on... I have this horrible feeling that we are going to end up on Cygwin sooner rather than later, but... Fine. Yeah, I have this horrible, horrible feeling that this is going to be something I'm going to end up fixing. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3... Yeah, you need one more here, don't you? Too many arguments for format. 1935. PZ scan. I have a bad feeling about this. I really do. Fork defined. Yeah, okay, so that's all valid. I am going to have very mixed feelings if this works. Oh, well. I have really mixed feelings about this. Because now it's complaining, I think I gotta make this directory. Temp. I swear, if this works, I'm going to be... My brain is... I think that worked. Or it did something. Hold on, let me trash those stamp files. I mean, the actual fix here is I should just be using Cygwin and be done with it, but... Although I really would think that... Let's see, let's back scroll. Okay. Not a directory. No such file directory. I mean, it's definitely trying to do stuff. We know what the problem is. That's what I'm gonna... Let's undo that whole thing. Alright, let me catch up with chat. Fixing the wrong format. So that one was actually fixing the correct one. The question I have is... Apparently... So this... See, I thought pipes under MSystem were bidirectional. MSystem bidirectional... pipes. Because Windows supports bidirectional pipes. Because that is a name function of named pipes. It should go both ways. Which makes me think that configure check is wrong. Because if we go into GCC... and we go into, where was it? I would have to find it, because we saw it earlier when we were Googling for it. Sorry, it was in the fix includes. Yeah, enable to process. Here, this is where it is. I mean, they added, so on MS-DOS, BOS, and Mini GW, this I think is wrong. I am near certain that MinGW supports bidirectional pipes. I'm actually going to patch this checkout, and I'm going to see what happens. Oh, I'd have to do it in the config. Ooh, that's a scary thought. I don't really want to run auto tools on this. Let me just do it here. Separate. I'm going to be annoyed if this works. I'll fix it properly if this actually... No syswait file. Okay. Alright, that was a little bit too easy. Yeah, I'm feeling like Cygwin is the way to go here, because this is going to be annoying to fix properly, because I don't understand why it's falling apart to begin with. It looks like at some point the apply fixes binary changed behaviors, and because that was why we have fix with system. And it's pretty clear that this has not been tested. The only problem with doing this under Cygwin is I'd have to restart the entire compile. I'd have to redo bin utilities and all that. Alright, chat, you're going to make the decision. You are going to decide the fate of this project. Petro, this version of GCC is from 2011, but I see this bug in the current version. Alright, I think chat wants me to debug this, so we debug. So, apply fix. So let's look at what it's supposed to do. So, under normal circumstances, these binaries get run, and it has 4 environmental variables that it gets called with, which is original dir, source dir, input, and then so it makes sense. Let's see here. So fix with system is where the decision gets made. So here's the if statement on fix by system. And then let's see here. So yeah, so this entire function is how this works. If fix by system is not defined, how does this, what does this do then? Yeah, so this runs the process. Where's the decision made that this gets called? Like, I'm almost certain I could reproduce this failure if, wow, I'm suddenly all congested. Okay, so you guys are now split 50-50 on how to debug this. I'll let the poll go for a little bit longer. The problem here is not with the file path. The problem is that the essentially this is depending on pipes being bidirectional, which apparently under MSystem2 is not true, which is madness, but apparently is the case. Under Cygwin, POSIX pipes are bidirectional, and the check case for configure says that they are bidirectional. So, yeah, I think we're going to try this under Cygwin. I think there's other things that can go wrong, like failure is still an option here. So let's go into a terminal. So I know a lot of people want to see the full thing, and let's make this nice and big. Let's see here. Let's go with a size 18 font. It was an interesting debugging session. Let's just put it like that. You know, let's go even bigger. Bigger. There we go. Nice and big. So, the question is, do we have enough stuff? We do have a GCC. Solaris GCC, side path. So, first thing we need to do is copy the Sysroot. So that'd be side drive C, M system, home, MCast of all, Solaris, Sysroot, here. Oh. Right. Right. We'll just... This is fine. The case protection flag, because, you know, of course. Cut. Really hoping this doesn't blow up when I try it. Folder in use. Yeah. Close, close, try again. Okay, there we go. There we go. Alright. So, first thing we gotta do is we gotta try and see if we can get Binutils to build. So, source. Side drive C. Users. And we could try doing it all in one build, but I don't think I want to try. I feel like I'd be tempting fate if we did that. The problem is we're just going to have to deal with much slower build times. I have to admit, I am really surprised by that. Like, of all the things that I thought was going to go wrong with this, that was not on my list. Spark, Sud, Solaris, 2.7, with Sysroot, home, I'm really flabbergasted about that. Like, I did not expect us to run into a legitimate GCC bug. And one that appears to have been there for many years. Just give me a moment. I gotta blow my nose. All right, let's get this build going, and then I am going to mute my. Oh, and this is the argument for how is there no make? Cygwin really annoys me at times. Alright, let's install the make command. I've had good success with MSystem in the past. Like, if you know what to expect, you can get quite a bit. What? Where's my make? Nothing to install. Oh, here we go. Make, please. I probably need to grab more than this, but we're just going to grab stuff as we need it. Okay. I'm still... I just have this thing in my head right now going a little bit crazy. Okay. Let me blow my nose so I could actually talk without my head feeling like it's explode. Just a moment. And I'm back. Wow, holy cow, I am congested. You know it's summer because allergies are just bad. Oh. I'm still having issues with this, that we literally hit a compiler bug. So let me explain why I'm... So before the stream, because we got some time to kill again. Let me go back to full screen here. I actually, like I said, I did a smoke test of this just to know that it was even possible, because a lot of GCC ports are completely and totally broken under the hood. And I actually built GCC for Solaris 2.7 as a cross compiler. I didn't extensively test it, but I proved to myself that this was possible, at least in theory. Now, I did this on Linux because, again, I wanted to go into this semi-blind, but I didn't want to go into something that was going to fail in the first 30 seconds, which is what could have happened if LD was broken. So the fact that we hit a very specific bug in GCC, which I think is there in the current version. I'm actually going to look into this after the stream. It boggles my brain. I don't know what to think about this. I am probably the first YouTuber who has had to try and debug GCC live on camera. I know I've done weird stuff in streams. I mean, I've written patches for Linux for my videos at times, but this is pushing it. Anyway, all right. I'm not, and yeah, I should probably compile with make.j. I'm gonna wait until it. I like to wait until it finishes running all the configure steps, because there are things that can break that I need to catch. I'm just a little speechless about this. So now that NCommander has been broken by things being broken, and you can really see the performance difference between Cygwin versus native, but fair enough. And we'll just make it. At this point, I am totally ready to YOLO this, because YOLO. I'll probably just file a bug on the GCC Bugzilla, because that explains what I found and why I found it. Once I confirm it's a problem in GCC 11, which shouldn't be hard to do. And I will let that be someone else's problem. Leroy, well, you know, this entire thing is a Leroy Jenkins build. I mean, the fact of the matter is I could totally try and do other compiler madness here. I mean, if chat really wants to see it, we could still try cross-compiling GCC with GCC to GCC from GCC, because cross-compiling is neat. At least we figured out most of the hard parts. So at this time, I'm going to plug. If you really enjoyed this content, give it a like. If you enjoy my content, give it a like and subscribe. If you really enjoyed this content, consider supporting me on Patreon. Oh, holy cow! My brain has. I don't know what. you guys are going to probably, someone's going to just clip this and just have a montage of NCommander is broken. Screw it. I managed to upgrade to every version of OS2. I am not going to let GCC be the end of me. Because, nope. I'm not giving up that easily. I will, however, be getting Chinese for dinner tonight because, well, pork fried rice is delicious. That is my story, and I'm sticking with it. GCC use... GCC... I'm sorry, that's a pin. That is a pin. Oh, Peter. No. 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 That's not a literal tech bone. Why is my chair rotating? Why is my floor not balanced? Why? Why? This is fine. This is all fine. There's nothing wrong here. Okay, that's Binutils down. I am... apparently my floor is not balanced as all things should be. There. Unexpected Thanos for you. We found a bug in GCC, Nervy. That is what we're going to boil down to. Apparently, there's a very off-used code path for fixing header files on GCC, and it's completely broken. And apparently, it's been broken for at least 10 years. Okay. So I should have just done this to begin with. I should have just used Cygwin, but no, NCommander wanted to be fancy. We don't need any of this post-ix extraction stuff. I mean, I could have been using services for Unix, but let's see here. Spark Solaris 27 LD. Why is this not getting picked up by the path? Command not found. Oh wait, hold on. Don't you this is Cygwin. Don't you have to do something stupid for it to see new binaries? I mean, that's fine. So why doesn't it see... Yeah, let me just... well, I need this in the path. Let me just add it to the profile. Path equals... I just vaguely remember that you have to do... I just... Like I said, Cygwin is full of weird... things that annoy me. Please tell me I have nano. I do not have nano. User bin. Okay. Paste. Alright, and then let's reopen the terminal. There we go. Spark Solaris. Okay. Now we're in business. We are in business. So now we need to go to the source GCC. Side drive C. user. All right, chat. Do you think I'm going to actually succeed at doing this? Okay. Yeah. Like I said, you know, this is why, you know, if I was using the actual services for Unix, that's the old intermix stuff, I would call that legit. Or if I was using the PostIX subsystem, that would be fine. But if I was doing this under subsystem for Linux, it would be like, yeah, no. At least with Cygwin, I still have interesting challenges. I mean, I'm pretty sure if I was determined, I could fix that fix includes bug. But still, brain, the brain boggles at all that. So fortunately, we've already figured out the hard parts. Let's do, if we go back to, let's see here, Cygwin C, which is figuring out what the command line for this should be. So home mcast of all source GCC 45 build config log. Is the config... Do they not have config.log anymore? Is that not a thing that exists? Apparently that's a thing that doesn't exist anymore. Please tell me it's saved in my command history. Please tell me it's here. Because I'm going to be really annoyed if it's not. Thank you! Oh, there are, you know, it's really, it's the small things in life. It really is the small things in life. However, in this particular case, it's also, I need to open setup and install dependencies, because of course we do. Of course we do. It's never that easy. Alright, so we probably need, not up to date, we need MFPR, and we actually need the development headers for it. Let's see here, so install, and we need GMP. Okay. Isn't there a third one you need actually these days? Yeah, you need MPC these days, and let's see here, and then MPC. Actually, you actually need the I need the development headers for it. Okay. Okay, that should be fine. I mean, I'm actually decent with M4, but I used to manage SendMail back in the day, so if you've ever dealt with SendMail, M4 was a dependency. So, Pietro, there are technical reasons why I would actually use AutoTools over CMake or other build systems, but that is a very, very small subset. I would never use AutoTools for stuff that I want to support on Windows. And that's part of what makes building Firefox so miserable, is because you have to use AutoTools with Visual Studio. And that's just a sad. Alright, so I think we're all good. So make info true. Oh, all right. So now we all get to find out if this makes the difference. We are going to find out if this makes a difference. If we get a working C compiler, then we get a working C++, and then we get GNU Hello to see if we can cross compile. So CMake is fine for really simple projects, in my experience. When you have to do things like look for add-on libraries or do complex dynamic scripting is where CMake falls apart, and it sucks. I really... Honestly, I rather use a basic makefile and have a dependency on Python than have to, you know... Or use scones, although scones had a really... Scones I've had blow up on me in weird and strange ways, which is why I don't use it anymore, but I know some people that swear by it. So AutoTools actually has a very good reason for existing, because if you remember, if GNU projects way back in the day, and I mean like way, way back in the day, were for a whole variety of Unixes, and Unix was a fairly non-standard thing, so you had to check if functions worked, if they existed, if headers, so forth and so on. A lot of why you can easily build stuff between Linux, Solaris, and most other commercial Unixes is because AutoTools paved the way for that. But over time, a lot of the uniqueness of various Unix distributions went away, unless you're HP Unix. And that became less and less important. I mean, honestly, if like between Linux and Solaris, you'd be fairly hard pressed to find something that would compile on one that and not the other that isn't using system specific functionality. That being said, Dr. Shuppet, no, I am not going to try and build a Windows 95 to Solaris 2.7 cross-compatible. The worst part is that you said it, I'm thinking about it, and then I completely realized that that is a completely and totally possible thing to exist, and I hate the fact that I am thinking about it. Because Windows 95 to Solaris 6 or 7 would be entirely possible. And it would be even period correct. God damn it. I hate that. I hate the sentence that exists, and I could do it on NT4 and Alpha. Actually, I don't think Cygwin ever supported. No, Cygwin never supported Alpha, but wow, I hate that. I hate that I hate that sentence is a thing. I don't need a whole lot of Cygwin, though. Apparently, all I need are bidirectional pipes. GCC does not actually use that much POSIX functionality. I don't think GCC ever supported NT4 out on Alpha. No, NG Road fan, we saw that DJGPP does not... It would not work under DJGPP because of the path issue. We saw this. But if I fixed the bug that it prevented it from working on M system, we could make a DAWs to Solaris cross-compiler. I would probably need to get myself to stomach it, I'd probably have to do a Kickstarter or a GoFundMe, and if it got funded, I'd be willing to do it. But there are limits of how much I'm willing to break myself. You would donate to said GoFundMe. I don't know. I think I've made a challenge to this community, and I think I'm going to regret this challenge. I feel like I need to make a community post right now saying, would you submit to a GoFundMe for a DAWs to Solaris cross-compiler? I swear to God, one of you is going to make a GoFundMe and send it to me on Twitter. I just see this happening, and I feel powerless to stop it. I mean, theoretically, I could build a cross-compiler from anything to anything as long as the from can run GCC natively, and that platform has long file name support. It is entirely possible. And even without long file name support, well, with a big enough stick, I could make a Solaris to DAWs cross compiler. That would be easy. But I I didn't think it would take a year of YouTubing, but apparently that's all it takes for NCommander to reach his limit. Fine. I'm gonna. You guys are tweaking my gears. I'm gonna tweak yours. How about an Intel Itanium cross compiler to Solaris? There. You guys think about that. I'm gonna sit here in the corner and just stare into space for a bit. There we go. I can easily see when chat, when lag catches up to chat, and you do realize that I have an Itanium system sitting right here on the table. This is not even a joke. This is a McKinley 2, an Itanium 2 McKinley dual processor system. That is entirely a thing we can do. Yeah, sorry, I should have said Itanium NT to Spark. Although, Open Frame Buffer, GCC supports OpenVMS. It could entirely be done. It could be done. Yes, my Itanium runs Windows NT 2003 edition. And that is the actual name of the product. I think the reason I haven't done OpenVMS on either a stream or on a video is because the terms of the hobbyist pack are incredibly restrictive. I have reached out to OpenVMS Incorporated, who now own it, when they took it from HP, and they have not responded to any of my inquiries. So that's basically what it boils down to. The fact of the matter is, NJ Road Fan, is that this compiler we're building GCC with a compiler 10 years newer than its original GCC. See here. Cross compiler between Windows 3.1 and MS-DOS 5. The problem you run into doing that is long file name support. That is the only real problem in doing that. If I believe under FreeDOS or DJGPP, there are ways to do long file names. So it's not entirely impossible. Oh, look, the headers are getting fixed. Looky. That was entirely an M system problem. That was it. Yes, the headers have been fixed. The fun has been doubled. Ha 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 ha. There is an LFN driver. Yeah, I would love to do OpenVMS. I would have to reread the hobbyist pack stuff to see what it looks like. But the old HP Enterprise one, I would not be able to legally stream it. Now, that might not be enforceable because, or I have to look into it a bit more, but I don't like doing stuff in direct violation of the license. And to be really honest, the fact that the hobbyist pack thing is around at all has been a real boon for a lot of people, so I really don't want to something just broke. Something just broke. Hold on, I just spotted a broken. pthreads are required to build libglomp. Didn't we have this entire thing about threading being broken? But that we had broken header files at that point. All right, let's just nuke and pave this. Let's just go back to the original settings. PostX 95. All right, let's go back to the original settings. This is fine. This is fine. Okay. So Ali Angel 500, that is actually a lot easier than it sounds. All I need is to add System 5 ABI support back into Linux. That is the IBCS stuff. I need the Xenix C compiler, and I need the Xenix C to Windows cross compiler. And then I could compile from Windows and then I just have to run the whole thing under Linux. No, this isn't pthreads under Windows. This is pthreads under Solaris. That was the cross compiler that shat itself. Yes. I would love to have VAX hardware. Like, I might try running HP Unix on the, my ZX 6000. Again, I don't have the license is the biggest problem. Now, given that Itanium is effectively dead and buried at this point, I don't know if I should really care, but it frustrates me a lot. Let's see here. I'm actually going to step away from keyboard for about 2 minutes because the streamer's bladder is getting full, so I'm going to take a brief break. I'll be right back. You guys can watch the build go until I come back. And I'm back. Life is better. Okay. So, what was I thinking? I had two horrible ideas while I stood and stretched. First, I thought Twitch builds a cross compiler where everyone enters one letter of a command at a time, and I feel like that would be probably the worst idea I could inflict on the world. And I probably won't actually do it, but I had the thought. I would love to have an alpha station. Oh man, I would really, really love to have an alpha station. Greenfly, Microsoft's Windows Itanium compiler was a cross compiler. There was actually no native Windows Itanium compiler. You had to cross compile or run it in emulation. And I actually think it won't run in emulation. I vaguely remember there is a sandy check in the compiler that prevents it from running in emulation. So, yeah. So, speaking of next, I may have once recompiled Darwin 0.3. You know, I might have rebuilt mock on Next Step. I might have done... This was before my YouTube career, but I've done some really, really horrible things to Next Step. The fact that you have an Alpha Station 200 is like, damn. I really need to get some alpha hardware. Not because True 64 is actually interesting, but I really want to look at FX32. Because I know this is blasphemy, but really when you get right down to it, True64 is basically a mock-based Unix, and that's all there is. So, I mean, if I really wanted to play with something like True64, I would blow the dust off lights. So, I just noticed something that concerned me scrolling by. Alright, I'm not going to worry about it until it actually breaks. I've been fairly lucky. I've paid a fair bit for my 5171 disk drives, but on the whole, I think I've been relatively okay with avoiding eBay ripoff syndrome. Because, I mean, the whole world has gone mad, but retro computing prices on eBay have gone really mad. There was Plan 9 for the next station. Okay, then. So, I am actually on... I actually applied to be an exhibit at VFC East, which is actually here in New Jersey, although it's on the other side of the state. I don't know if I will actually go. If I go, the compact portable will be on display there. But with what's been going on with the Delta variant of COVID, I may back out of it. It's still another 2 months before that's going to be a thing. But I am not sure how comfortable I am with having a face-to-face event, given how things have gone. NJ Road Fan, so I'm all the way up in Jersey City. VFC is almost in Cape May. Okay, so it's at the bottom of the state. It's at the state that we don't tell. It's this part of the state that we don't tell outsiders about because we don't want people on our beaches. Yeah. For those who don't know, most people think of New Jersey, they think of a toxic waste dump, and that is an accurate description of both Newark and Fort Lee. The rest of the state is actually nice. No, I thought they were yeah. Wall is all the way down the Garden State Turnpike, NJ Road Fan. You should know this. It's in your nickname. I mean, literally, it's 20 miles north of Cape May. So, like I said, I don't know. I want to see where things are closer in, but the whole world's gone mad, you know. That's really what it boils down to. Yeah. Well, yeah, and that's the thing about VFC East. That's why I want to have the compact portable there. And I literally am having... honestly, what I really want is I want to get Vision running on it. But that is actually quite difficult because I need a bus systems mouse. And those mice are freaking unobtainium. And even if you can find them... some mice are configurable for bus system, but you'll never know in advance. If I could find a mouse systems compatible mouse, the compact portable should be able to run Vision. I have one working floppy drive. I thought Toasty Tech only fixed it to run on an AT. I didn't think he fixed it to work with regular serial mice. You can, Windows 1.0, you can patch to work with a PS2 type mice. The problem is finding one of those dual mode mice. That's the problem, is I don't want to be buying random mice off eBay trying to find a mouse systems mouse. Like, that... Yeah. But I mean, maybe I should put something up on a community post and ask if anyone has one. Yeah. Well, you know, NJ Roadfan, you actually... You know, that's not the worst idea. I could just try... Freon, if you have a work... When you say you have one, is yours one with the switch on it, or is it an actual mouse systems mouse with the trackpad? Because the actual mouse systems were those optical mice that LGR has done a bunch of videos on. Let's see here. Are you on my Discord, Freon? If so, contact me or hit me up on Twitter, and I'll discuss it with you. Because I would love to both demonstrate Vision, like I could do it in emulation, like, but to actually show it running on a real machine is so much more interesting. You know, like when I did the videos on the graphical file system, I did it in emulation, and I don't regret doing it like that because I would have had no other way of doing that video. But you lose something when you're not on the actual hardware. Vision was the first graphical user interface for MS-DOS, and it was exceptionally expensive. So I have a serial card in, like, even if it was I would even take a bus mouse because I have a free ISA slot. I really don't want to put in a bus mouse, but I would take one. But in actual mouse systems, yeah. Vision is something it's on my list of topics to cover, but this one needs to be, it's a topic I want to do on real hardware. It's not one I want to do in emulation. Walk around with an alert antivirus. No, Cameron, that doesn't work because unfortunately Semantic's subscription service expired. I don't want to have to live update Norton antivirus. So it's still building GCC. As long as it still works as a mouse system mouse, Freon, I'm okay. I would have to find the thingamajiggy. There's a tester program that can tell. Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. If we had if Symantec was in charge of making a vaccine, do you realize how screwed it would be as a species? I mean, I want people to think about this because that is a horrifying thought. Freon, once I'm done with the stream, I would be happy to walk you through testing what needs to be tested, like in depth, one-on-one, because a working mouse system mouse would be it would be immediately used for a project at sometime within the next few months. So I remember when I was a kid, I used to have Norton Uninstaller. There was a dedicated there was Norton products for everything. And see, I still have good memories of Norton Utilities and Norton System Works because holy cow, the Norton stuff used to be good, and then Symantec. Like, I do want to do a retrospective on the Norton Utilities and all that, but I have to get over my there's a lot of depression in covering that topic. Okay, so we're still making progress on compiling. The build environment. So the question is, once we actually get this compiled, what are we going to do with it, chat? Because I'm feeling wide awake and in the mood for evil. And obviously, if we have a cross compiler, we must use it for evil. We could try, I could try cross-compiling MySQL. I don't know. I could try cross-compiling MongoDB. No, even I actually managed to say it, and then my brain caught up with what I was saying. Nethack actually is really hard to cross-compile. The build system, it doesn't use auto tools. The build system has no concept of cross-compiling. I think I broke my chat. I think I broke the chat. Let's see here. Rust for Solaris. You know, Rust actually would not. Does LLVM even support Spark? I don't actually know. Because Oracle would have absolutely no reason to throw money at LLVM. Like, they have Workshop. So, Rust is AR64 and AMD64 only. I thought there was more. I thought the Rust core library was that, but I thought the Rust C compiler could actually do more than those two platforms. Well, I mean, I'm sort of thinking of trying to cross-compile Solaris to Windows, cross-compiler from Windows, you know, so I can complete the circle of life. So this is so far so good. We're still going to have to do one more build because I'm going to have to turn on the C++ compiler. But, you know, things. Progress. I mean, it's been going for a long way, but it's still building the system compiler and not the XGCC part, which makes me think it hasn't actually gone that far into the build yet. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. I mean, I feel like half my stream is just, we watch progress bars as a group. It's the, you know, but I do think it's appropriate that we are doing this today because last night I watched the rebuild of Evangelion movies, and I gotta tell you, all the mind screw is real. Yeah, no, it's still building GCC. It hasn't even... Yeah, no, it's still in GCC. It hasn't even started building the cross-lib GCC. Yeah. So, the fact of the matter is that there are a couple of bugs that have lasted a long time that never seem to get fixed. And it's quite possible that Microsoft of the late 90s, early 2000s, which was not a security-focused Microsoft, may have gotten the bug report about SMB1 and never did anything. I mean, let's be honest, how long has pass the hash and its variants on LTMV been a thing? You know, it wasn't really until Blaster and Code Red that Microsoft really started paying attention to remote code, networking code exploits. You know, Microsoft in the current era is pretty good about security, but it took a long time for them to get there. All right, so where are we currently at? So, assuming the files are in alphabetical order, I'm thinking we're getting pretty close to the end of the GCC build. This is... you really see the performance difference between Cygwin and native, though. I mean, whew. Yeah, so if it's building in alphabetical order, which I want to say it is, then we're probably about more than halfway through GCC itself, and that gets us XGCC, and then it does the rest from there. Yeah. Let's see here. Yeah. I mean... Yeah, but the thing is that Blaster and Code Red started Microsoft being aware of security, but it really wasn't until Vista and Universal Access Controls that really started screwing down things. You know, and because UAC stopped a lot of the bad practices that was happening with XP. You know, I mean, let's be honest, until XP, it was common for stuff to go mucking around in the Windows folder, which was a bad idea since always. But that's what stuff did. Yeah. I mean, I forgot which university got banned by Linus. I mean, that was a really stupid thing to do, though. Strictly speaking, Pietro, the user on Windows XP is not administrator. They're in the power users group, which does mean a few things require a password or authentication, but, you know, it's neither here nor there. University of Minnesota. Weren't those the guys that also screwed up Gopher, or am I misremembering my history? So, okay. Yeah, so currently what I've been working on the last week or so is I've been tracing down a very interesting bug in Windows. I'm not really going to go into details, but if you've been watching the community posts, you'll know that I have been dealing with things that are better left forgotten, and Itanium, which is also better left forgotten, so I guess I'm being redundant. So I'm hoping that video will be done in the next week or so. I've got a good chunk of it done, but life has been difficult. Let's see here. See here, Vista SP1. So Vista was server 2008. 7 was server 2008 R2. I mean, Pietro, if someone had gone in private to Linus and they knew in advance it was coming, because I do see the test itself as valid, but running it completely blind was not. You know, that's what I boil down to. Yeah. The next vid is going to be extremely bizarre. A few people know what it is. My Patreons have access to the script file. But I've had to make a lot of revisions because, as it turns out, explaining the madness that is Itanium is really hard to do concisely, as I'm discovering. Apparently, you need to use a lot of very long words to describe a very long instruction word. Ha! The wordplay has been doubled. Ha 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 ha. And then my chat went completely crazy. In 3, 2, 1. There we go. The chat has realized what I have said. So now we're currently in the GCC tree stuff. I mean, the thing is that we haven't even gone to the point of the build that was dying under M system, which really is impressive and scary. Please don't die. Please don't die. Please don't die. Please don't die. That's like the adage that's going through my brain right now. I mean, in fear, like, I just want to build the C compiler first. Then we're going to build the C++, Fortran, and Objective-C compilers. And, you know, we could even add some more. It is a reference to something. I'm just going to leave it at that. And it is an intentional reference. Let's see here. I am completely aware of Raymond Chen's Itanium article series. That series is the only reason that I can even look at Itanium's assembly and know what I'm doing with, because Itanium, not only to put the madness of Itanium in context, you not only have a no-op, you have multiple no-ops that tell the processor exactly how it is and supposed to do nothing and what part of the processor is doing nothing, because it is magic and ponies. In Itanium, just this is fine. The Objective-C compiler in GCC is actually not very useful because there's no real base library in it. The base library for Objective-C was essentially NextStep. And yes, I know GNU Step is in fact a thing, but it's difficult to work with. Microsoft has ported Windows to Itanium. Windows NT was designed with the notion that there was no hardware specific. It wasn't tied to a specific processor architecture. What Intel, the development on NT actually started on Intel's i860 architecture. It was then ported to MIPS. MIPS was then ported to x86. It was then ported to Alpha and PowerPC. PowerPC and MIPS ports were killed during the NT4 lifespan. During Windows 2000, it was ported to 64-bit Alpha, and then from 64-bit Alpha to Itanium, and then But those two ports were never the Alpha ports never were released publicly. The x86 version has never been released publicly. If you go into the very early versions of Windows NT, it's in the 3.1 SDKs. It's in some of the pre-releases. You can find direct references to the i860 version. As far as I understand it, it was only the NT kernel that ran. They never had Windows itself running on it. Yeah. I'm hoping... Yeah, there's some things I'd love to ask some Microsoft insiders, but I also know that there's some things they probably don't tend to talk about. Like, there was reason to believe that Microsoft had an ARM port of NT long before it came out publicly. Because Microsoft was always in the room with the ARM conferences, even though the only ARM product they had at the time publicly was CE. I've never actually seen an i860. I know that there are some systems that have both an i860 and a Motorola and a 486 side by side. We just saw libGCC is getting built now. That is a very good sign. Like, as far as things I'd love to feature on the channel, I am debating. I haven't made the decision I'm going to do it for sure yet. I am debating going into CPM for the next video, which would be getting the Commodore 128 out and going through both CPM, why Commodore CPM is special in the holy cow, what were they doing sort of sense. Commodore CPM is... Mistakes were made is the only way I can describe it. Yeah. Classic macOS the Star Trek project never was released publicly. We know it existed, and we know that parts of the DR-DAW's task manager were created for it, but it never made it out. A lot of my videos have the tag mistakes were made. I actually think I tagged this stream as a mistakes was made stream. I don't know if that's something I came up with myself or I got it from MVG. I know I've used that saying for a long time. I've actually been thinking about doing some stuff on classic macOS, but the problem is that when you say anything bad about Apple, the fanboys come flying out the yin-yang. And the fact of the matter is that classic macOS was a pile of trash. I mean, really, if you look deep into Toolbox looks back into you. That is about the most accurate description of classic macOS programming I can give. And the fact... Uh-oh. So how does this keep failing? pthreads are required to build lib... Okay, hold on. Hold on. Because we should have pthreads. I mean, we should legitimately have pthreads. All right, let's investigate this. Why are we getting a build failure here? So, source GCC, and we are dying here. So let's look at the build script. And let's see what's going on. So it does a check to see if pthreads, LP threads are available. It needs the pthreads header file. So this suggests that there's a problem with the Sysroot. So, okay, so maybe, okay, hold on. So let's look at the build for this. Build log. Because you should be looking for pthread.h. Now that's interesting. Look. So the build failure here is it can't find libpthread. So what is going on? So let's take a look in the Sysroot and let's see what's going on here. This is where I was suspecting we were going to run into problems. And you know what? Actually, while we're here, I'm going to... Yeah, this is something I should do. We need to rebuild the Sysroot. And I should have actually done this earlier. Because Solaris, Sysroot, old... Permission denied. Why do I have permission denied? That's why I have permission denied. There we go. Because now we have syslinks. So things, well, hold on. Actually, before I do that, before we do that, let me look at this. Do I have a libpthread? So I have a libpthread 0, but the linker won't find that without help. Now, if I look... This was something I was worried back when we were setting this up, is that the dynamic links were going to break and it was going to be all really bad. So, Sysroot tar pthread. Yeah, so there's pthread there. I need to help. So if we do plus C Solaris Sysroot, side drive C user yeah, okay. So we would have to do a lot more work to get this to work on our system. I bet if we now go back to GCC and then the build directory, I bet this is going to work. Yeah, no, actually, I'm just going to let that run make. Sorry, I will be back. Let me catch up with chat. So, I really want to show Copeland. I have a search alert for one of the free Mac models that can run the Copeland betas. What eBay wants for any of those Mac models is absurd. And most of those are non-working machines. Because they're from the era of Power Mac that would need to be recapped. Because I would love... I have the compiler, I have the tools to do stuff with Copeland. And I would love to document that disaster. Because it is just bad all the way down. But I need one of 3 models of Power Mac to do it. And the type of Power Mac... And Power Macs are not very popular for a lot of reasons. When they show up on eBay, they go for a lot of money. You know, and unlike an Amiga, you can't find support for them. You know, I'm not very good at soldering components. I am a software guy at heart. Also, I did apparently fix the build. So, if I could find someone that has a working Power Mac of the right model, I would borrow... I would also need a PowerBook or a second Macintosh because the debugger has to be run on a second machine, and you have to run the debugger to get anywhere. Like, I actually watched that entire 50-minute video. There was a lot of stuff in the Copeland video he did that I really wish he elaborated on that I was able to pick up by looking at context. We just had the build finish. Petro, when I looked into it, it was going to be between 300 and 400 for the machine itself, untested. And that's not counting the modder, because those need those don't have VGA on them. You know, and then it was just bad. So we have a built compiler. Let's make install it. So the question now becomes, will it work? Let's see here. We gotta let the install go. Well, I would also have, the thing is, it's not just the VGA adapters. I know ADB stuff is not expensive, but I need all the ADB stuff. I'd probably have to deal with a dead CD-ROM drive. It's a lot of effort to make that sort of video, and it would be one machine for a one-off video. So, like for the Commodore 128, I got it at a good price. It was expensive, but I did get it, and fortunately, it wasn't an eBay find. Okay, so hold on. Before we get off track here, let's just marvel at the fact that this is a thing that exists. We have a Solaris cross compiler. So let's see if it works. So nano hello C frig. Why is this in override mode? Okay, hitting insert was not the right thing to do there. Is this... What it is Vim. But why is it acting stupid? Let's see here. Set no CP. Yeah, okay, so it's compatibility mode. I don't know why they think... Alright, chat. Prediction time. Alright, first... So, two predictions. So, predictions. Will it work? It will compile. It will compile and run. NCommander crashes. Alright, I want to see, I want to know. I want to know what the community thinks. It will compile and run. You guys have a lot of faith in me. That's what I'm learning here. So Spark, GCC, hello C, hello. Well, it compiled. L32-bit MSB executable, Spark version 1, dynamically linked. Okay. Let's see if it actually runs. Oh, that's right. I had to reboot the machine. See here. Mount... Oh, frig, I don't remember what the export path was. It was what? Show mounts. Export when? I had this horrible feeling this is just going to deadlock. Why is it... What is 53. Oh no, that's because it's the wrong IP address. Okay. It's 201. There we go. Alright. So the binary's copied over. So. Here's the Solaris VM. Let's bring that up full screen. Alright. Let's see if this works. That is what I call victory. Yes! Nice! It's alive. So, okay, we have two things we need to try. We need to see if Auto Tools can actually work with this cross compiler, which means we're going to grab GNU Hello and cross compile it. And then we need to get the C++. Well, actually, let's do the C++ compiler first, because if that's if we want to do anything really fancy, we're going to need that. So let's get the rest of the compilers. So let's see here. So we need to enable C, C++, Fortran. Ada has special rules, and I don't really want to deal with the Java compiler, so we'll just do that. That should handle 90% of it. Okay. That was magic. That was legitimately magic. There's still a few things we need to test, but let's get the rest of the compiler built. Because now we know we've actually done it. We've actually built a binary on Windows 10 to Solaris 2.7. We have bridged 22 years of magic. So, okay. So let me, it helps if I type make in the console window and not in chat. Let's see here. So yes, so the next thing we can do is we can now do evil shenanigans. Or at least once we have the C++ compiler, we can, because there's a lot of stuff that needs a C++ compiler that you don't realize because people just hardcode GCC into their make files. I mean, yeah, we can definitely party like it's 1999. I mean, GCC 4, I mean, it's still a 10-year-old compiler, but it's new enough that you should be able to do some really fun stuff with. And if I really, really get bored someday, I could probably get a newer version of GCC to run. The biggest limitation is that I'd probably have to write some Spark 7 assembly and re-add it to libgcc, because that's usually the hang-up with adding a new platform to GCC. I mean, I know that someone has actually kept GCC for IRIX going, and it wasn't all that hard, because I just saw a build failure. Not sure what just died, but I just saw a build failure. May have been just a -J thing, which sometimes happens. I guess it's okay? I don't know. Building any cross compiler on risk. Oh god. So I do want to cover RISC OS at some point. I made the mistake of looking into the RISC OS bounties back when that used to be a thing. I think it still is a thing. And looking how RISC-OS programming actually works. RISC-OS has some very interesting concepts on files. I mean, I knew classic... What? Well, this is why we didn't build the C++ compiler. GNU inline present. This is probably just GCC version drift. Okay, so this is pretty easy to... This is probably really easy to fix. I really hope it's easy to fix. Where's this file? So that's where this file is. So CP, I want to say this is like the code generator. Wrong window. It was called CFNS. GNU inline. Okay, so the file numbers I need to fix are 26 and 101. So here's that, and then 101. This feels like... Well, this is definitely an auto-generated file. Alright, so I think I just need to put an inline on you. I'm hoping that's all I need. It's probably not all I need, but... That is weird. Dealing with GCC's internals is annoying. So apparently I need GNU inline. Which actually I think makes sense, because I think at this time inline was still not a standard thing in C. Could be wrong about that, but I don't think it was standard. I'm not planning on getting RISC-V hardware as of right now. I might down the line. Oh, great, missing command. The reason for that is I did a lot of work on ARM back in the day. New architecture bring up is a very frustrating and annoying thing, and I have no particular interest in RISC-V because I don't have faith in it yet. They're making a lot of the mistakes that I've seen ARM make back in the day in terms of platform fragmentation, and because of that, I have my doubts about the platform. I'm hoping it will not be like that. Let's see here. Why can't I find gpref? It must be in a different package, but I'm not sure what gpref is in. So, for the time being, I'm not super into... Yeah, so, long story short, if RISC-V proves to be a viable architecture, as in you don't need to have a customized distribution per hardware, I'd be interested in it. Until that is the case, I'm not really that willing to get invested in it. Acorn stuff never comes up here. Like, a lot of the old UK micros never made it over to this over the pond. As far as I understand, a lot of them didn't even make it out of the UK. I do know some like Petro is correct. The BBC micro did make it over, but that's about it. Okay, so we fixed the compiler bug and we're compiling again. Yeah. But so backtracking to RISC-OS, RISC-OS, for people who didn't know this, oh, for the love of freaking, okay, so apparently you can't inline this function, but if you see here. Link P. You can't inline this function, but it wants this function inlined, but it gets upset when it's inlined. Okay. Alright, so here's things that... Did I screw this up? No, I didn't screw this up. Okay, I'm confused. Because it wanted this function inlined. But this is a different build failure than it was getting earlier, which probably tells me that I need to do a make clean somewhere. Yeah, I probably have. Let's see if we can find where this is broken. So, yeah, so this is not supposed to be inlined. Let me grep for this. And let me see if I can find the other thing, and then we'll make clean. Run the grep, run the grep, run the grep. Because what I'm looking for is the inline on it. Which apparently only exists there. Because of course it does. Why would I expect anything different? I had that feeling that building a C++ compiler was going to be a lot more pain than I was hoping. So, conflicting types of for hash. You know, this file was not being rebuilt before, and that's almost certain why it's now causing trouble. Because of course it is. Alright, so what file are you including from? You're including from expect. Previous declaration was here. I like how it's apparently a comment. Yeah, so something is definitely being auto-generated. I'm just not sure what is being auto-generated. Let's see here. So specific functions are being noted. Files part of GCC. Let's see here. Yeah, so this is definitely probably this is, I don't even recognize, like I thought gpref was part of performance benchmarking, which I guess makes sense, but watch NCommander go completely mad debugging simple compiler errors. Alright, let's see here. So you build this. What file are you trying to build? Oh boy. Alright, so you're trying to build cp accept. And we go here to accept. You include a lot of files. Let me catch up with chat. For a Sunfire 440, it's going to be Solaris. Linux on Spark is not really well supported on modern Spark hardware, and there is reason. I legitimately question on why you would even run it on older Spark hardware, besides the fact that you can. Which is a completely valid use case, but the the thing is that Spark hardware you almost certainly bought for running Solaris. The only real reason that you would run Linux on Spark is if you want something new, a newer operating system on old hardware. So, progress. I need a C++ compiler if I'm going to do real crazy stuff, like recompiling GCC. Like, I actually need that. It's not like I can just ignore this. But I don't understand why I'm having a... Let's see here. Specific functions are commented out. Let me see here. What is CP... If I just force it to rebuild that file. Let's see here. That would be... what's that file? C... Because it basically got upset because this is slightly... I'm using a newer compiler with old code, which, you know, is always a bad idea. So now that I did that, you should have an additional build step. You know, I bet... Yeah, see, this is an auto... Here's the auto edit. I see what's going on here. Sign int. Yeah, so this is the file that's being auto-generated, and this is why we're getting a type mismatch. So, if we... And for some reason, GCC is showing the mismatched file. So I bet if I add register like that... If you ever want to try an interesting interview question, ask someone to define what volatile does, and trust me, you'll get some interesting answers. Because most people don't realize what the volatile keyword actually is used for. That's the mismatch. That is the mismatch. Yeah, okay. It's not a particularly clean solution to the problem, but it's a working solution. That should be a working solution to the problem. It's an almost working solution to the problem. Okay. Oh. Size T int does not actually work. No, usually when dealing with a new compiler with old code, you usually get the best thing to do is just to fix the code than trying to deal... Because otherwise I'd have to sit and actually compile an old version of the compiler. And even I have my limits. Let's see here. 2 more data types in the declaration specification. So I did the same thing twice. And then we find the hash function and... Yeah, okay. Come on, let's get building again. And we're in business. We are in business. So, let me just say that a week or two ago was the first time that I've seen someone do a bitewise AND operation on a floating point number, and it was a valid thing to do. I'm going to let the chat speculate on what the heck I found and why. Alright, so the deep magic's been fixed. Yeah, so backtracking a little bit. When it really comes to Linux on other platforms, historically, PowerPC was the only one that was really worth running on, not counting embedded. ARM has gone better, and we have gone to the point, but like Linux on Spark, and to a large extent, even Linux on Motorola 680 XO, I wouldn't consider usable on day-to-day usage. So, let's see here. I think I know. Is the Quake integer math? You know, no, I'm not even going to think about that, because if I look into Quake source code, I probably will never come back up for air again. Yeah. It does not have to do with Quake. I'm just going to say that. Oh, look, it actually built. Well, it built GCC. It didn't actually finish building the rest of the compiler, but the very first port of Debian was to Motorola 680XL. So there is that. Ooh. Okay. We are making progress. So chat, I want you guys, I don't want to do NetHack as a cross compile. We've done that joke like 6 times already, and I mean, we could do it again, but nah. Let's do something a little bit. Yeah. The first port of Linux itself, was it Motorola 680XO? It might be, actually. I've played Dwarf Fortress plenty, but Dwarf Fortress isn't free and open source. Crosscompile Emacs. I hate that idea. I hate that idea because I could do it. I don't really want to cross-compile Emacs. I really don't want to cross-compile Emacs. You know, I suppose it's a good thing I'm not trying to build GCC 4.7 for AUX as a cross-compiler. I might just have my head explode. The head explode. I feel like chat really wants me to cross-compile Emacs, and I have really mixed feelings about this. You want me to cross-compile DOS? I could. What does DOSBox's dependencies look like? The dependency chain cannot be that horrible. So let me see here. Unofficial ports, DOSBox for Linux. I guess it would be DOSBox X, really, not DOSBox proper, because DOSBox is essentially unmaintained these days. So if we, looking at the DOSBox packages, what do we actually need to compile it? I think it's SDL. Let's see here. So SDL apparently, so we need SDL 1 or 2 for Solaris. I don't think SDL has a Solaris port. Actually, I'm almost certain it doesn't. Let's see here. So, okay, hold on. The fact is, I've actually tried to cross-compile Firefox once, and let's just say building Firefox from source is... it's something. So, okay, I actually am curious. SDL1 Solaris. SDL... let's see here. Apparently, SDL1 does work on Solaris. Which means that DOSBox on... this is less problem... I think... oh, good, the build failed. Oh, wow, it went... oh, it iced. It actually, the compiler went belly up. Look at that, it actually iced. I don't remember the last time I saw the compiler go belly up, but it crashed. Oh, what was it trying to do? In file included, it actually segfaulted. That is glorious. Wow. I mean, it's fixable if I was determined, but... Why did it go belly up? Yeah, no, that is a legitimate ice. I used to have to debug these, and they were miserable to debug. But see, this version of GCC should work just fine. This isn't iffy RAM, I'm going to tell you that. So let me pull a tab over and bring it full screen. Because there are builds, so TCGware 4.5, so maybe there's patches for this. Because TCGware maintains a Solaris 2.7 tree. So let's just see if there's any fixes available for it. So let's see. Let's go into GCC. And that would be GCC 4.5. And there are patches here. That one just fixes the documentation. So I don't think that actually helps us. I don't know. I don't think any of these actually help us. Let's see here. Just see if there's anything. Yeah, okay, so that's just a broken script thing. I am not... So let's see if someone else has reported this ice. It's unlikely, but you never know. Because there's so many reasons why this could have happened. Yeah, no, you know when Google gives up, it's just, let's see, let's try Spark. Yeah, I think that's an F on the chat. you know you done effed up when the compiler says nope. I don't know. All right, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to do it. The debugger is coming out. We are actually going to. This is a bad idea. This is a really bad idea. Do I have GDB? I don't have GDB. Let's go get GDB. We're going to debug the compiler. I have completely lost my mind. We are actually going to debug this. Why am I doing this? Why am I doing this? Oh, this is bad. I don't even know if I built the compiler with debug symbols. Okay, let's do this. All right, so I need GDB, GCC. All right. Well, that's interesting. So that's a different build error than what we got. Hold on. The plot thickens, probably because I didn't copy and paste the whole command line. All right, let me run. You know, I wonder if it's just a precompiled header problem. Like, could it really be that simple? Because that's what it's doing. It's building precompiled headers. Is it, hold on, GCC disable precompiled headers. Isn't there a flag for this? want to say there's a flag for doing this. Disable libstd C++. Precompile headers. Let's see here. Long. I want to say there's a way to, okay, fine. Okay. Let's just go into... We have to go into the build system, and I'm going to have to look. Because half of GCC's options are undocumented. Headers. Let's see here. PCH, enable compiler support that doesn't require linking. Configure commands, generate headers. I mean, I probably should just figure out why it's, you know, not working. All right. So, GCC, XGCC, paste, and then it just dies. Am I in the wrong directory? It's possible. Let's see here. Where do I need to be to break the compiler? I need to be in the include directory, and then it makes this, and then we do that. And then the compiler goes down flames. Okay. So, the usual suspect when this starts happening is it's usually an optimization, an O2, an optimization flag that has gone completely. This is a long command line. Let's be honest. The cheaty way to get around this problem is you just set O0 and you pray. I don't know if we're going to be that lucky, but let's try it. So O0, because this will limit the possible places on where this could break, at the cost of a whole lot of performance. So here, O2, O0. Okay, good. It still crashes. Although maybe good is not the correct term to use here, but, well... I'm really hoping this is something obvious. It almost certainly isn't, but I'm willing to try. Why am I doing this to myself? Okay, wait for it, and down it goes. So, so it's not actually GCC proper that's blowing up. It's one of the subcomponents. Okay, so we need a -v. So I can find the part of the compiler that is blowing up. Ignoring non-existent directory. You're not supposed... how am I supposed to debug it if you're going to catch my crash? I have the distinct feeling I should just walk away from this one. Alright. Well, it is giving me a line of source code it's dying on. So why don't we just see what it's doing at that line of source code. So it's include bits, unordered set, God, looking into the source code of GCC is like, all right, so, wow, yeah, okay, the magic is real. GXX, that should not be defined. Or maybe... that is where we're crashing, right? I mean, it's a segmentation fault, so it really shouldn't make a difference. So the question I have is, if I just delete everything in this header file, except for the actual file itself, does the problem go away? No, it still crashes. In fact, the crash moves to the other file and moves here. Sorry, I'm catching up. It started as compiling a... well, I managed to build a C compiler. The C++ compiler, I think, might be a lost cause. But I want to check something. Actually, so let's put the VM aside for a moment. Let's go back to Linux. So, like I said before, I want to see if we get that same fault on running under... here, let's make that nice and big. I want to see if this fault actually happens if we try this under Linux. Because I'm curious if that is a Solaris specific fault or something else. So, and this will be a lot faster to test. So let me enable languages C++. And then make J10. And you can really see the performance difference. So, okay, this will probably complain because we've been here before. Okay, so I already know what I have to fix here because we've already been here. CP CNFS H. Alright, so I just need to fix the inline on that. Like that. I just realized that might be our bug. I just realized that there is a non-zero chance because we regenerated that file in the build process. And, frig. That's a problem. That's a solvable problem. I need my VMs up and running. Or more specifically, I need more VMs. We need more... Frig. How do I want to do this? How do I want to do this? I need to add a second tap device to my network. Sudo, if the stream goes down, I made a typo. Solaris tap 1 mode tap. Sudo let's see here. Set dev Solaris tap 1 QBR0 link set Solaris tap 1 up. Well, so far I still seem to have internet. Then you need to attach to tap 1. Because we are building a whole Solaris network here, apparently. Because I took shortcuts when I built my test compiler. And so I need to bring this VM back up. And also today from chat I learned that I don't need to split arguments between GDB and the command line, which apparently is something I should have known about 10 years ago, but okay. Wait for this to come up. So much Solaris, so much WoW. I don't even think I need to... And then I should be able to mount it. So that should be IP 200. Might need to wait for it to fully... It's still coming up. Telnet 126.0.200. Yeah, no, it's still coming up. It's taking its time. This is why you shouldn't use NFS. Let's see here. Yeah, I actually have my Qum scripts uploaded on GitHub, or at least I think I do. Maybe? Question mark? Oh, why are you being iffy about networking? Or I should say more specifically, what are you stuck on? Although at this point, I don't know how much more. Let's see here. Ping 4222. Yeah, okay. I have to force an outbound connection because ARP. Sometimes. Please tell me I have this working. Share. Yes, but that's the wrong IP address. I don't want to run ifconfig on a terminal because I don't... Because this will show my IPv6 address, and I don't need to... I don't need people knowing my publicly routable IP address. Yes, I have a firewall. I still don't need that in my life. 60107/ share FO read write 106, 107, 105. There we go. And then clear the terminal. Bring the window back. Alright, so ifconfig. So it's trying. I vaguely remember having this problem before. Access denied. Woohoo! Why was access denied? Everything on my network should be... Everything should be fine. Everything should be fine. We don't need access permissions in this house. Oh, well, yeah, okay, well that explains it. I didn't put the full... I forgot a 0. It probably wouldn't make a difference. But yeah. That's a good catch, chat. I don't know why it's taking this long. It usually times out pretty quickly. Then again, I've had issues with Solaris. Oh. Yeah, I know what the problem is. It's a DNS stall. And yeah, that was the problem. I bet that was the problem. And also this needs to be verse 3 because you have to force the older version. Or actually, did it succeed or did it fail? Apparently it succeeded. Sort of. Maybe. It mounted, but... Okay, apparently it works now. I don't know. This is fine. This is all fine. Alright, I want to see if this ice happens if I build it under Linux. You know, I just have to do make. That's all I need to do. Alright, let's find out. The speed difference between Cygwin and Linux is ridiculous. No, all my VMs have separate IP addresses. Or most of them do. Because I was ready for this possibility, so yay. So if this crashes and burns, I'm going to be really confused that if this works correctly here and doesn't work correctly on the other compiler. I have this feeling it's going to work just fine. I think the less... But that still doesn't make sense, because it means the problem is something Cygwin specific. But we're not using yeah, I think it just finished building the library that it couldn't be. Why is this a thing? Why does that work? Well, I didn't actually enable the Fortan compiler when I did this, so I should probably do that. But why does this work? I know that one file we changed differently on this versus the other one, but that should not be making the... Alright, I'm going to let that compile, and then I'm going to fix the other thing. You know, it actually does make sense in its own very confused world. Well, we'll see if the Fortan compiler build fails. Okay. So here's what I'm going to do. So let me go back to SideDrive, because we edited a file that is automatically generated. But we're doing it with tools that have drifted over time. And we already saw that there was some issues with that. So what I did on one was a different fix than what I did on the other. And I'm wondering if that's the problem. Specifically, this file here. So let me transplant it, and let me redo this fix the same way on both. Because this is what I changed. So now if I do the build, it should fail. I really hope it fails. Alright, so let's see how this is going. That's still building. Okay. I mostly build it out of tradition, not that I'm actually using it. But the fact is, it should not... It's dying in C++ code. So if that is what's causing the problem, then something has gone horribly wrong. I don't know what has gone horribly wrong, just that something has. Alright, so let me try... So This attribute needs to go away. That's going to rebuild XGCC, and we'll see if the problem goes away. I'm not convinced the problem's going to go away. But this code, let's see here. This looks like it does parts of... I suspect this does parts of determining if a file has to be rebuilt, so it is possible that that's why things have changed. Which really shows the danger of compiling old code with new tools. You always want to have a very stable development environment. If I was doing this, if I wasn't just doing this for fun, there's a lot of things I'd be doing differently. Like, I would actually be trying to build this... Normally when you build GCC, you're supposed to build it with the same version of compiler to cross-compiler. Okay, so it's still panicked, which is probably a good thing, but... Probably. But I want to rule out some things. Because what I'm noticing is it's not crashing on the other build. I just want to redo that build. I really... Because the error could have compounded itself. But I have that distinct feeling that... Yeah, okay. That's kind of what I expected to happen. Yeah, because if we look here, you know what we have? A C++ cross compiler. And a Fortran one. So for the bug to happen on one and not the other tells me that quite a few things have had to go wrong. Let me think about this. So, for a segmentation fault to happen, it means that one component in the stack has gone, ha ha ha, F you. Which could be a large number of things. It could be a compounding compiler error. Wow, I'll say that 3 times fast. Or more. Maybe I should make a macOS to Solaris compiler. That way we can fully encompass the Unix-ness. I'm not sure what to think about this. Oh, that's right. Didn't macOS completely replace SMB with their own? They used to use Samba, and they like completely replaced it with their own proprietary stuff. And down it goes. Alright. I'm going to do a make clean. We're just going to try... DS store is not required for resource forks. NJ Road fan. Resource forks are stored in Apple Double. Alright, let's do a clean. I think I want completely nuke and pave the world. But I think config.log got deleted, so I don't know if that's actually an option. Do I have the configure line saved? I want to completely redo this build from scratch. Now that I have that fix done correctly. And I also want to restart Cygwin. Because that's how we do things. Okay, nuke and pave you. Okay, grab that from the compiler history. It's going to take a while, but that's fine. J8, go. So if this seg faults again, there's only 2 possible remaining explanations. There's 3 possible remaining explanations. Did I install patches on Eclipse? Because this is a different VM than the other one. Because the 2 VMs I have are Eclipse and Glitch. And I installed patches on Eclipse. Actually, maybe I did install patches. Did I install a patch cluster on this? Maybe I didn't install a patch cluster. Let me just see if Internet Explorer starts. That's the easy way to know if it works. If iExplorer starts, I didn't install patches. If iExplorer crashes and then it kernel panics, then I installed patches. Yes, I am using Internet Explorer as a litmus test. Okay, so I didn't actually install patches on that VM. Wow, the lag is real. NTFS specifically had added alternate data forks for Mac OS, and they are used with Macfile, which was Microsoft's official AppleTalk sharing stuff. Oh. So the odds are that someone will fork Samba and just keep it going as a secondary project. I mean, that's sort of what happened with NetAtalk and retro builds. I'm tempted to let this build finish, and then maybe we'll wrap it up for the day. We did get a cross compiler from Windows to Spark. It didn't really work very well, but it does exist. But we could take it so much further. I haven't decided if I want to take it further or not. I have many questions. Being said, I will say it's been a quiet stream today. Nothing wrong with that. But I do wonder if this topic's a little bit too esoteric. Maybe I'm debating on what I want to do for the next stream. I might do something Linux related because I don't really like making videos on Linux because they get a little samey, but could look at some of the early Debians. Maybe, let's see here. Let's see here. What was I saying? Early Debians. I definitely think I am running low on brain power at the moment, so. I want to say that Explorer did support alternate data streams. It's possible it was only in the server versions, but I thought it would show ADSs in Explorer. Could I do some Spark content? Well, I did a video on Solaris 7, and that's Solaris 7 on Spark, not x86. I don't own any Spark hardware, although I've had an offer to get for some, so I need to follow up on that. The last Linux live stream I did was actually Slackware, so I don't really want to go back into that topic. Although I am sort of tempted to do an upgrading through every version of Slackware stream, although I probably would go crazy in the attempt. That being said, the upgrade path from Slackware 2 to 3 appears to be don't, because that was A out to ELF. I could be tempted to do either Fedora Core 1 or early Red Hat Linux. Yeah. I do want to cover Tempo OS at some point, but if I'm going to cover Tempo OS, it would also be part of a mental health awareness thing. And one of my biggest pet peeves is that people that cover Tempo OS tend to basically treat it as a joke. And I really don't want to do that. And I'd rather not cover it at all if I can't do it respectfully. So, Fedora, Mandrake, SUSE. I'm not even sure if you can upgrade for all of that. Upgrading for every version of Ubuntu would be painful because you're dealing with 6-month releases, and the first release was in 2004. So that's 14. Let's see here, 6, 20, 17 times 2, 34 separate releases. Well, looking at old Gentoo is a little bit hard because old Gentoo no longer compiles. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, if I was to cover Temple OS, I would cover a lot of Terry Davis's history. It's not something I'm going to do as a live stream, and it's something I would need to do. I have to put a lot of thought on how to present it. Because creating something like Temple OS requires a lot of talent. To put it bluntly, I have looked at Temple OS. He wrote his own compiler for a programming language called Holy C and more. You know, he really had a lot of talent. And he basically got screwed over by the system and the poor treatment of mental health in this country. So I may do it for the next mental health awareness month. I have to figure out how I want to do it. Yeah, it's one of those videos that I would legitimately consider turning off comments, not because of myself, but because if you saw, I haven't done it on my Richard Stallman video where I basically trash the Free Software Foundation. I still get attacks and hate mail on that video, and I leave the comments enabled because people are entitled to say what they think of me. I delete the really nasty shit, like the ones that say I should die and so forth, but I otherwise leave the opposing opinions up. For someone on the topic of Terry Davis, I would probably leave comments disabled because there's too many people that would use that as a trash ground. I mean, that's really what it boils down to. I did not see Linus's video on Temple OS. I did not like how he handled React, so there's that. I actually lived in Oregon, not far from where he died. I actually know exactly where so for those, let me give a little context for this. So Terry Davis suffered from schizophrenia, and he probably suffered from more than that, but that is what he was diagnosed with. He believed that he was receiving messages from God to create an operating system that would power the third temple, which is a very big thing in Jewish faith. The belief, I'm not a religious scholar, but if I remember my studies correctly, the third temple the construction of the third temple would coincide with God's return to Earth, and the merger of Earth and Heaven. So what happened to that point is that he started creating Temple OS, and parts of its design was that it was a single user system that was 16 color because that's what he believed was dictated to him based off God. And he was an incredibly talented programmer for what he did. But he was in and out of the healthcare system for basically most of his life. What ultimately happened to him is that he ended up homeless, and the exact account is disputed. But what is known for sure is that he was walking along the railroad tracks near the Dales. For those who don't know, there's railroad. In Oregon, the railroad tracks run along the Columbia River, and it's really hard to walk from place to place in Oregon. So you basically are either on US 30, the interstate, or the railroad tracks. So Davis was walking along the BNSF main line, and as far as the medical examiner came to the conclusion was that he was struck by a train coming up from behind. He may have never even heard it coming, and was killed instantly. So, but how he ended up in that situation is really just kind of damning, all in all. So it really frustrates me when I see people trash that, and I don't really want to go into too many details because I've looked into Davis quite a bit, and I'm going off memory, but I really don't want to misrepresent things in this stream. So, yeah. I'm sorry if it just bothers me a lot, is what I'm going to go for. Anyway, getting back on topic. GCC is still building, and like I said, I intend to do it primarily because I really want to emphasize that while Tempo OS was shaped by schizophrenia, the person behind it should not be a punching bag or so forth. Yeah. Yeah, I have personally had death threats made towards me. I have actually wrestled a lot with that video. I ultimately decided to leave it up because I rewatched it a few months ago. I make one factual mistake, which I'm annoyed about, and in hindsight, I wouldn't have rushed it as I did at the time, but I needed that video to go out when it did because it was topical at the time. And I was rewatching it and I'm thinking, I am not wrong in saying this. I don't know if people here watch Fate's Stay Night or have read the visual novel or so forth. But in the Heaven's Feel scenario, the main character, Shiro, is dealing with his mindset of protecting other people. And he goes on and on wrestling with this because his mindset and his love for Sakura in Heaven's Feel become into conflict with each other. And he comes to the conclusion that he was not wrong on what he was doing. And when I think about the Free Software Foundation video, I tend to have that same mindset that while I didn't do it perfectly, I wasn't wrong for doing it. And that's why the video has stayed up. And I've left comments enabled mostly for that same reason. And it's just something I deal with. It's a reminder that speaking up has a price. And I don't regret doing it. I might regret it at some point, but I don't regret it now because, and if I do, it's mostly because of the harassment, not because I actually said something. Well, you know what YouTubing is? The most concise definition I've ever been able to use is that being a content creator in general is the ultimate search for perfection while knowing it is utterly unobtainable. I have legitimately considered doing videos about GNU Herd and the larger Free Software Foundation. Despite the fact that I have some serious problems with the Free Software Foundation, I also recognize that they were the catalyst for a lot of things that were all in all good. So I have sort of been wanting to go back down that rabbit hole. but it won't be an easy one. Like, if I go down the GNU, if I was to do a video on herd, because I've not only run herd, I've actually committed code to it. I know probably more about herd than 90% of people in general. It would be very hard for me to split the politics part of that video out, because politics is so inherent to the Free Software Foundation DNA. I'm sorry if I'm, like, there's people that have said that, oh, because you don't like the Free Software Foundation, you should not be using GCC, which, something built. Okay, so the compiler is segfaulted again. So, yay. So I'm thinking that there is something actually wrong with trying to run this compiler on top of Cygwin. There is one more thing I can try. So what is probably happening at this point is that GCC is being compiled with a code generation bug. And this is a bug upon a bug upon a bug. Because if it was a general problem with the GCC source code, it would not have compiled correctly on Linux. Now, what version of GCC did I build this with? I built this with 9.3. And if we go here, this is 10.2. Let us... You know what? I want to try... I need to try this just for the sake of trying it. Build Cygwin. I'm going to try building this as a native compiler. This should work. Build Cygwin for free. Enable languages. C, C++. I probably can get away with the native disable W error. I probably don't need to downgrade LD, but we'll see. Let me fix the prefix because that's the wrong prefix. I am just curious. At this point, I really want to know what the cause is. See, and this is being recognized as a valid compiler prefix. Yeah, well, I guess this would have been after Windows 7 shipped, so that makes perfect sense. So this should compile without issue as a native compiler. I don't like leaving mysteries unsolved. Let's see here. So, yeah. Well, there's a lot more about herd that... There was a second... So there was two major herd periods. There was a herd period in the years leading up to before Linux became a thing for what are obvious reasons. And even Stallman has admitted that herd's original design was a bad idea. That it would have been better to build on top of one of the BSDs, but he also has admitted that that would have been required. That's with the power of hindsight, not foresight. After the GPL v3 became a thing, there was a renewed interest on herd when Linus said that he would not relicense the kernel under GPL v3. So, and that effort fell apart a lot because of politics. So it was definitely a... so the charting the full herd story is... It's very inherent to the core of the Free Software Foundation. And it's like me trying to make a video on OS2 in and of itself, because there's so much that has to be covered. I don't know how I'd boil it down into a 20-minute video. And I do use 20 minutes as a rough rule of thumb because the human attention span is only so long. Says the person that's been streaming for 4.5 hours. 5.5 hours. Yeah. I actually ran Open Indiana and Illumos quite a bit. Illumos is getting better, but they are having they never really recovered from not Joylent has thrown a lot of money into Illumos, but they really don't have any major users as far as I know. So there's that. There are some people that really keep trying to keep Herd going, but the thing is that Herd has working glibc. In fact, officially, glibc was only for Herd, and Linux support was added very grudgingly. So, yeah. If it is installed, it's really trippy to run it because a lot of stuff that you expect in modern Linux is there. And then a lot of stuff isn't, like, a journaled file system. It's also very slow. So a lot of it is because when you get right down to it, there's been no major functionality, no major core functionality that's been added since threading. And in terms of the kernel, if you have threading, signals, and what? Oh, okay, configuration not supported. That makes perfect sense. Yeah, no, that actually does make perfect sense. I need a different compiler. I probably should... I'm probably looking so deep down the path of madness that madness is looking back into me. But I'm okay with this. So let me see here. So I should have a version of GCC that is 32-bit, and I do. Actually, that's version 5.4. Let's try... Let me grab that. This must be the very, very old... A very, very old GCC. Yeah, it even has a different triplex. Let me try compiling with this. I need to get this out of my system. Actually, the Nico, if you ever load up Herd, if you type ls at the login prompt, it just runs ls. And that's a feature, not a bug. I'm not even BSing. That is an actual feature. So, okay, so if we're going to try this, let me try... I need to add a host flag to this. So, I need to add host i686 PC Cygwin, because that's the triplex of that compiler. And now, actually, we'll put GCC in Canadian cross mode. Wow. It did not exactly like that. Let's see here. I actually need to also set the build flag to i686 PC Cygwin. Let's see here. Cannot run hosted C compiler programs. Why does it not like that? Probably for various reasons, but let me just restart Cygwin. Let me just restart Cygwin, i686, PC. Compiler starts. I have this bad feeling that this compiler is broken. Okay, yeah. Nope, that's completely the case. I've got a few more things I want to try, and then I think I'm going to wind it up for the day. I did what I set out to accomplish. But there's always more to be tried. So let me see here. If I downgrade GCC, what is the oldest GCC that I can actually install? I actually have GCC installed. Keep version 7.4. 7.4. Just curious. So, backtracking a little bit. Herd exists. A lot of Herd exists because the Free Software Foundation can enforce copyright on it. That is a lot of what has made the FSF keep interest in Herd. And I'm sorry that I disappeared there for a moment. I am still actually trying to make this all happen. Okay, so this is a much, much older GCC. Let us see if it makes a difference. Last time I checked, Herd was still using drivers from Linux 2.2, which means that there's no USB stack. So the thing with Haiku is that Haiku was a replacement for an operating system that effectively died on the vine. So they weren't chasing a missing target. They weren't chasing a moving target. Part of the problem with React OS is that they constantly keep chasing the most recent versions of Linux. Honestly, if they had stayed at a base of Windows NT 4 or 2000, it would probably be in a much more stable state. That being said, there's a lot I want to say about React OS that I'm hesitant to say. I mean, the other problem with React OS is it never really manages to justify its own existence. The fact of the matter is that React OS, more or less by definition, can never be better than Wine because most of React OS is built around Wine. And Wine itself, at some point, really became more about games than actually Windows compatibility. Like, 9 times out of 10, if you try a game on Wine, it works. But if you try something that uses a Win32 interface, 50-50 chance if it actually works. And there's some really obnoxious breaks in the Wine API that should have been fixed years ago. Like, parts of the namepipes API, last time I checked, just don't work. So, Wine I find very frustrating. And the thing is that what people trash a lot of React OS for is a lot of things that are broken in Wine. I mean, when you run Wine with arbitrary Windows applications and you don't run Wine tricks, the level of compatibility is about the same. So a lot of hate for React OS is misplaced. I mean, I would probably... There has also been allegements. Well, you know, that I don't actually want to bring that up because that's a really ugly can of worms. But React OS is a complicated topic. So this is the last attempt I'm going to make at this, I think. Yeah, but Dungeon Seeker, of the stuff you've run, how much of it is on Steam? I mean, realistically, what Windows applications are you actually running? And are those Windows applications running without Winetricks or Winetricks equivalent? I mean, realistically speaking, ReactOS is Wine running on, I mean, that's part of what, yeah. Well, I mean, that's kind of why Valve's forked Wine to create Proton. Why? Well, yeah, but the fact of the matter is that you still have to run Winetricks. If you try running something on ReactOS and you are not using, if you don't do Winetricks by hand, the compatibility is going to suck. Just for the record, I will not touch leaked source code on this channel, and I won't touch it in general because of taint issues. So, just to make that very clear, that you will never see me going through Microsoft's internal source code. You won't ever see that on the channel, because that is such a legal besides the fact that it was never published, it's also such a legal, it's a massive legal can of worms. There's a lot of things I'd love to cover that legal issues make really hard. But in that particular case, because it was never intended to be published, I probably wouldn't even touch it regardless of legality. I've always been surprised that Valve really has put as much effort into Linux as they have. I don't know how much of Steam's user base is actually on Linux, but I know a lot of it was due to Steam Machine and such. I will probably poke at BSD 4.2 or 386 BSD at some point. The problem a lot is that making Unix, and especially command line Unix, look interesting in a video is difficult. Because let's be really honest here. If I put someone in front of a command line and show, it's not easy to tell at a glance if it's Unix, Solaris, BSD, so forth and so on. Yeah. I sort of understand why they went to Arch. It's very similar to why Chromium OS is based on Gentoo. It's primarily because those distributions are very hard to build something custom on top of, and their upstreams are not very receptive to forking. Like, it is actually very difficult to recompile Debian from scratch. I am probably one of the few people that could do it without excessive amounts of pain, because I have the knowledge of how to do it from my time as both a Debian developer and as an Ubuntu core developer. But if you ever want to look up, here's how you build all of Debian from source, I guarantee you will lose weeks of your life trying to do it. And even when you have it, the workflow is insane for what they were trying to do. Like, Debian's build system and packaging works very good for distributed maintainers building a general purpose OS. For something like Steam Machine, Steam OS, there are very valid reasons to go with something else. I'm a little surprised they didn't actually go with a CentOS build. But considering that RHEL has been basically screwed over its own community with that. I can understand why. So, yeah, I actually I should more say I'm more surprised they didn't go with a Gentoo base. Because Arch historically is not that easy to recompile. Notrix, Linux from scratch is not hard if you follow the book 1-to-1. The magic trick is if you basically decide to do it without the book. That, my friend, is real magic. Green, to go into the specifics of Debian packaging, I could go for a few hours on that topic. The long and short of it is that there's no easy way to fork Debian, is what it really boils down to. Because parts of Debian don't use source control, parts of it use 30 different source controls. There's no consistent upstream. There's only the source package. And that's where Ubuntu does fork it. Snaps and Flatpak. So, snaps, I'm not a big fan of snaps. Because snaps run in a container, and they are very hard to reconfigure. Snaps, I've always gotten the sense of, packaging Ubuntu software is hard, let's just sidestep the entire problem. Because I know the guy who implemented snaps. And they're great because they work, but the fact of the matter is that if I use a snap of Glimpse or GIMP, it has issues because it's running in a container. Like, you can only edit files in my home folder and not those outside my that tree, which honestly drives me a little bit bats. Flatpak, I've yet to get Flatpak to work reliably. I can get a Flatpak build to work if I pull teeth, but 9 times out of 10, I feel like I'm beating my head against the wall repeatedly to get something really minor to work. And allergies be allergies. I'm sorry, I didn't mute my mic when I did that. Sorry, you have to listen to all my nose-blowing noises. So, the thing is that pre-snaps, PPAs for Ubuntu were really the way to go, and PPAs work pretty well, all things considered. It's just, when you make it hard for your community to be involved, which is sort of what Ubuntu has become, everyone suffers for it. Like, I haven't, it's been a while since I've looked on the Ubuntu development mailing lists, but things have seemed a lot less active in what's known as Universe than they used to be 5 years ago. But me ranting about Ubuntu will be things. Ask me about if you ever meet me in real life, because there's words I could say about that would get me Content ID striked. Ooh, wow, my ears are kind of blocked up. All right. Yeah, I think I'm running. I may be running out of content. Not a problem. So, anyway, was that file named what I thought it was named? Hold on. Was that actually something I saw? That is such a horrible file name. Analyze RTL. Right. Right. We're just I'm just walking away from this one. Actually, you know, that's not a bad idea. Is we should actually see if we can reproduce that bug on Linux, because there was a compiler build flag for that. So while that's building, let's actually see if we can do that. Because if we can reproduce the bug, wait a minute, how am I actually going to do this? I need to prove that the bug exists in a current version of GCC. So how do I do that? Because I would have to build a cross compiler for the current version of GCC, and GCC doesn't support Solaris 2.7 anymore. There's a stupid part of my brain that just wonders what happens if I point a Solaris 2.10 compiler at it. There's an entire subreddit that's called Are They New? And that, I honestly, someone should take a still of that and post it there. Like I said, I'm thinking about this right now. How do we confirm that this bug still exists? And I almost feel like the answer is I install Lumos and build a cross compiler to a Lumos with GCC 10. Because GCC's upstream needs a reproduction case. And if I can't produce a valid one, the bug will just get closed. And you know, that's a completely fair point of view. So to reproduce this bug, to make a bug report, I'd have to install Lumos. I think that is ultimately what is coming down to. Or I would have to install another Unix from the right time period, you know, a modern Unix. I could, no, BSDs probably would not cause a problem. It would have to be one with a proprietary compiler. Couldn't be HP Unix. It would have to be AIX, or it would have to be Solaris. Or, well, a Lumos, because I am not going to install Solaris 11, and you can't make me. So this is still going. This hasn't crashed yet. But doesn't mean it's not going to. But I'm running out of I don't understand how it could crash on one system and not the other. I don't know if modern AIX runs in Cume. I haven't run. Last time I ran AIX, it was still AIX 4 or AIX 5 on an RS6000. I would love to have an RS6000. I would love to have an RS6000. All right, so all right. So what I am thinking for future streams, since you know at this point I think we're definitely starting to wind down. We're just waiting to see if this finishes. I am tempted to do a Linux from scratch. Let's see, a Linux from scratch. Like, this has been a video idea I've had for a while, but I kind of want to put my own twist on it, and I'm not sure how I want to do it. I could do an old school Linux from scratch. It does look like they've retired some of these. Let's take a look at the old museum. Like, what was the very first version of this? 1999. That is way older than I thought it was. Like, 1999 would put it Debian 2.0 era. There were other books. Let me see if I can find it. Because there was the CLFS stuff. Well, we're still trying to get the compiler to work. I mean, we could compile DOSBox on Solaris directly, but the stream was making Windows 10 to 7's cross compiler. We've only partially succeeded at that goal. So, let me see here. Actually, this is still going, right? Yeah, this is still going. There used to be a specific book for doing cross Linux from scratch. And maybe it's in the Beyond book. Read online. Yeah, here's the System D version. But I think most of this is just compiling other software. Let me just see if I can find it. Because there was a brief period where cross Linux from scratch... Here it is. Yeah, okay, so I guess it forked off to its own version. But that was one of the most useful guides in learning how to do cross compilers back in the day. So anyway, it's still going. Where are we? We're currently in libgcc. I also like how the defined flag is GCC float not needed. Yeah, but I am deeply confused. I'm guessing this is going to Segfault. If it doesn't Segfault, I'll be even more surprised because it means... If it Segfaults, it means that the code got miscompiled somewhere along the line. But I vaguely... Didn't Alpine Linux literally say today that they are going to be going with older GCC because the main line is still too buggy? Let's see here. Well, so far, everything seems fine. This is fine. This is all fine. Clang... I don't even know if Clang supports... Let's take a look. Hold on. Does Clang even support Spark? Let's see here. Clang on Spark. It's a presentation of some sort. Let's see here. Let me just try Clang supported targets. That's probably an easier question. Cross compilation. Let's see here. So I guess it would be LLVM instead of Clang because Alright, and then we have a Wikipedia. So currently the current backends... So there is actually a Spark backend, which a little bit surprising. Okay, LLVM used to support Alpha. I guess that means Clang... I guess Clang worked on Alpha at one point. My mind has been blown. Alright. This is fine is, I see, the thing is, I used to be a line firefighter, so when I experience my house is on fire, I take that meme in a much more different manner than most people. I haven't looked at anything System 390 yet. I do actually plan to do something with mainframes and Hercules at the time being. The largest problem with doing anything mainframe is, dear effing Lord, the licensing. It is virtually impossible to get development licenses for ZOS, and this compiler iced. So, what this tells me is that there's something inherent to Cygwin that breaks this compiler. I am aware that ZOS cannot be licensed for Hercules. I am aware that even getting remote access to a development machine is an incredibly expensive thing. Because I did look into it. So at this point, I don't know what the takeaway is from here. I don't understand how I can have a working, how it can segfault on one and not segfault on the other. Like, I legitimately don't understand how this can be a thing. The only thing I could do something really, really... Alright, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to do this, but I feel really bad about doing this. Let me set up shared folders, because we need to copy some files. I should not do this. Like, I legitimately should not do this. I need to go to... Actually, my home folder would be fine. That's fine. Not public, just mcast of all. Okay. This is a bad idea. Like, what I'm about to do is such a horribly bad idea. Alright, so there's my home folder on the Linux side. Let us go to the build directory, to the file that is currently failing. Someone in chat probably knows what I'm about to do and probably should stop me from doing it. So what file is actually failing? So you are outputting to there. If I go side drive Z source sol7 GCC build spark, like, literally do not try this at home, because this is a really stupid idea that I'm about to do. Alright, where is that output file? Yeah, so include. Okay, so now I just need the file that contains all the other files. What's the name? Wait, what? Why does this file not exist? Does the Linux version not use precompiled headers? Or did the precompiled headers get deleted? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wrong key combo. Why am I going down this rabbit hole? This rabbit hole doesn't lead anywhere good. This rabbit hole leads nowhere, no place but bad places. There's no precompiled headers. Like, there are no precompiled headers. Or maybe there are, but hold on. Find name GCH. Why are there no precompiled headers? Why are there precompiled headers on one and not the other? on GCH. Whoa, 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 whoa. There's a flag for disabling precompiled headers. There's a flag for disabling precompiled headers. Is this flag enabled or disabled? If that's the problem, I might... My head might explode. My head might explode. Okay, what sets that config? It is precompiled. What enables that? Enable PCH is what I'm looking for in the log. PCH no on this build. Why is that different? Why are those two things different? Those two things should not be different. Those things should be the same. No. No. This entire thing did not get caused by a configure check running wrong. Ah! You know, I even looked at this earlier. I hate the fact that I had to look in the freaking config file. So if I forcibly set this, if I do a make clean and I forcibly set this, I should just walk away. I should just walk away. There's nothing to be gained from this. But no, I have to see it through because this is how we do things here. I don't leave it half dead on. If there's hope and I'm not half asleep, this is... If that makes the problem go away... No, I shouldn't say that. Well, we discovered that there might be an undocumented flag to unbreak GCC. You know, it's literally this. You know, I don't know. Enable unbroken GCC. Because that's how things go. If you've enjoyed this content... Alpha Alone, let's not. Please. Let's not. I don't want to be compiling 3 hours from now. No. No. I really don't want to be compiling 3 hours from now. No. Because he's not wrong. They're not wrong. They're legitimately not wrong. That's exactly what could be happening. And if you enjoyed this content, please like and subscribe. If you really want to cause me more pain and suffering, here's my Patreon. And if one of you actually made a GoFundMe for horrible ideas, I might actually break down crying. So, my original plan was I was just going to copy the parts of std.libc from the Linux build that were working to the Windows build. And then when doing that, I realized that there was an undocumented GCC option that had been set to different things, one on Cygwin, one on Linux, that really shouldn't disagree with each other. And that's how I found... That's how NCommander crashed. So... Yes, I'm almost afraid to look at my Twitter because someone might have actually started a funding campaign for me to do something. And Samuel, I've done that. That's how you bootstrap GCC if you don't have binaries. Like, I have legitimately done that. It's not as bad as it sounds. That was actually my intent to do that before everything broke. So, if this actually works, I don't know. If I could be convinced to still try and cross-compile GCC itself, but it is probably a really bad idea. Because we're already running on Magic and, Magic. Oh, wow, my ears are just blocked. See, I've never actually watched Office. Is that where that meme is from? Because I've seen that meme in, like, Gamers Reacts and other montage videos. The no, oh god, why no meme. How bad would cross-compiling Wine to Solaris be? So Wine, the thing is that Wine, I could only do Wine lib, and compiling Wine is an exercise in Magic because it only works about 1/3 of the time and only when you don't expect it to work. Because every time I've compiled Wine from scratch, it just... This is fine. This is fine. I might release the binaries from this build to my Patreons. It won't be complete without a Solaris 7 Sysroot. But I might make this a Patreon perk if if this actually works. Yeah, SJC. I had to debug the Wine build for Ubuntu more than once, and everyone I know who's looked at it says it runs on Magic. Like that was the effect. We never could figure out what. Like it's literally non-deterministic behavior in a C file. How many times can I recompile GCC in a single day? Asking for a friend. Yeah, I'm looking at... Okay, I'm just looking on Twitter just to see what horribleness people have been commenting about. Because if my streams go really crazy, people start talking about it. Huh. Okay, so there we go. This kind of abuse is against the GoFundMe TOS. I don't know. I don't know. I actually am somewhat scared that this is going to work. Compiling GCC 255 times in a row without sleep. No, the real magic trick is having a unified set of compiler binaries for every single GCC target imaginable. I don't even know how many potential targets that could be. That's a lot of potential targets. Like, I mean, I don't even know how many. Like, if you ever get bored, like, and you want to see magic of the highest degree, I highly recommend taking a look inside AutoTools' list of supported platforms, which is config.sub. This is a very old version of that file, but I mean, you find some really fascinating things in this file. Like, I love the fact that PDP-10 is in config.sub, but it's not the Fortran. It's not Fortran that is failing here, Dungeon Seeker. It's C++. Like, the fact of the matter is that 386 BSD is still in AutoTools. That is a thing that exists. Oh man, remember Xscale actually used to be a top level target. I forgot about that. Apollo 68 BSD. Wow, I'm actually surprised AUX is in here. Because GNU had major problems with AUX. There used to be a formal boycott of GNU stuff on Apple for many years. Partially due to Next and partially due to other reasons. And then we have a whole bunch of Cray systems. I wonder how many of these GCC actually supports as a target. Like, I don't know what an Encore is, but I'm interested to find out. Like, this file is just like looking through magic. And then you see things like this. I'm not sure what System 532 is. Which really says a lot. And then you get some that are less than magical, like, oh, I don't know. Anything to do with PA risk. There, I said it. Walking away. I mean, this file just keeps going and going and going. All the platforms you heard of and most of the ones you never have. Alright, so this is still going. So, didn't Strongarm end up at Marvell? Let's see here. If you do, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to actually get the C++ cross compiler going? Like, I don't know if I really should encourage this, because building cross compilers is things that I should not be encouraging other people to do. It should be left to train. It should be left to trained professionals. Mostly because we have been taught on how to ignore our feelings and to suffer for the greater good. God, why do I do this? You know, at least I have answered the question of, could I make a Solaris cross compiler, as yes. Green, we are not going down that road. No, you just take that thought, pack it up, and leave the chat, please. We are not talking about a reproducible build for an operating system in 1999. No. The Nico, is your enterprise going to be powered by NIS Plus or by Netinfo? Inquiring minds need to know. NT4, no, the Nico, then you have to add a LAN manager BDC. It has to be done. It's still going. It's in the Fortran code. It's in the Fortran code. It's doing a bunch of math. I need to look at this. Why the heck was it doing that thing with the header files? And I mean, this is fine. This is all fine. This is not fine. This is so not fine. Why was that configure test becoming true? Let's see here. So here's generate headers. I mean, if it's the variable is called glibc cxx, it really should only ever be enabled on Linux. Except there's this thing for Darwin. I mean, I do actually want to dig up Darwin, like when it was still an actual operating system, because there is some fascinating magic in there. I've actually built it from source, and oh boy, that magic is magical. Well, the thing is, I have a perfectly good C++ cross compiler. It's just, the fact of the matter is, with all the time I've spent compiling GCC, it would still be faster to cross compile GCC to Solaris 7 than it would be to do this natively. Dungeon Seeker, what version of SharePoint server are we talking about? And I realize that I really shouldn't have answered that question because now I'm going to get asked stuff about SharePoint. The SharePoint isn't real, it can't harm me. SharePoint isn't real, it can't harm me. SharePoint isn't real, it can't harm me. That's what I keep telling myself. That's what I keep telling myself. That's what I keep telling myself. Late SharePoint, you should probably try using an older version and then upgrading to it. Because at that point, Team Foundation Server was actually a thing, and Team Foundation Server was surprisingly not garbage compared to what it replaced. I mean, if you really want to see train wreck, I highly recommend the words Visual Source Safe. And just be aware that Visual Source Safe is how the Source engine got its name. Because Valve developed Half-Life and Half-Life 2 with Visual Source Safe. And now I just need to wait for chat's brain to melt. Chat is laggy today. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. I do actually, one thing I need to look into is... There we go. SJC's brain has exploded. I probably need to go to low latency streaming instead of ultra low latency because closed captions are not available on low latency. Whoa, guys. I think the compiler's done. I think the compiler is done. Why was it an undocumented GCC option that had to be set to make this work? Why? SCJ, I'm sorry. The absolute madman might have done it. The absolute madman's about to do something even worse. The absolute madman is going... Screw it. We're going for broke. We are going... Okay, hold on. Hold on. It has to be done. Folks, I want to let you... Do you want me to cross-compile GCC to Solaris? Or do you want me to cross-compile Solaris... a cross-compiler for Solaris targeting Windows? Because... Let's go... You guys suck. I knew that's how the poll was going to go. But you guys still suck. Because I knew exactly how you were going to do this. Alright, let me see how we actually do this. Because I need to figure out... Let me look up... MinGW Linux to Windows cross-compile. I mean, this shouldn't be hard. Let's see here. So GCC... Probably the easiest way to do this. You don't understand the options. So so the options are I could take GCC and cross-compile the compiler itself to Solaris, Or I could take GCC and cross-compile a Windows cross-compiler. So I can compile from Solaris 7 to Windows 10. And complete the circle of life. Because this is a thing that I could do. I probably shouldn't do it. But I could do it. Do I want to do a Canadian cross? That is what the technical term here is a Canadian cross. I'm thinking about it. It could be done. It's probably a horrible, horrible idea. Because I'd have to rebuild Cygen's core or not Cygen, M Systems core libraries. But it could be done. You guys chose pain. You guys chose pain. You really, really... Alright, well, I'm going to do option 1 first because I want to see if I can even pull it off. Why did I even give you guys the choice? Alright. Fine. We're doing this. We are... I don't know what's happening, but it's happening, so we need to cross-compile some dependencies. Screw it. I shouldn't be doing this. Like, I should walk away. That is the correct answer to the everything right now. Also, how do I not have gget? Okay, I have curl. I shouldn't find that funny, but I do. I really shouldn't find it that funny, but I like that answer. That is the greatest thing. Death by Snoo Snoo. Why am I doing this? There's 2.7 prefix. Opt. Sun. CC. I think that, yeah, that's all I need to do the actual cross compile. So right now I have to cross compile the dependencies for GCC. Because this onion has layers. Because this onion really has layers. Are we going to just start quoting all of Zap? I am not Zap Brannigan. GCC does not handle like, you know, she does not handle like a bistro, but she is a bit like a steakhouse. In that you'll... yeah, no, I'm going to stop because I'm just going to dig myself into a really, really deep hole. So I think this is not cross-compiling the way it's supposed to. Or maybe it is. I think we're okay. This is fine. This is fine. This is all fine. No, if anything, I'm the KIF in this equation. The thing that amazes me most is that every time you see a clip of the neutrality joke on Futurama, it is perfectly balanced, as all things should be. see here. Alright, so that is compiling. Wait, is this actually cross-compiling or is this compiling? I think I screwed this up. Actually, I'm pretty sure I screwed this up. I did screw this up. How do I have the cross-compiler, but it wasn't actually cross-compiling? Then that could just be a bunch of host files. So there is an order in which this has to be done. I think I actually need to do GMP first, because you need to do the free core libraries has to be cross-compiled, and then you can be able to cross bin utilities, and then stuff. Frig. Okay, hold on. Bear with me here. I gotta find the right file for this. Okay, back to live streaming. See, the best part is that we have no idea if I'll even succeed or not. Failure is entirely an option, although we've already accomplished what I set out to accomplish. So at this point, it's all gravy. So, okay, so that sets the prefix. So build system. Okay, so host system is good, 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 good. Really hoping that this works. It probably won't, but I'm hoping. Okay. I mean, it'd be much faster to do this under Linux, but this is probably going to be an instrumental video on how you build a cross-compiler for a cross-compiler. I am, however, going to make the executive decision that I think we're going to wrap this up at 6 o'clock. Because if I keep going for much longer, or not 6 o'clock, probably 8 o'clock. So, I cannot check for properly working when cross-compiling. We'll assume it's okay. Man, you like taking things on faith. Why am I doing this to myself? I know that it's almost already 7. The thing is that I have to put limits on my life. Because if I don't put limits on my life, I will be here 2 days from now. No suitable M4. That was not the build failure I was expecting. I'm going to be perfectly honest about that one. Let's see here. And this is incidentally why I only like stream once a month, because if I did this every week or so, I'd never get anything done. Because tomorrow I'm going to be thinking really hard about the choices I've made in life. So, the Germans are here. I don't know. I'm not sure this content is legal in the European Union. It might consist of crimes against computing. Ooh. But it is at least potentially possible that this works. What is that meme from? I've heard it plenty of times, the FBI opened up meme, but I've never actually found the source. Okay. Come on. So, in theory, I only have to cross-compile 4 things. Well, the problem with the Nuremberg code is that I have to compile it first. It's kind of gotta figure out. I gotta find better times and when to stream. So, all right. So hopefully I get a makefile out of this, and you don't complain that something is missing. Let's see here. Let us see here. Let's see here. Compile. Compile. I command it of you. Okay, it's still compiling. It's still going. For it. And there's the Nico that walks in as everyone says how late it is, and then some of us are in the past. I legitimately miss living in Alaska because I used to point at Californians and it's like, you think you have to get up early? Ha! Ha! I say. God, there's handwritten Spark 32-bit code going by. So, the thing is, I don't even want to make jokes about Florida because the current state of Florida is not even funny. It's just depressing. So, I am officially retiring the Florida man meme. It's been revoked. That's a lot of linking. All right, let's go. Let us go. Toastmaster, I take insult to the implication that Alaska is Canada. Obviously, Canada is just part of Alaska, and we're our own cool state. Specifically, the prohibition in the United States of cruel and unusual punishment deals with it doesn't deal with self-inflicted head wounds. And the fact of the matter is that no one's if someone's holding a gun to your head and making you watch my content, blink in chat. We'll send a rescue team. Okay, so 1 down. 1 to go. Because right now I need to build I'm going to build a native GCC, and then we will try building a GCC from Solaris 7 to Win32. Okay, apparently people watch my content against my will. That's my hopes and dreams going. I'm going to order Domino's when I finish streaming, and it's going to be the greatest thing since sliced bread. Well, the thing is, Dungeon Seekers, I grew up in New York. Do you really think that just think about the depiction of NYPD, and then yeah. So, not to try and get too political, but well, it's building. It built. Guys, I don't know what's happening, but I think we're cross-compiling it. Excellent. Now, the thing is that running make check is entirely impossible, so we're just going to kind of take this on faith here. You know, it's fine. This is fine. This is all fine. So now we need MPC. I don't remember what MPC actually does, just that's the thing that exists. Let me grab an older version of it, which is more likely to compile on the first try. And one of these days, I will remember to Really wish that clipboard integration wasn't so iffy. But Alpha Lone, Domino's is the lowest rated restaurant in my area. No, seriously, the Domino's in my area screws up the order so frequently. It drives me a little bit crazy. But I also really like Domino's pizza in general. I know it's not great pizza, but I really enjoy it. Alright, so 2 down. I honestly think we're going to end up cross-compiling cross-compiled. Oh, wait. Red alert, red alert, red alert. I just saw a... Where's that warning? Hold on, actually, I should check one other thing. Ops Sun CC lib. Did I actually end up... Yes, I did actually end up with a Spark library, so that's good. Let's see here. So it did say... I thought it was warning that it was using... Alright, now I guess we're good. I guess we are good. Okay. You know, when I said the... When I... You know... Do you know how many hours of my life I spent writing Linux? So, hold on. Before we get to that, so I have to set some C flags. Sun CC include LD flags. Do you know how many hours of my life I spent in front of Outlook Express doing that? That was... I didn't realize how difficult that was going to be. And I have like 20 more that are waiting for me at September 1st. Alright, let's see if it finds G... Okay. Alright, progress is being made. I don't know if it's a good or bad thing, but it is being made. Let's see here. I actually... When I used to build cross compilers professionally, I had a make file that could rebuild multiple cross compilers in a single go on the fly dynamically with a single command. Because if you understand make, then there's no thing that is impossible to automate. It's like playing Factorio. And especially, it's like playing Angel Bob's and then understanding Petrochem or Minecraft GregTech. Because I've actually played GregTech New Horizons, and wow, the pain is real. I honestly do want to do a GregTech playthrough, just for myself. Well, I tried to figure out how to automate it, and I'm not... Let me put it like this. Outlook Express for Unix predates standardized copy and paste on X11. There was a lot of pain and suffering involved with that project. If you open a ticket for Microsoft Premiere support on that, it would be amusing. No, they ported COM. The problem is that X11 has no standardized way to do copy and paste. If I do X11 forwarding to a modern system. And even then, I didn't send a canned email. I legitimately hand wrote them. So, I actually have been tempted to do a Feed the Beast pack. I haven't done one in a while, so I might do FTB interactions if I really get back into the Minecraft urge. But the thing is that vanilla Minecraft updates have not inspired me in a really long time. I don't remember the last vanilla upgrades like, oh my god, yes. The Nether upgrade was okay, but I mean, it's nothing that NetherX hasn't had for years, or any of the other Nether mods. And I gotta be honest, I don't really like the new piglin mechanics. Bartering just seems annoying. So, with that said, I've sort of been considering doing a 1/16 pack. I've also been sort of tempted to do FTB interactions because a GregTech pack could be a lot of fun, but it also could be a lot of pain and suffering. And strangely enough, I do a lot of pain and suffering even when you guys aren't watching me. I mean, this entire stream, I could have walked away hours ago. I could have turned back. I could have been, I could have listened to Ulysses and gone back to the great, I could have left the divide. And if anyone gets that last reference, I salute the let's see here. So the the three things that we're cross-compiling at this point are GMP basically does really fancy things with math. MPFR does floating point things, and I don't actually know what MPC does, but I'm guessing it's also precision things. Let's see here. Well, war never changes, but men do for the paths they walk. I have to say, so here's a question. You know what, I'm going to poll chat. I need to know this. Hold on. I need to ask. I need to put chat. Chat. You need to. You gotta tell. You have to tell me why. What the best Fallout game is and why it was Fallout New Vegas. Yes, we are going with this meme. I am so going to hell when I die. I know it. I'm going to have an express bus, no stops. The fact of the matter is, I could play Fallout 76 on the street on this channel, but that isn't so much pain as it's just kind of sad. So Fallout New Vegas is being Fallout New Vegas, which is being Fallout New Vegas, which is Fallout. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. All right. So 2 dependencies down. Honestly, watching Internet Historian's video on Fallout, that was the video that introduced me to Internet Historian, and I was like, yes, please, and more. And I've taken some hints to my humor based off that. I might actually succeed at this, and that really should scare me. Because we might successfully cross-compile GCC, and then cross-compile GCC. We might actually succeed at Canadian crossing GCC. Because Canada, eh? And you know, what's the worst part is that someone is going to Google this video, and then. Oh, something failed to build. Something actually failed to build. Conflicting. Wait, what? What? Oh, I know what happened. I know what happened. Fine. We'll do it like that. We'll use a more recent. This is probably a bad idea. Like, it's more like I know this is a bad idea, but I'm going to do it anyway because... Sorry, I'll talk in a moment. I want to get that started. Okay. Mostly because the last Final Fantasy game that I really enjoyed was 10, and I'm not a big fan of MMOGs. I never really have been. So, with Fallout New Vegas, the base game is amazing. All 4 DLCs form their own independent story and should be played in release order. The game does warn you, but I do think the best is either Old World Blues or The Divide. Mostly because The Divide has such... The Divide itself could serve as a finale for the Fallout series as a whole. That's how I feel about it. I don't want to try and make DirectX work under Sun. No. Please no. Yeah. But, you know, the thing is that Dead Money and all the other DLCs were what New Vegas could have been if development was not rushed. And that's the real depressing part. So, okay. So, next we're going to go to Build Utilities Solaris. Okay. So what we do next requires a little bit of finesse. So this part should be fine as is. I do need to disable WR. Let's see here. Yeah, no, that's fine. That's all fine. So now we're cross-compiling bin utilities. Because where we're going, we don't need no roads. Yeah. The only problem I have with Old World Blues is getting the stealth suit. I always have problems with that section, and it's more because the game keeps glitching out whenever I go for it. Because, let's be honest, at its heart, Fallout New Vegas is a Bethesda game, which means you can literally watch it falling apart before your eyes. When we started, were we even on roads? Even with the unofficial patch, I find that of all the DLC, Old World Blues is glitchy. The other thing is, I don't like Honest Hearts. I've played through it several times. It's really pretty to look at, but it's my least favorite DLC by far. Even less than the Fallout 3 DLCs, which I was not a big fan of. The only Fallout 3 DLC I liked was Operation Anchorage, and that's mostly because I have an affinity to Alaska. And it's also a Giant Apocalypse Now reference. Yeah, Honest Hearts was not particularly good. Dead Money was excellent. Old World Blues was amazing, and it's not The Divide. What is the name of that? The actual name of that DLC pack? Because The Divide is where you go, but I can't remember what it's actually called. All right, so bin utilities is cross-compiling. Let's see here. Lonesome Road. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, and there's actually a very big thematic thing with Lonesome Road. Spoiler alert, we're going to talk about Fallout New Vegas. The other DLCs, once you begin them, you're locked in. And in fact, in the case of Dead Money, you can't even return to the Sierra, the place. But Lonesome Road is an exception. Lonesome Road, you can turn around and leave. And Ulysses, the entire time, is telling you that you should turn around and leave. And because you kept going is why the Divide gets destroyed. Yeah. Lonesome Road, Lonesome Road's gameplay was not great. I'll even say that being stuck with just Eddie, because Eddie only works with certain builds, kind of sucks. But the story of Lonesome Road is amazing. So I have no problems if you just cheat your way to victory on that one, because Lonesome Road sets up everything relating to Ulysses, because Ulysses, the biggest thing with Ulysses was he was originally intended to be the companion for Caesar's Legion, which was basically cut out of the original game. The Caesar's Legion was supposed to be roughly the size of New Vegas, and because it got rushed, we got the main camp, and that was about it. So Ulysses, a lot of the story in Fallout New Vegas relating to Ulysses was foreshadowing that he was supposed to be the courier that you weren't, because he turned down the delivery of the platinum chip. When he was then retooled for what we got in Lonesome Road, which was directly based off, Ulysses was basically looking for the truth behind the chip, and that led him to see, conflict with Ulysses, the Brotherhood of Steel, and eventually led to the Divide, where he settled down and the courier accidentally destroyed. I need to drink something. I'm sorry, I didn't expect to geek out about Fallout, but here we are, because let's be honest, Fallout is amazing. Or at least Fallout New Vegas was amazing, as were the first two games. From what I remember, to actually talk Ulysses down, it's not only a speech check, it's like 30 things you have. It's one of the... Hold on. It is ridiculously hard. It's harder than being winning an argument with your own brain, which is in fact something you can do in Fallout New Vegas, because you can win an argument with your own against your own brain. And I did that, and it was amazing. The other thing is that if you ever... I highly recommend that people look up a video of the entire dialogue tree you could have with your brain and all the things that you can and can't do, because you can hit on your brain. You can, if you have low intelligence, your brain has special lines that insult you and then says that it's hopped up on mentats and more. The brain is old world blues, yeah. You literally can win. You can literally win an argument against your own brain. Okay, so we have GCC cross-compiled. Or we have Binutils cross-compiled. Excellent. So now we need to cross-compile GCC itself. So now we need to go to build native. I don't know why I'm doing this. I really should not be doing this, but I am. We're doing it. So first we need these. And then we need to go back to our GCC command line build, which is pretty far back in our build history, admittedly. And we need to make some changes. Paste. And then what we need to do is we need to add a host line. Like that. And we need to leave the Sysroot option off. Okay. And then this will set up GCC for cross-building. Yes, we are actually trying to cross-compile GCC. And then if we can do this, then I will try and do a Canadian cross. Because this will be a smoke test if the compiler itself is in good shape. Oh man, my allergies is not happy at the moment. War never changes, but compiling does for the roads that we walk. There we go. So far so good. It's really sad that we can't use the music from Fallout. It would be really nice. But so be it. As usual, if you've enjoyed this content, please do it's time for the shameless plug. Please like and subscribe. If you really enjoyed this content, please consider supporting me on Patreon. Or there's Super Chat right there. Well, we've kind of, the fact of the matter is that I feel like we're going to have to complete the circle for life and build a hello world binary for Windows from Solaris, you know, because yeah, circle, life, that sort of thing. I don't even know how to build that type of cross compiler. I've never tried. So while that's going, I'm going to pull up the build scripts for let's see here, cache, apt, search, because Ubuntu actually excuse me, Ubuntu actually has mini GW available. So what I'm thinking I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to build mini GW and then the full set of dependencies. I'm streaming because I don't know when to give up. Because let's be honest, how many of my videos have been, you know, how many of my videos have been that I never learned to quit? But this is what, if I had not found pre-made binary builds of GCC for Solaris 7, or Solaris 6, I should say, this is what I would have had to do to get a C compiler. I do appreciate the Patreon subscription. I should not shamelessly plug it, but I do shamelessly plug it. Because, you know, I gotta be honest, it is, having been on this side of the fence of what it takes to be a successful content creator, it's like, it's hard. Well, I feel like I need to make this something I release to Patreons. I feel like this is going to be a Patreon perk. It's not freestanding, unfortunately, because you need Solaris 7, but it's a thing. It's entirely a thing that could be done. And yeah. Like, a lot of people watch my VODs, like surprisingly large amounts of people watch my VODs, which shocks me. But apparently my VODs is a lot like watching a Durango 1 video, which honestly is really high praise. So someone's going to watch this video to figure out how to make a Solaris 7 to GCC cross compiler, or I'm going to get a job offer in my email to do this. Like, I have this horrible feeling that someone's going to see this like, hey, we'll pay you a lot of money to do this professionally. Yeah. Oh, wow, my leg just fell. I just realized my leg has been asleep probably for the last 20 minutes. So, Sad Mac, the problem is, the thing is that when it comes to something just broke SCJ, and I'm not sure which one. Was it me referencing Durango 1, or is it someone talking about Windows 3.1 in a clinic? Because I've seen that plenty. That doesn't even faze me. I could stream Portal and Portal 2. Uh-oh. I'm hoping that was just a race condition problem. No rule to build target autobuild.h. I see the magic is getting out. Let's see here, autobuild.h. autobuild.h. Okay. Fortunately, I've got multiple builds of GCC that tell me what went wrong. autobuild.h. So why do we need a file called autobuild.h? Alright, so hold on. Let's look at the make file. See, this is where you tend to run into problems with GCC, is that the make files tend to be in very poor shape when you do things like this. So let's take a look. So GCC. That is not what I'm looking for. Build native, GCC, make file, build.h. Ooh, excuse me. Is this what's failing, or is it something else? No target to build autobuild.h. Okay. What gives? So config.status is something about autobuild.h, which makes me think that we have another undocumented flag that we're going to have to deal with. Let's take a look. Let's see if we can find another undocumented C flag. Because that's just how things go. Ah, here we go. Autobuild.h. So yes, there is another... let's see here. So this talks about... So autohost becomes autobuild.h. Let's not equal build. We need to error do work to find the build directories. It's the first file included. If host equals build, it's correct to have bconfig include. So this is like this is a bug. Let's see here. Autobuild.h. Okay, hold on. Let's to the Googles, because this actually should be Googleable. Autobuild.h. Compiler internal collection. Alright. Let me bring that up on this so we can see. So autobuild.h is created. Host machine. Something did not happen because it looks like we didn't set up correctly for cross building. Because we have auto host. Okay. Alright, so what gives? Let's see here. Autobuild.h. Let's see here. So this looks very familiar. Okay, so apparently there's a patch from a few years ago about this. We run a configure script from another script, secondary configure. Okay, so apparently there's... okay, so this makes sense. So apparently there's a second layer of configuration that we need to do. So what we need... The easiest way to do this is we just run this, and we figure out what went wrong. Because apparently there was a configuration error, and we blew by it. Well, that doesn't help. Alright, so then what we do is we just rm GCC and make. And then what you need to watch the messages really closely to see what happens. I will catch up with chat in a moment. I'm sorry. When I have to debug things, I have to keep an eye on things. So that's the preprocessor. I actually... Oh, well, hold on. I saw some warnings. Decimal float is not supported. So far, I haven't seen anything die, but... So far, nothing's failed. Here. Okay. One of these things is going to fail, because that's why the script failed. You know, it's probably... It used to be that there was support for running Linux stuff, and I just saw it. Maybe not. Alright, let's keep going. Alright, so while this keeps going... Yeah, so the problem is it's autotool scripts within autotool scripts within autotool scripts. Something will fail. Something will fail. I just don't know when, and I don't know how. So there's the linker. So while that goes, I'm gonna... Oop, nope, that's not what I wanted to do. Huh. Okay. Oh, wait. I just saw it. Let's see here. Configuration is obsolete. So that meant I think a configuration option didn't get passed down. Because that meant something didn't get configured. And then you get this failure. But what's it configuring? Like, seriously, what is it configuring? I mean, you should be fine. Let's see here. Because you have enable obsolete enabled. I feel more confused than not, because yeah, see, there's auto host going by, and then and then it fails. All right, let's take a slightly closer look at this. So, if we go back to configure AC, configure okay. Let's see. Configure AC. So here's auto build. My legs do not like me right now. Then this gets targeted here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so auto build gets targeted. Auto host to auto build. And then okay. All right. I know how to solve this. This is a hack. This is a hack, but I am not spending an hour. Build.h make. Not quite. Okay, that didn't quite work the way I intended it to work. Let's see here. Auto host.h. Let's see here. So apparently this file is supposed to get copied when cross-compiling. Language talks. Let's see here. If configure headers auto host .c. Here, auto build. Yeah, so this gets renamed and moved down. I actually think that was the right thing to do. I goofed up. All right. Definitely sorry if I stopped talking. I got a little distracted. So it looks like there's a fair bit of, shall we say, magic being involved here, where it tries and figures out things for a build environment and things for a cross build environment, and then it seems to get somewhat confused and then dies. So I think what I did with copying auto host was in fact the correct thing to do. Maybe. Because we go to GCC and we take a look at auto host. Oh, don't tell me I moved that file and I didn't actually copy it. I moved that file and I didn't actually copy it, didn't I? I'm a genius. No, I did copy it. Okay. So let's look while that's running, let's take a closer look at this. Because yeah, so here's auto host. So this is basically everything you want to know about a cross build target and we're afraid to know. So, like, if I searched for Cygwin in here, I mean, it suggests to me that cross-compiling is not being set up properly. And actually, it may not be, now that I think about it. Hold on. I don't like doing that, but I just want to set the build by hand so it's absolutely clear that we are cross-compiling. So we have host. Okay, apparently I did in fact do that. If I just take that off. Let's see here. Ooh, wow, sorry, my ears just popped. Okay, so host build x86 underscore unknown Cygwin. Yes. And I should remove the target. Like that. Okay. This is fine. Alright. I think at this point, it's 20 minutes to 8. We're going to wrap it up at 8 o'clock. We've been streaming for almost 8 hours. It's time to shut it down. Well, it's time to reach an ending point. We accomplished everything I set out to do. This point, we're just going for bonus points. Of course, I say that, and I'm going to still be compiling hours and hours from now. I misspelled unknown. I did misspell unknown. Yeah, okay. I definitely think exhaustion is starting to catch up with me because, haha, I'm in danger. I shouldn't need to set build by hand, but let me see here. What is the condition for that script to be triggered? Let me see here. Because we were looking at, I'm wondering if that's actually a mistake in the GCC scripts, because very few people ever cross-compile GCC itself. Canadian crosses are more common, and that's mostly because for automated build farms than not. Let's see here. Configure AC. What's the rule it uses? If host does not equal build, that's correct. And then it's automatically generated. Oh. I know what the problem is, and that's really annoying. I don't think GCC doesn't know what to do with this as a host architecture. That's the problem. Because it doesn't have a rule. This version of GCC predates 64-bit Cygwin. And because of that, I think it's getting confused. Let me see here. Does this compiler work? Just out of curiosity. 6.4.0. Because this was the one I tried earlier, but I think it's still... I don't think it's going to work. Yeah, application was unable to start correctly. Because the version of Cygwin it needs is not present. Let's see here. I could lie to it, and actually, you know, that is a valid option to lie about the build architecture. Because it's going to build Iberty, and then it's going to blow up. Like, I'm near certain that's exactly what's going to happen. I didn't consider that possibility that the GCC would have to support the host platform. or I should say it would have to fully support the build platform to Canadian Cross the compiler, but it does make some level of sense. Although I'm surprised I got a cross compiler out of it, so maybe not. Let's see how far it gets. So it's still running through configure. But what I think is going to happen is, because it doesn't know anything about this. If host does not equal build, we are in error and we need to do more to find out the build configuration. Out of curiosity, so let's see here. Build equals host. If host does not equal build, we need to do more to find out. So no, I was correct in copying that from the other build, because it's not getting generated correctly here. So then why did it blow up? Let's see here. Alright, so and then it goes, it can't stat. So it means it's right here. That's, I see it. I see the mistake. I see the problem. I see it. Oh, that's annoying. That is actually really annoying. Hold on. So GCC recurses upon itself to do the build, but it doesn't pass the obsolete flag when it does. And that's what causes the build to fall over. I see it. I see the axe. I see the mistake. Like, I literally see the mistake. So let me find the configure script. Because I don't want to rebuild auto tools if I can avoid it. We just need to do enable obsolete here. Like that. And now we should actually be able to build. Because that'll rerun the second stage config correctly. And I just realized my chat is probably not updating. Okay, no, my chat is updating. I think I lost you all. Oh well. The $1 million question is, will it work? When you really, so the problem is that if I do it properly, I have to edit the M4 macros, and regenerating those is magic. It literally is insane magic. Come on, we can do this. We can do this. We have the technology. It can be done. It can theoretically be done. So, the one problem with building the mini GW to Solaris, building the last mile compiler is a little bit more difficult. I do want to build I really am tempted to build the Canadian Cross compiler, but that probably is quite a bit harder than I'm expecting, because I'd have to set up a build environment for it. It's not so much program. It's knowing where, you know, the reason why the thing is that being a the old saying is you're not hiring the guy to hit the to smack it with a wrench. You're hiring the guy to know exactly where to hit it with the wrench. So we've been NJ Road Fan. We've gone from we now have a GCC cross compiler to let's cross compile GCC. We are completing the circle of life here. And then if this is successful, I'm tempted to build a Solaris to Windows cross compiler from Windows because the circle of life must be completed. I had to patch an AutoTools script because there were problems. So what amazes me is that there's so many people find this interesting. That's really what boggles my brain. Okay. I think we're in business. I think that's compiling. Okay. Let's see here. Alright, so now let's go make J8. NJ Road Fan, this was penance for digging up Visual Source Safe for Unix. This was literally digging up. This is literally penance. Like, I actually considered doing a stream of trying to break the reverse break the copy protection on Visual Source Safe for Unix. I haven't done that stream for two reasons. For one, my Spark assembly is not particularly great, and I'd probably have to spend some time reading the reference manual. The second is that there are some things that should just be left to die. I mean, that's really, really what it boils down to. I think we are going to, however, successfully cross-compile GCC. So while that's going, screw it. I think we're going to have to complete the full circle of life here. I don't think I'm getting out of this. So mini GW Debian 2011. The reason I need to look for an old version of this is because I need the old original mini GW packages, which was this. Yeah, GCC mini GW. And I need the original one for Debian. And the reason I need the original one is that I need the one from this time period. Yeah, so that's still going. Let's see here. So that's old stable. I probably need to go into the Debian archives. Oh, something died. Hold on. Make. May have just been a race condition. Let's see. What died? I do want to try Windows NT for MIPS. The problem is I don't know how I can do a proper stream for that. What the? I don't think something is unwinding correctly. That. What? What? Okay. libgcc. Okay, let's see here. So, what went wrong? Oh, is multilib still enabled? I think multilib is still enabled. I thought I disabled multilib, but maybe I didn't. No, I disabled it. I disabled it just fine. Okay, what went wrong? Ham. I have this distinct feeling something here is not right, but I don't know what. Disted config, disable object checking, whiff target, sun Solaris, build's correct, host is correct. I have target in there twice, but that shouldn't matter. 695, whiff GNU. Yes. I don't think there was ever support for GC. It would take a lot more effort to actually get that to work than not, for very complex reasons that I kind of don't want to go into. Basically, you need a lot of support library code for any given version of GCC, which is kind of why 64-bit GCC on Windows took so long to actually be a thing. So this 1, 2, 3, what? In GCC 2, that's fine. So this should not be a problem that I'm looking at. Register SP, register SZ. Like, if I go into this file, what is in here? So this all gets included through that. That all gets handled through that. Instagram is annoying. So all sorts of magic and magic. This is all 64-bit stuff and should not be getting built. Okay, so then why is it getting built? You probably are pulling in the wrong file. I'm just not sure why. File included from... Yeah, see, I'm seeing this, and I'm seeing a pointer size, which very much to me screams, this is the wrong GCC. Let's see here, Spark. Alright, let's see here. This builds a bunch of dependency files, which is fine. And what I bet I'll find if I look at the Crosscompiler is if I go to Spark 27 libgcc. No, it actually pulls in the same files. I just... Interesting. Config log. I mean, that's pretty much the same thing. What gives? That's what gives. We need to reconfigure. We need to go deeper. I see what's happened. I see what happened. This might complain. Yeah, it does. It does. Okay. That's fine. This is fine. Disable config cache. And now restart this. Okay, so what happened is I think it didn't realize it was built how this was supposed to be built. So I bet if I make now, it's fine, and it's building for Sunslayer 7. I might have to do that for the other stuff that we build, but I know it's pizza time, but I'm not giving up. I know I said I was going to give up earlier, but I'm not giving up. Right up until the point that something broke. File format not recognized. Okay, let's see here. FreeSO. Okay, hold on. DI free. Wow, that just got... Okay, hold on. I don't know how that got as screwed up as it did, but it did. The problem is I've got lots of energy and a lot of motivation to actually do this, which is not a good combination if you want to escape insanity. Okay, that's libgcc sorted. Go back to the top layer makefile and keep going. So we found a couple of GCC bugs so far, although this only one I think is relevant to the current version. So how did that fail? Okay, so that's actually kind of interesting. So libgcc. I think we're going to have to fix the build system so it does this properly. But we now know what's wrong with it. So this is what we need is called with cross host. So where does that get called? Let's see here. With cross host. Configuring of a cross compiler. I might just need to set it. It probably gets built in. Wow, that is messy. Okay, so I guess I just need that as a top-level argument. That's probably what I need. Yeah, I'm not... I can't... I have to see this through, and if I don't see this through, I will go mad. So, another undocumented GCC flag is needed to actually get somewhere. Raise your hand if you are surprised. Yes, I know. I completely failed to shut the stream down when I said I was going to shut it down. But that's because I'm making progress. Let me see what my Discord looks like. Let's see here. Surprisingly quiet on Discord tonight. I saw a few conversations, but I guess I have everyone's attention here right now. Alpha Lone, I am so sorry. I am legitimately. I do have to shut it down at the 10-hour mark, so there is a limit of how long this can actually go. If I don't shut it down before 10 hours, I lose the VOD. So, yeah. Yes, I do have a Discord. I'll drop the link in the chat. Let's see here. Blah, blah, blah. Come on. Get the link. Get the link. Yeah, I've got to see it through. I've come too far to walk away, because at this point, it's minor bugs that are stopping me from doing something truly, you know, bringing something horrible into the world, which is probably a bad thing, but okay. I mean, it really says so much about my social life on this is what I am doing. And yeah. This is fine. This is really fine. I'm probably just going to sleep all day tomorrow, and then we'll go back to our regularly scheduled video editing. Alright. I mean, I'm tense because I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know if this is going to work or if this is going to fail catastrophically. It's more I have to shut it down at 10 hours or we won't have any record of it. I have it recording separately, but I've had OBS goof on very long recordings, so I don't want to trust that unequivocally. I might do a real-time video on this where I edit it down. I haven't made the decision as of yet. I was watching Evangelion 3.0 1.0 yesterday, so, you know, it's fine. It's fine. I mean, we still would have to copy this. We still have to copy this back to Solaris to see if it's... Yes. Human malware. Someone's a watcher of Adrian's Digital Basement. I do have to admit, I often put him there. neozeed, we have success. We had to debug 2 compiler bugs, but we have a working C and C++ compiler neozeed. We are now completing the circle of life, and we're building a we're now cross-compiling to GCC to Solaris. Yes. Thrice Upon a Time was not nightmare material. It had all the mind screw of the original end of Evangelion. And I'm not going to say more than that because I don't actually want to spoil that. But it was not it was a mind screw, but it wasn't end of Evangelion. Yes, so it has gone a little... We have gone where really horrifying places. We've had to patch, build... I watched the sub. Sorry, I watched the dub. I used to really be a big fan of watching subs, but I have to spend a lot of effort to read the subtitles and then watch the photos or watch the visuals. So these days I tend to listen to dubs more, as I find it... I enjoyed the work as a whole lot more. I have some things that make it much I mean, I watch it with English subtitles. I have to. Like, when I watch YouTube videos, I have to have subtitles enabled regardless of the fact that I'm a native English speaker. Come on, I can actually just... Like... I wasn't planning on doing anything else today. This is fine. This is all fine. I really wish I could be listening. So sometimes when I'm video editing, I listen to the end of Evangelion soundtrack, and I gotta tell you that results in some really strange visuals, because you have the scene of Shinji rejecting instrumentality as I am talking about Internet Explorer for Unix. It is weird. I think that was fixed headers going by. I think this most recent patch fixed things. Well, I don't know. This feels very... I feel like my life right now is very close to... very close to when... well, you know, I could talk about End of Evangelion, because let's be honest, it's a 20-year-old movie. Why did the build fail? The build failed because of reasons. Let's see what those reasons were. Spark, Sun Solaris, GCC. Head config log. Yeah, see, this did not get invoked with the right configure options. And you end up with AMD 64 files. So this, so we need to fix this properly. So libgcc, the thing is that libgcc needs to have a configure line in it somewhere, and that's probably in the make file, but I'll have to find it. So build native. Let's see here, libgcc. Where does this get invoked? So these are target host configs. Config args, because we need to add a, we need to set a flag here. And I know what flag we need to set. We need to set the cross host flag, which, yeah, it's not even in here. So I know what we need. We need to go into here. We need to go here. And then we need to grab cross host. Is that the... Nope, wrong file. I need to go a little higher. Here it is. Configure log. With target sub dir, let's see here, cross. Here it is, cross host. I don't know why that got excluded, but I'm not surprised that there's a lot of breakage in doing this. Let's see here. Target cross args. Okay. We go back up here. We tack that on to the end. We blow away that build directory. And we go. I've seen both Full Metal Alchemist and Brotherhood. Those are one of the very few series that I recommend both extensively. The two... Brotherhood... The thing that I like most about the original series is I actually feel like the 2000 free series does a better job with the cost of alchemy, and specifically the Gate of Truth, and what's on the other side. Well, I think that Brotherhood is a much better story versus Father. So they're both very good on their own grounds, to the point that I don't, it's similar to regular Evangelion versus Rebuild of Evangelion. So there's that. This is going to fail to build, and I can already tell it's going to fail to build. And it failed to build, because of course it did. So, why did you fail to build? So here's your config.log, and you didn't get the new option, because did I not save the file? What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? That is the wrong terminal window. This is the correct terminal window. Target config. So yeah, okay, I guess I must have not saved it in the right file. What file did I save it in? That's not the right window. No, apparently I did save it in the right file. I don't think it's stuck. Because if we look... No? Okay, hold on. Oh, okay, hold on. Build native. Right, I see what I did. What I did was not a smart thing, but it's what I did. Hold on. Build host. Yeah, okay, so what I did was not a smart thing, but it's what I did. Target. I accidentally blew away a directory I did not want to blow away, but this is fine. We can just do this. Build native, Spark Solaris, libgcc. And then hopefully that fixes it. Fingers crossed. Really crossing my fingers. I haven't seen that one. I haven't watched a lot of more modern animes. I used to be a fairly large manga reader, but I've kind of lost interest on it in more recent years. Why is this completely broken? What is wrong here? Let's see here. So target, host, build. Target directory is correct. What am I doing wrong? I'm probably doing something really simple wrong that I'm going to be annoyed with myself when I notice it. Right, because I accidentally removed the chain. Chat, we're not talking about that. Okay. I never actually watched Lane. It's always been on my watch list for ages, but I've never really gone into it. I occasionally browse the Netflix anime section, but I often don't find... Okay, this is still broken. I'm tempted to call it soon. I really am. Why is this not working? Target config args. I don't know. Apparently I can't seem to add a very simple line to a config file. Like, this shouldn't be hard. Paste. Wait, before I do that, hold on, make file. Okay, so that's staying there. Delete that. Please work. Like, I can literally see the problem. Alright, before... Here. Yeah, so no, it does set the cross host variable, and then it doesn't use it. Which tells me that there's something more wrong here than I realize. Build host target source dir. Let's take a hold on. Let's see here. Target CC. CC for target. What are you set to? Ah. Haha. There's the problem. Spark, Solaris, Spark, Sun, Solaris, 2.7. GCC. Now, how did that get set wrong? It's probably going to complain that I'm modifying this by hand, but it can bite me. Fortran. LD for target is correct. All of this is correct. Actually, I should probably make these full paths so it can't possibly invoke the wrong binary. But I mean, yeah, like a lot of these are completely wrong. Like, that is not correct. And I don't know how it goofed that up so badly. Okay. Gas. DLL tool is not something that we need. So that just becomes DLL tool. LD for target. Like, how did this all get set wrong? So that should fix it. Question is, did it actually fix it? I have to blow away that directory again. Huh. Alright, so looking at all this, that looks... GCC for build, GCC for target. All that looks correct, but we'll find out in a moment if it has. Okay, that's more promising because that's actually building for the right thing. Knock on wood, we might actually get somewhere. Like, knock on wood, we might actually get somewhere. I'm sorry for keeping you guys up so late. Like, this was not my plan. I think we fixed it. I think, yeah. Ah. I like how I literally said that. And then no. But we know where the problem is. So it's this point, I think it's just a matter of adjustment. Let's see here. / include. So C flags. It's probably at this point something I just have to whack with a stick directly. Because at least now it's building with the correct thing. So that's build native. I need to get into that make file. And then we need to see where that include is coming from. Let's see here. So this does all libgcc stuff. Interesting. Interesting. I wonder if I just have to handhold that. Like, I could probably find where it's going wrong. I wonder if that's libtool that's having indigestion. I suspect it is. So you know what? Let me see here. This is an opt for that. Why is that getting... Alright. grep is going to be our friend here, because then I might actually be able to find it. Paste. Fine. I have no idea where that's coming from. So we're just going to handhold it. It's at least compiling correctly. So all we got to do is take this massive command line, go here, remove this space, and paste it back in. There we go. And then that keeps the target happy. Or maybe not quite. Alright, hold on. Oh, maybe it's a problem with the dependency generation. That might be it. Let me see here. Sun. Where is that file name coming from? Sun Spark. See here. Where's the right strings? Like, I'm not getting anything useful. Okay. So here... Is that here in this directory? No. I mean, this has to be coming from somewhere. This SunSpark thing. If I can find where that is, I can fix the blasted thing, but then it has to be an environmental variable. It's the only thing that makes sense. So, let me see here. grep C flags. C flags for target. Sysroot flags. W error. Config cache. See your sun. CC value is correct. C flag values is sane-ish. I mean, this all builds more or less correctly. And then we do a copy. Yeah, see, it tries to do an install step and then fail. Maybe that's the case. So this goes back to leaving directory, early copy back. See the all for above. This is the message I need to find. As soon as I find this message, I have some idea of what I'm looking at. We saw... Wait. Is this Libtool? Is that what's broken? Make GCC for target. I haven't seen Lucky Star. I think this might be Libtool. Because it does all this, and then it probably... Let me see here. Can I do a make... I mean, it would make so much sense if this was Libtool. That's broken. Because then that... goes here. That finishes. Make GCC for target. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. My leg just really does not hate me. I mean, literally, this should be such a simple... Such a... Please tell me that is not the problem. Please tell me that this is not the problem. GCC for target. GCC for target. Okay, so there's no thing past it. GCC for target is exported. Extra GCC flags. All this gets passed along. This all makes sense. Mostly. If I go... Spark Sun Solaris 27. Alright, I think I'm going to shut it down here pretty sooner rather than later, but let's see here. GCC for target. I am curious. libgcc2 C flags. What are you? Internal C flags. Did that actually change? That did actually change the broken thing, so. There's no possible way that that completely worked. That totally. Why is it? Why did that work? This is fine. This is fine. It was fine. I just need to set this. Oh, there's an ice cream truck going by. Thank you for the super chat, Jan Kowalski. Wow, there's something happening outside, and I don't know what. You know, what I vaguely remember is that there's a stamp file. Hold on. libgcc stamp. Yeah, so the ice cream truck is going by. I gotta tell it not to build the libgcc stamp. Because that actually built as soon as I did it by hand. I just don't remember how you disable the stamp. I think it's here. Is it S? Like, let me just go up a top level. Let me go to builds. Fortunately, I deleted that earlier in my haste. Let me just check the natives. I just need to tell the build that that folder has been done. I'm actually good, surprisingly so. And like I said, I just really want to see this work. Like, if I shut down the stream, I'll end up working on it anyway. And then it's like, well, let's see here. Okay, so here's the stamp. Let's see here. Full stamp, GCC stamp H. Is there not one for... Okay, fine. Then we will do this the other way. Let's just find the libgcc. Would be make target libgcc. Maybe, there we go. There. Find the target rule, target flags to pass, libgcc 2 flags equal blah. That should force the correct options to go down the pipe. The duct tape is real. The duct tape is real and the points don't matter. Come on. Do it. Do it! Oh, right. Wrong folder. Build native. Did I save that in the right file? Because we've apparently proven that saving stuff in files is hard. No. So close, and yet so far away. Did it even invoke this with the new command or no? Let's see here. I mean, it looks like it did. It's just magical and complicated. But all things are as they should be. Oh, well, okay. That would explain part of why it didn't work. Okay. Come on. We can do this. This is fine. Normal target exports. So how did I get this to work before? If I go back into my command history, libgcc flags equal equal. Was that all I actually had to do? Like if I do these two things, actually let me do these two things together. You know what? I'm just going to do that. And force it not to use stupid options. We've already gotten this far. We can finish this. It's VM Swift. There we go. Figure that one out. Saying it out loud is hard. I don't know when to give up. And apparently perseverance just paid off because that's libgcc built. That is libgcc built. Ha 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 ha! Yes! I should walk away while I still can, but I haven't. So now it's going to build the C++ compiler. I should probably have disabled the C++ compiler. But screw it, in for a penny, for a pound. I mean, the historic way you generally tended to do this is you just cross-compiled the C compiler and then you did the rest. I don't think I'm going to get... I don't think a miracle is going to happen as it's just going to build from this point forward, but you never know for certain. Because at this point, we're running on hopes, dreams, and miracles. And this is Cave Johnson here. And no one said that we should... damn it, I can't even think of a good Cave Johnson quote. Well, we still haven't actually tested it because we're going to have to copy it back to Solaris and see if it works. Because, you know... You know, this is what happens when you make a lemon mixed with a spark. You get a sparky lemon and a bad idea. And you know, and no one wants a sparky lemon. If someone gives you a sparky lemon, you demand to see you demand to see the retailer's manager. You make life take the sparks back. I don't care about your sparks. Okay, if I probably wasn't tired, I could really do it. I can actually do a decent Cave Johnson. You know what? Screw it. I'm going to find the quote, and I'm going to do the full quote. Hold on. Portal 2. Because I need to do something. Let me find the Lemons quote. I'm going to do the whole thing. From start. I can't... Lemons quote. Alright, I've been thinking. When life gives you lemons, don't make lemonade. Make life take the lemons back. Get mad! I don't want your damn lemons. What am I supposed to do with these? Demand to see life's manager. Make the day it Screwed it up. Alright, I've been thinking. When life gives you lemons, don't make lemonade. Make life take the lemons back. Get mad! I don't want your damn lemons. What am I supposed to do with these? Demand to see life's manager. Make life rue the day if I could give Cave Johnson lemons. Do you know who I am? I'm the man who's gonna burn your house down. With the lemons! Okay. We're Cave Johnson here. We're done. I actually can do a decent Cave Johnson. I may have cosplayed it. Well, I shouldn't say cosplayed. I may have provided the voice of Cave Johnson in a previous life. That is going to get clipped and come back to haunt me. I just know it. I just know it. That the NCommander as Cave Johnson is going to come back and haunt me. This is still going, which makes me concerned that this might actually work. It's not actually, you know, the worst part is it's not even all that hard to channel being Cave Johnson. You just have to make the impossible possible, and, well, that's being a YouTuber. And I'm going to just J8 that, so we might actually finish before 10. I don't know if I want to have a discussion about the flammabilities of lemons on YouTube because code of conduct. But maybe for a 10,000 subscriber special, I'll re-record myself doing all of Cave Johnson's lines for Portal 2. You know, that's probably a bad idea because someone's going to... That is really... I should not have said that because that is going to come back and bite me. Sad Mac, I have lost track if whether what we're trying to do is supposed to or not supposed to work. But, you know, here at NCommander Laboratories, we're making science. We're doing it as my father did. We did it from scratch. Never cut corners. Well, that's a corner cutting machine. Of course we cut corners there. And never, ever do something. And we are almost bankrupt. So it's time for a cheaper approach. Let me introduce the multiverse. And they're filled with multiple apertures and multiple... screw it. I used to be able to do the whole thing from memory. So I mean, you have to give credit to Cave Johnson where it's due. Because the man had the vision to scam the multiverse. And let's be honest, there's an infinite number of apertures where that is a bad idea. You know, especially because we saw, Dark Cave Johnson and, I didn't even enjoy the perpetual testing initiative because it was just test chambers. But I played through the whole thing just to hear all the Cave Johnson quotes. Okay, I have to do this one. Cave Johnson here. For the guys enrolling in the Spark Solaris cross compilers, that program has been definitely closed. In other news, a new program of finding visual source safe on Spark and destroying binaries has been opened. No, I can do that quote a lot better. So, I know a lot of you folks were hoping to come down today and help test our new Solaris Spark cross compilers, but I've got some bad news. That program's been definitively closed. But I have some good news. There's now a new program here at NCommander Libraries where we try and find visual source safe on Spark, and we're looking for new test subjects. Just follow the painted line on the ground and you'll know when the test begins. This is NCommander signing out. Oh my god, I'm Cave Johnson. I am Cave Johnson. I am Cave Johnson, except I'm that's a dangerous sentence. That is a dangerous sentence. Help. Help. I am Cave Johnson. This has gone really bad places. Now I wonder how hard it would be to replace all of Cave Johnson's quotes, except I'm saying them. If someone actually does that as a Portal 2 mod, Cave doesn't have that many lines, does he? I could probably overdub them. And we could have an official Portal 2 mod, except it's NCommander. I don't want to spend that much time learning the Hammer SDK to do it, but Cave only appears in old Aperture, and I don't think he has that many lines. Like, I don't remember, I don't remember him popping up that often. I think he has one major segment per Aperture era. I mean, this is still going. But, so Alpha Alone, the thing you have to remember is that there are Aperture did have safeguards against rogue AIs. You never look in the deadly laser. You never, when you see the explosion, you look directly at the explosion, and you need to remember your paradoxes. This statement is false. I love that the moment I say that, the build finishes. The build just finished. Guys, did I do what Aperture Science didn't and actually do something successfully? Well, that's an interesting failure. Why the heck did that... Did I not put a prefix on this? Please tell me I put a prefix on this. I didn't put a prefix on this. And I just overrode my working cross compiler with a not working cross compiler. Oh, they come so close and yet so far away in one fell swoop. How did I screw this up? I had it, and I don't have a backup. No, that's fine. I can work with this. I can work with this. It wasn't what I planned to do. No, we're not quitting here. Cave Johnson doesn't quit. Cave Johnson doesn't quit, and this is fine. This is completely fine. Well, we never found out what happened to the Borealis because we never got Half-Life 3. That's a cliffhanger that has been the fact of the matter is that cliffhanger has been longer than we've been waiting for Evangelion 3.0 plus 1.0. I still can't believe I accidentally overrode that. It's fine. This is fine. I am not... Alright, so while that does its thing. Let's get back. This is not the VM I was looking for. I need the other VM. Let's see here. Yeah, okay. So all I need to do here is just unmount home. And then, yeah. That's fine. We might have to do a little bit of LD library pathing. But, no, I accidentally overconfigured the old build directory. So I'd have to recompile it. We know what's wrong with it, so it's not that hard, but we'd have to still do it. I can see the light at the end of this particular tunnel, and it failed because I still need the compiler to work. Screw it. No, I have come too far. We are not quitting here. No, nada. Ain't gonna happen. I will. If we have to rebuild the cross compiler, we will rebuild the freaking cross compiler. I am not quitting because Cave Johnson does not like quitters. I am, yeah, this is fine. This is fine. This is perfectly fine. Okay. I mean, literally at this point, it should just literally be a case of why can C compiler not make binaries? Prefix. No, I'm not giving this up. We've come so close. I refuse to quit. Why can't the C compiler make binaries? What did I goof up? Let's see here. Target. I don't need the build line. That's fine. That's fine. Oh, you know what I bet it is? Yeah, it's probably this. Damn. No, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Maybe we're okay. Maybe we're okay. Spark, Sun Solaris, GCC. Ooh, I didn't want to do that. That was a mistake. G++. No, okay, that is completely a mistake. So what I need to do is I need to go into this folder. I need to delete some binaries. C++, CPP, G++, GCC, bug, gconf. Let's see here. GCC. We might actually have a plan B. I'm going to see if the plan B is viable. Let's take a look. Hold on. Solaris CC. If I go in here, do I have a backup copy. I have a backup copy of the compiler. We are still in business, people. We are still in business. GCC.exe. We are... right. All right. And then we just need a copy of G4tran. Okay, so now the only... Let me see here. These should all be... What's not a Spark binary? Let's see here. MSB. That'll find it. So Spark, C++, G++, GCC for... We are in business. We have it. We still have our cross compiler. So now we go back to build native, config log. We're just going to rerun configure and fix the target. Oh, but fixing the target's going to undo some of my fixes. That's fine. We know what's wrong. Solaris CC. It's Sun CC, but that's fine. Okay, we're doing this. We are doing this. The C compiler still can't make binaries. Let's see here. Export grep CC. Why can't it make binaries? Failed program was... Okay, no, it looks like... Okay, I'm thinking this is completely... This may actually be much more screwed than I think it is. No, but the thing is that after that particular hype, there's no possible way I can back down from finishing this. So let's do it. Let us fix this. Because we have the old configure line, we just have to do the build. Okay, so let's fix the cross compiler. And once we fix the cross compiler, we can do the native compiler. You know, we'd be done, except I made a stupid mistake. That's really what it boils down to. And I have 58 minutes. I have to shut this stream down before the 10-hour mark. So at this point, I am literally on the clock. Or maybe it's 12 hours is the YouTube limit. I'm not certain. What I do know is that it's a really long stream. It's a race! It's a race! I think I'm getting a little loopy. I've occasionally tuned into the Hashi Linux streams. I really didn't. I intended this to be a nice, simple 4-hour stream. I didn't expect what this became. So it is a 12-hour stream. Well, you can stream longer than 10 hours. The limit is for the VOD. But you know, now that I think about it, maybe it is actually a 12-hour limit. Huh. I don't... Hold on. YouTube streaming VOD limit. Okay, no, it's 12 hours is the limit. We've got time. We've got time. Screw it. We are going for this. At this point, I've come too close. You know, what I realize is that mind uploading, it was the thing that we should have been looking into years ago. But I realize that I'm not the person that should be leading this company. No, I am recording it locally, so it should be fine. I don't know how I've gone for this long. I legitimately don't. The fact of the matter is that we peaked in terms of the raw numbers. This has been a relatively low-key stream. I didn't even break 100 concurrent viewers, but it's going to be my longest stream. So I think we already displaced the OS2 one. I currently have a 4 terabyte RAID in my desktop, but I am probably going to have to build a more dedicated storage solution sooner rather than later. Okay, so this is configuring. We know what is wrong, what works and what doesn't work. I'm like, my brain is dealing with the fact that the fact that this might actually be a thing that happens is a little bit mind-blowing to me. Just curious, if I pull up the YouTube studio while we're going, what does it say? It doesn't even list this stream as we're going. But that's not really that surprising, because YouTube's live stream thing is not... There are things. And, you know, the thing that amazes me is that there are people that will watch the stream all the way through. Including my Cave Johnson impressions. The 4 terabyte RAID is done with LVM, MD RAID, and Crypt setup. It is, in fact, fully encrypted. I feel like at some point I am going to have to do a Portal 2 live stream, if only because of Cave Johnson. That or Portal Stories Mel, which is probably the single greatest game mod I have played. I mean, it almost gets on... It's on par with the original. Well, the thing with Cave Johnson is you need someone who can be very loud American, which, wow, that I just burned myself with that sentence. That was a self-inflicted hand wound if I ever met one. It's probably been long enough that I've forgotten the solution to most of the Portal 2 puzzles. That my viewers enjoy my tears. This is what I've learned. Do you not understand English? I'm talking as loud. Do you not? Let me try this. Do you not understand English? I am talking as loud as possible because in this country we only speak 2 languages. We only speak English and bad English. I don't know if I really managed to hit the roll there, but... So apparently we've stopped building cross compilers, and NCommander is just doing weird impressions. I almost feel like I should probably, like, be doing some strange... Oh god, that is a horrible idea. I should be building GCC while playing Minecraft hardcore mode, and every time the build fails, my world gets deleted. I've never played any of the Postal games. I know what they are, but never played them. How are you still going? Because in Aperture Science, we don't believe in giving up here. I am going to get a takedown notice from Valve. Of all the companies, I'm going to get a takedown notice from Valve because I'm cosplaying... well, I know what I'm doing for Halloween. I'm going to just cosplay Cave Johnson because apparently I do it well. So, while we're doing this, I think I should look at what my HTOP looks like, because it's probably not pretty. I'm in danger. Oh, that's not... that. At least it's not doing the DaVinci Resolve thing, where this bar is full, and this next bar is also full. But, system load average, 19, 16, and 14. Yeah. Like I said, at least I'm not close to running out of memory, but I believe that the definition here is CPU load bound is yes. No, there's been a few super chats. We've gone $34 US in chat revenue. So there's been a few. I didn't build this system with the idea that I was going to be a YouTuber. I didn't build this system with anything with the idea of being able to play modded Minecraft, because that's really the one game I'd be doing. So, honestly, I got my money's worth. I mean, literally, this entire computer was my COVID relief check turned into something. And so, indirectly, the U.S. federal government is responsible for my YouTube channel. That is my story, and I'm sticking to it. Blame America. So, my local hacker group, DEFCON 201, wants me to do my hacker rant to end all hacker rants for the end of the year stream. So, while this is going, let me pull this up. I'm going to pull up a slide deck. Here we go. NCommander's InfoSec rants. I made this slide deck in 2019, and I'm still working on it because I really had a lot of things I wanted to rant on, and things kind of went for a while. Like how the IETF sabotaged the adoption of IPv6. But let's keep going down. I should do a video on this. I should legitimately do a video on me talking about UEFI. Because, well, you know what? I was going to make this joke. I made it. We were going to talk about Itanium, and then I used this picture. I should probably do this slideshow as a video. I really should. Secure Boot has a valid reason for existing, despite what most people would say. GCC is still compiling. Please talk about UEFI, Itanium, and IPv6. So you know how I know how to combine all these things. I just need to load up. I have to just load up netboot my Itanium system from EFI over IPv6. Mwah, problem solved. Although I actually don't know if my Itanium hardware has an IPv6 stack. It's 2003. So I don't remember when Itanium got added to... Ah, yes. The people... Well, the thing is with EFI is I can add it. Because EFI stands for extensible. So it is possible to add functionality to it after the fact. I could probably take the existing Tiano Core IPv6 implementation, compile it for Itanium, and it would work. The problem with talking about Itanium is I need two other people to talk with me at the same time, and we have to synchronize our sentences. So we say 3 words at once per clock cycle. The SDK for EFI and Itanium is the Windows compiler /subsystems :EFI, and then you just need to get the headers. There really isn't that much in it, and it's not UEFI, it's EFI. I think SJC. I think I'm horrifying him to new levels of horror that they have never experienced before. And so, you know, it's like you come for the cross-compiling, stay for the horrificness that's in my brain. And, you know, you guys are experiencing it secondhand. It lives up here. It's free real estate, man. Okay, it's still going. And it's going. And we're walking. But, you know, I mean, like I said, it could be... well, you know... So, the Nico, I have an entire talk about Pixie. Don't get me started on Pixie. Do not open that Pandora's box of Pixie. Do not talk to me about ARM, especially do not talk about the terms ARM and net booting, and especially do not bring the term Apple up, because Apple couldn't write a netboot stack to save their lives. I don't know where they found the one for PowerPC, because the team that did that obviously did not do the stuff they did for x86. No, you don't want to hear about Pixie. You especially don't want to hear about Pixie on Deck Alpha. I'm gonna let that sentence just sit for a bit. Because there are things that, if I was to pull up the Pixie specification, there are people's souls will leak from their noses. So here, Pixie is partially the reason why I saw UEFI implementations vulnerable to Heartbleed. You know, just saying that was in fact a thing that happened. Pixie stands for pre-execution, pre-boot execution environment, and it's how you start a computer without a hard drive without using RPL. Okay, so we've nearly rebuilt our cross compiler. SJC, on one hand, I should run in horror. On the other, have you ever considered using MAS? I'm sorry. I'm legitimately sorry. I should not have brought that up. What are you SCJ? Holy cow! Why do I keep getting that wrong? I really am not doing it intentionally. I really am not doing it intentionally, SCJ. Once I say it correctly enough times, it will be... Okay, CJ. I can do that. So we're going from secure CJ to just CJ? I'm sorry. And that's how you lose a supporter. Okay, so the Fortran compiler, the fact that I can use that sentence in contents. The Fortran compiler is going. So SCJ, I got it right. What are you doing with VMware? That you need to net boot that many machines? Do you need to deploy Windows, or do you need to deploy Linux or something else? Because if you need to deploy Windows, that means you need to open the Pandora's box that is Windows Deployment Services, and may God have mercy on your soul. If you're deploying Linux, then the options raised from holy hell to what I just described. So let's get some more deets here, and then I might actually be able to help you. So Fortran has some interesting properties when doing math, specifically matrix multiplication, but as a general purpose programming language, there's no real reason to actually do it. Oh, you're actually deploying ESXi to them. Can you even deploy ESXi? Could you clone Zilla? I guess you could clone Zilla them. I've never actually built one from scratch. I've worked with VMware a bunch of times, but I never actually built a cluster from nothing, so I don't know. Could you just clone Zilla it, couldn't you? Or dig up Ghost? Man, remember when Norrin Ghost was awesome? Yes. If you really want magic, you should try net booting Windows. I'm just curious how long it'll take before Apple turns everyone's Intel Macs into expensive lawn ornaments, because that's what they did to all our PowerPC machines. Okay, so this is still going. So this will give us our cross compiler back. Then we can build our native compiler, and then I can finally. The problem is, oh wow, why is it every time I say something it just magically happens? I want $1 million just to fall from the sky. Really? You'll give me a Solaris cross compiler, but you won't give me that? You know NCommander is losing his mind when. Okay then. Alright, so right now this is installing the cross compiler. So the problem with Pixie booting is when you have to deal with multiple network subnets, or you have to deal with IPv6. So, alright. Netbooting Windows is, well, if it's doing Windows 3.1, I've already done that video. Doing Windows 95 and 98 requires more magic. We have our cross compiler back. So now we need to build our native compiler again, because, you know, we have to do this the hard way. Build, host, go. We can do this. We can do this. Ah, right. We need to whiff GMP opt Solaris CC whiff. It's Sun CC. Okay. I don't know what that last message was. It got retracted in the second I looked away. With I really wish I could talk and type at the same time, but I just usually end up typing whatever I am talking. Like I don't do dictate. You know, like I'm decent at not steganography. I guess it would be steganography, although obviously not quart speeds. Like, I didn't really intend to do retro technology when I started this YouTube channel. It really was, I really just want to check out this one weird thing about Windows 1.0, and it kind of ballooned from there. Okay, where to find the target? So this is what went wrong last time, and that's the problem. Like, see, that's fine. Oh wow, I got a sneeze stuck in my nose. So we now need to fix the make file again. Although maybe no, it's already broken. It's already broken. So that would be lib GCC C flags equal question mark CC equals Spark Sun Solaris 27. Actually, this part I should leave as is for now. CC for target. We have to fix all those variables though. CC for target. Yeah, like, see, all these are wrong, and I don't know why they're wrong, but... Okay. So, let's fix that. So, Spark, Sun, Solaris, 2.7 -AR. And now... If I put the EXC on the end, does it actually work? Because that'll make my life a lot easier if I can just do... Yeah, okay, I can just do that. So do that, do that. Do that. This one should just be DLL tool. Object. Oh, fingers crossed that this all just works. All just works. Okay. Let's go. I enjoy doing things that... Whoa, 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 wait. What just happened? I just saw build failures. Let's see here. Fix includes... Fix includes GCC, libcc... Yeah. Okay, that should be fine. I really hope this will be fine. It'll probably be fine. We could do old Linux at some point from Windows. I wouldn't mind doing more Linux content. The problem is it all kind of sorts running together. You know, it's like when you watch... If you watch repair videos like I do, you can only watch so many C64 repairs before it starts getting a little samey. Like, you know, that, and I really try to avoid that with my content, so it's why I don't do that many Linux videos. That, and I'm not really inspired by doing Linux stuff, because to be really blunt about it, I can do most Linux content in my sleep. Why am I so congested all of a sudden? Yep. So, if you ask someone to describe your channels in describe your channel in 2 words, what would they be? Bad idea. I mean, a whole... I mean, when has anything I've looked at on the channel really been a good idea? So, you know, because half my channel is, this is a bad idea, but we're doing it anyway, and don't try this at home. Wow, it's like, one of my ears decided to, like, block up, and it's going to drive me crazy for the rest of the evening. On the plus side, we still have another 2.5 hours before I have to shut down. Because apparently we are going to go all the way to midnight if that's what it takes. That we're going to apparently go all the way to midnight if that's what it takes. Why am I doing this? You could... No one should feel obligated to keep watching. The VOD will be available. Because... NCommander does not sleep. He's the freaking Energizer Bunny. Bad ideas done properly. But that's not 2 words, that's the problem. He wanted to know how I describe my channel in 2 words, and 2 words is bad idea. Nope, that's fine. That's fine. I already fixed that problem. Let's see here. No, you want to know something? My channel is Henry Stickmin, but nothing goes wrong. I really wonder how many people are going to get that particular reference. It's like I review Gadget Gabe products and they all work. Then again, I will say that I used to play quite a... I occasionally even play... I still play Among Us from time to time, and every once in a while, when I'm imposter, I have... Oh, screw it. I'm going to share the story because I just need to. So, we were playing... I was imposter on Skeld, and I got a kill in the engine room and vented... sorry, I got a kill in reactor. I vented to lower engine. And just as I popped out of the vent, a guy comes right out around the corner. So I'm on cooldown. I have 25 seconds. I chased him from lower engine, past electrical, to the button, and then I am on par with the sabotage menu. I slam down communications sabotage. So I chase him from the button to the communication rooms. As it turns out, the entire server is in communications trying to set it. Like, literally, there was 6 people there. I run in, he gets in the stack, I kill him in the stack, and then hide behind the other guy. And then, no one notices the body for about 3 seconds. And then when we're in the voice chat talking about what happened, says, oh, I was in navigation because I saw everyone going to the communications. The guy that I killed was so... There was rage on the other end from the other guy because the whole server saw me kill him and did not realize what happened. And that is my crowning achievement of Among Us moments. It's fun to share these stories. And then suddenly the chat catches up. So, one thing I really would love to share is, I want to do on the topic, is macOS 10 Server 1.0. So... Have VTubers been covering Henry Stickmin? I mean, the game's not that long. I mean, you could do the first 5 you could do in probably about 3 hours. Assuming you go for all the fails, so you can do all the completing the mission. You don't need, there's barely 10 hours of content there. Nuntrix, VTubers are... What they are now are people that use digital avatars instead of, like, me having a face cam. It would basically be like an anime or CGI thing. Like... There's a few VTubers I've watched on Twitch, but it is... Oh, something failed. Sorry, hold that thought. Hold that thought. Oh, I know it failed. I actually spotted the failure just as I said that. I made a slight mistake. Like, I get what creeps me out is more the giant corporation behind a lot of the VTubers versus the VTubers themselves. You know, and that's kind of why I find Hololive a little bit... It bugs me to some extent, but people that decide to use a digital avatar because that's what makes them more comfortable, there's absolutely nothing wrong. You know, more power to them. I mean, when during the Solaris 7 video, I had a very brief moment where I appeared in the video as my Minecraft skin. And I mean, my Minecraft skin, for people who haven't seen it, is a firefighter. I mean, hell, we've got some time to kill. I might as well open multi-MC and show. Maybe no. Looking at my processor utilization curve, maybe loading a Java application is a bad idea. I just see that ending badly. It's like, why is the stream stuttering? Why are the frames dropping? And it's like, oh god, what have I done to my poor computer? Like, I actually would love to have a Minecraft server for the Discord community, but I used to work at MC Pro Hosting. I know what it takes to keep a public Minecraft server up and running. That is a full-time job. And even though I could whitelist it, I would still have to go through, set up a lot of the permissions, because you're always going to have people that act like a giant, well, a three-letter word. And I don't want to be spending my days babysitting Minecraft, as much as I'd love to do it. Frame buffer, there were mistakes have been made. Mistakes have been made. Well, let me just tell you this, chat. I'm never going to give you up. So, Triple W, I have to ask, if your skin is Steve with a red shirt, does that mean are you just signaling the creepers to come and get you? Uh-oh. I think I've just done something bad. I think chat is... Okay. I could be convinced to do to re-record all the lines of Cave Johnson, but I am not going to do a cover song of that. This is Cave Johnson here, and I am not a singer. Well, the greatest part was when Rick Astley got rickrolled on Reddit. It was the greatest moment ever of all time. But the Suicide Shrubs just want to give you a hug. That's all they want, Triple W. And they're filled with happy love that just happens to go out with a bag. So, that being said, I used to run a private Minecraft server, like, this was about 10 years ago, and I convinced my friend to buy the game. They signed in, and they spawned right next to a creeper at spawn. Their literal first 5 seconds was, person signs into the server, blown up by a creeper, person signs out. Literally the first 5 seconds. God, I remember when before Minecraft had cats. I remember before and I want to find, whoever thought that Phantoms was a good idea. Ugh. Patrick Buke, I've managed to get the Draconic Reactor to run stably. So, yes, I know how, I am a certified Draconic Evolution Reactor manager. No, if I ever do a Minecraft Let's Play, those are famous last words, I might as well go full turkey and pull out Tekkit. We're going to play with Industrial Craft, Buildcraft, Mistcraft, all the mods, even Dimensional Doors. Ah, yes, Jar Loader. How I remember thee. Frame buffer, if the grass was neon green, you were back in alpha. If the shading did not exist, it was beta. Yep. I've tried vanilla several times since, you know, and I just find that there's nothing in vanilla that is worth giving up for the modded experience. Because it used to be, back in the Tekkit days, that when vanilla got an upgrade, there was a lot of good reasons to play vanilla. And now I find that I really don't miss any, you know, nothing that vanilla is adding makes me want to go, oh man, I need to do that. I've actually finished a few expert mod packs, or, well, I've come close. I finished Age of Engineering. I actually made the creative vending upgrade into that pack. Me and a friend played Modern Skyblock 2, and we got close to beating it. But that's a Paxel pack, which means it's like a Bethesda game when it comes to stability, and it was literally falling apart on us trying to keep up. And the world just fell, our AE system fell into the void because the chunk got corrupted. And I just got really tired of hand-holding it to keep it running, so we called it. We got pretty far in Dungeons, Dragons, and Space Shuttles. We got farther than Direwolf did, it's one of the few packs he legitimately tapped out on. But DDSS, really, why did this... GNU Fortran is not working. Please file a bug. Why is the... What? Oh, I know why it's not working. It's probably because I forgot to change... Yeah, there's the problem. Am I a mainframe engineer? I just debugged a Fortran problem. God, if that's a sentence I wish I could say it was the first time. So, okay. Back to it. I'm not... Fingers crossed. My bug reports have made other engineers cry. I had to debug open... You know what? I can actually share this one because this one's a public one. When I was at Canonical, which was a long time ago... Let me find this bug report and I'll bring it up on the other screen. Ah, yes. Here we go. This was my life. This was NCommander at Canonical doing things that really should never have been done. Because at the time, we were porting Ubuntu over to ARM. Like, this was 2009. And I got the job of trying to figure out why OpenOffice.org was segfaulting when launched. And for those who don't know, OpenOffice.org has a build system that is written in Java. And you cannot cross-compile OpenOffice.org. It just can't be done. I'm going to drop the link to this in chat. So to actually do anything with OpenOffice.org on ARM, you have to build it on native hardware. Our build systems had 256 megabytes of RAM and did not have a JIT for Java. They had to run on 0. At the time, I was running, and we had a lot of problems. Like here, Loic and Oliver had to deal with an internal compiler error, and then it just kind of keeps going downhill from here. Where do I enter the story? Because this got thrown onto my bookcase. I might be in the other bug, because this turned out to be like 3 bugs all at once. Yep, here I am. And this was me researching it, and what ultimately happened is that OpenOffice.org has its own implementation of COM but it throws C++ stacks across a process boundary, which is a very bad thing to do, but they do this. The make the long story short, the build time for OpenOffice.org was over a week. And I mean, literally, it was a 7-day build time. I was using this, my ZX6000 as a desktop, with a cross compiler with GCC, and this was literally about 3 months of debugging to work this out. This bug report just gets cursed the further and further down you go. And I'm looking at this bug report, and I am having problems. I'm having indigestion, because this is what made me learn how C++ exception handling is unwound. And why did I do this to myself? I mean, I was paid to do this, but it still makes me... It's still... I'm looking at this, and it's like... Yeah. I didn't ultimately write the fix for that, although I did find the problem. That was my life. This is... It really shows you that all things are relative. It's like when you've played GregTech New Horizons, most expert mod packs are nothing in comparison. Oh man, Red Power 2, and backtracking to chat, Red Power 2, I really miss a lot of the golden age of Minecraft, because I do feel like, you know, back in those days, forestry bees were your infinite void miners, and you had to do a lot of effort. If you wanted to automate something, it was usually some combination of vanilla redstone, buildcraft, industrial craft, and Red Power 2. And a lot of times I feel like now it's just kind of plug and play. They're both good in their own ways. Like, don't get me wrong, I love my applied energetics system, but I do miss the days of having Red Power 2 and building an entire inventory management system from a box of scraps. I literally think I'm starting to lose my voice. I think I've been streaming a little too hard, but we are going to take this through to the end. Did the stream just shut? No, the stream is fine. Stream is fine. I thought for a moment we just shut down, but we're good. Like, if you load up a modern version of Minecraft, most people, you're going to either see refined storage or applied in. So, someone has actually fed the original beast. Someone has actually done it, because when you played the original Feed the Beast map, you had to do all of industrial craft, and I really hope you knew how the advanced macerator blaze rod exploit, because I don't think you could actually complete the pack in a reasonable amount of time without that particular bug. You had to do the original apiaries. This was old school forestry. Let's see, I'm trying to remember. That pack had Red Power Tube and the original Pneumatic tubes, although you still had to use Buildcraft for a lot of it. And there was this was before we had quest books and achievements. In the center of the map was a giant pyramid, and that was controlled through computer craft, and you had to literally feed the beast and complete all of them. You had to do a full set of gem armor, if I remember correctly. You had to do all the machines from IC2. You had to do plutonium. You had to do a full set of forestry bees. There was a few other ones in there that I don't remember offhand. But when you finished it, the final chamber opened up, and you had to breed the Infinity Bee. Oh man, I almost want to start a second channel and live stream that pack. That was I think I have it installed. Like, I might, because I've thought about doing it. It's not in this instance. It might be in the other multi-MC one, because we're still waiting for this all to compile. No, this one just has Celestial Journey on it. It must be on the laptop then. Because I know I've looked at it. No, the Pyramid was computer craft under the hood. Or at least I am... If it's not computer craft, it's really impressive. Yeah. I almost feel like the Feed the Beast map then led to Infinity Evolved Expert Mode, which I sort of have mixed feelings about. On one hand, the Applied Energistics Wrench is probably the single most malicious design component ever created. On the other hand, you have logistical pipes, so this should not really be a problem. Run Solaris in Minecraft. That is actually not impossible. There are ways to run a virtual machine in Minecraft, and I'm going to leave it. And we could potentially run Solaris x86 in Minecraft. I'm not sure this is a thing I want to do, but it could be done. So I think this build is nearly complete. I think the build is nearly complete. We have perhaps gone so far as to complete the GCC build. Well, if you're playing on Linux, you always need to upgrade LWJGL, because if you don't, you have stuck keys. That built on the first try. Why did that build successfully on the first try? Why did that build successfully on the first try? That should not have... I am really skeptical and afraid that this built on the first try. Well, I should say this is the first try because I already blew up my first install, but... Okay, then. I know someone actually got Minecraft running on IRIX. Like, I remember this coming up on the old Nico-chan forums that someone actually got one of the late betas to run on IRIX. Because IRIX actually had a Java 1.4, and apparently you can get Minecraft to run on 1.4. It should be entirely possible to get Minecraft to run on Solaris. There's no technical reason why you couldn't get it to work. SCJ, where are you that you are using your car as a head pillow? I mean, one should not really be watching my stream and driving. You could be listening to it. Guys, I think we just cross-compiled GCC. Oh, your cat makes a head pillow. Well, does your cat get 40 purrs to the gallon or no? Guy, I feel like I should be afraid of this. Alright, I guess we're going to test it. Alright. Folks, well, once I get this copied over, is this the right queue? And it is. Wait, what? Hold on. Oh, I see what I did. I see what I did. RM. Okay, so let's copy this over. Yeah, I made a slight mistake. Slight mistake. I already fixed it. So it's copying over. Alright, chat. You know what? We'll compile Nethack with this. Because you guys wanted to see me cross-compile Nethack, but it's not really possible to cross-compile Nethack. But if I cross-compile the compiler to compile Nethack, I built a machine to build Nethack. That is what I've done here. That is what I've done here. I have built the machine to compile the machine. Help! This is not a good idea. Okay. Alright. Why? Directory checksum. Oh, crud. I have to use gtar. Solaris' tar has limitations. Specifically, you can only have file names that are so long with tar. Fortunately, I was prepared for this. Alright, so while that's decompressing, let's go download Nethack. So, we're going to use the ultimate web browser for this. The thing that should not exist, but does. Okay. Why is my mouse acting all glitchy? Alright, so while that's loading up, let's add this to the path. Alright, perfect. Come on, load up. Load up. Oh man, you can really feel the lag. So let's go get Nethack. It's interesting that this is the less cursed part of the experience. Let's try the most recent version, although I don't think it's actually going to compile. Let's see here. Downloads. Download the source. Okay. Apparently, I already had the source downloaded, so, you know what? That's fine. This is fine. Wait, which machine am I on? No, I am on glitch. Okay. So export path. Well, folks, GCC 4.5.4. It runs. GCC at least can show its version string. Let's see if it actually works. Let's see. I need gtar for this. Gtar, Nethack. Did I screw up the source code somehow? Maybe. I don't know. Hold on, go back. Download the source. I feel like something's wrong here. Like there's a disturbance in the force or something. Alright. Let's see here. How do I not have a gzip command? I come this far and I find I don't have a gzip command. Fine. We'll use the other machine to decompress it. I didn't mean to call it N, but you know what? That's fine. This is fine. We can go back to full screen so you can see what I'm doing. Okay, gunzip Nethack. All right, now I should be able to decompress it. Okay, so apparently that's a really long file name path. Alright, so to build this, it's been a while. Sys Unix. I think you gotta do Sys Unix Setup. And then I think I can just do make. I didn't quite take this into account. I don't think I have make. I have gmake. Okay. CC GCC. Okay. LD library path opt sun cc lib. Okay, that's progress. So now the compiler is trying to run. I'm trying to remember how you actually do this. It's been so long since I've... Let's see here. VI install Unix. Let's see here. Hints Unix. Let's see here. Hints. Solaris. Okay, it's compiling, I think. This might take a while. It's not particularly fast. So I guess tonight is going to end with me getting Nethack going. I'll be honest, that was not how I expected this to end. Did I do that correctly? I feel like I didn't do this correctly. Okay, whatever. I'm not compiling over NFS. This is the NFS server, this machine. The The other, well, it's compiling. It's not particularly fast, but it is going. I don't know what to say about this. I legitimately don't know what to say about this. This was not what I expected. Harper, we started 10 hours ago. I'm guessing it's going to take about 10 to 20 minutes. I mean, I did this for the Solaris 7 video. It didn't take that long, but it wasn't that fast either. But at this point, we have quite literally built the machine that will build we built the machine that built the machine that built Nethack. I'm speechless. Also, I have a hole in my pants and I just noticed it. In the leg, not anywhere. Not anywhere that would get me in trouble with YouTube's thing. Clearly need a Sun 10,000 E10,000. Hawk E. I don't. That is one of the few things that would suck up more power than my Itanium box. No SJC. I already did SCJ. SCJ. I caught myself that time. SCJ. We already did that joke when I had 6,666 subscribers. I don't get to do that joke again until 66,666 subscribers. Do the lights flicker a bit when you fire up the Itanium box? My lights don't, the neighbors do, because I live in Jersey. Our apartment wiring is weird. Apparently, people are coming back for the finale, realizing that I'm literally summoning the Elder God. So here at Aperture Science, we build machines that make Black Mesa. We put screw it. Sometimes I'm good at improv, sometimes I'm not. What's 15 kilovolts between friends? The 15 kilowatts between friends is, you know. Let's see here. We need a sacrifice. I don't know. I feel like I need a caboose right here. Oh god, I'm church. I am church. I don't like where that train of thought is going. I really don't like where that train of thought is going, because if I'm church, that ends badly. That ends really badly. That ends so horribly. At least I don't live long enough to be in Red versus Blue Zero. I didn't know that you used to work for Rooster Teeth. I still remember when the thing that blew my mind, and probably the single greatest reveal of all time, was no, I'm sorry, I'm going to quote this. I am going. We had my Cave Johnson impression. Now we are going to get my Director of Project Freelancer impression. I need to find the quote though, because this I'm going to read from the script, because it is probably, if you've, let's see here, Let's see here. Director letters. All right. To all the red versus blue fans in the audience, this is for you. Dear Chairman, I am disappointed by your decision to press charges, but I am not surprised. My only hope is that the courts will see matters differently than you have. You see, I never had the chance to serve in battle, nor did fate provide me with the opportunity to sacrifice myself for humanity as it did so many others in the Great War. Someone extremely dear to me was lost very early in my life. My mind has always been plagued with the question, if the choice had been placed in my hands, could I have saved her? The memory of her has haunted me my entire life, and more so these last few years than I could have ever imagined. But given the events of these past few weeks, I feel confident that had I been given the chance, I would have made those sacrifices myself. Had I only the chance. I know that you disagreed with my methods, and others will as well. This is beyond my control. However, I can't imagine that any court would be able to convict me, no matter how low their opinion of my actions might be. You must understand one basic fact for all this to make sense, my dear Chairman. These AI, they all come from somewhere. They're all based on a person. Our alpha was no exception. And while the law has many penalties for the atrocities we inflict on others, there are no punishments for the terrors that we inflict on ourselves. So you send your men. They won't find themselves a fight. They'll only find an old man tired but satisfied that he did his duty. An old man weary from a mind more filled with memory than it is with hope. Sincerely yours, the former director of Project Freelancer, Dr. Leonard Church. I don't think I do it with quite enough gravis, but I don't think that's a bad director. I do not think that's a bad director whatsoever. So the question, so chat, did I do a better Cave Johnson or director? So, you know, here's the thing, is we can combine these two things. Hello, this is Cave Johnson, and I'm the new director of Project Freelancer. Now, I've heard that we've had some previous issues with AIs, but let me tell you, at Aperture Science, we knew everything there was to know about AIs. We wrote the book on making AIs, and let me tell you, those theories are now what we're going to be basing Project Freelancer around. We are going to use our technology to help win the war. So now, all of you with an AI fragment, now come forward and take your place in line. We'll let you know when the test begins. This is Cave Johnson signing out. I am probably going to fan hell for that because I don't think the director of Project Freelancer and Cave Johnson should ever have met. But here we are. Okay, apparently I'm much more a Cave Johnson than I am a director. But I'm okay with this. Well, the thing is, Cave in series is, we see him from his 30s all the way to his 60s. The director is in his 40s, and I'm only 32, 33. There we go. Had to think about it. So, although I am an ex-smoker, so my voice is deeper than it would be, so, yay. Alright, so this is still compiling. I don't know how long it will take to compile, but we are going to see it through to the end. We are going to just continue on this journey. Well, some say that I was born with a keyboard in my mouth frame buffer. Some say that when my school got its first computer, it asked for me by name. All they know is they call me NCommander. So, God, apparently we're now going into the Stig quotes. Also, the ice cream truck is back. I'm sorry, I can't make it compile faster. I'm glad to know that it somehow I've managed to go for 10 hours of material. Oh God. I just had a bad idea. I just imagined myself in the role of one of the one of the Grand Tour presenters. I don't know if I'm Clarkson, I don't know if I'm Hammond, or if I'm James May. But I could just see it happening. Some say his mother was Ada Lovelace. Some say he spoke Fortran before he spoke English. All we know is he is NCommander. Oh crap. Apparently I am James May. But I don't know. I don't think I would have been brave enough to buy a Lotus Esprit and drive it through South America. Because Lotus, for those who don't know, stands for lots of trouble, usually serious. Yeah, so apparently we've learned that I am Cave Johnson, James May, and Cave Johnson and I am Cave May. I'm either Cave May or James Johnson. I'm not sure which one is worse or better. Yeah, well, it's still compiling. And we still don't know if it's actually going to run. And, you know, I just realized that if I need a debugger, I have to cross-compile the debugger. Oh, freaking allergies. I literally would have to cross-compile the debugger. One of my life goals is to drive the Pan American Highway. I've actually driven from the Prudhoe Bay, Alaska to the Tropic of Cancer. And before the pandemic struck, I was going to bike across the country and then potentially bike all the way to Argentina. I'm not going to do it until the pandemic is over, so it's going to be a few years. It would be GDB. It would be GDB. I mean, unless I really want to get Sun Studio out and get DBX going, but there's only so far we need to go, and I'm not willing to cross-compile a debugger until I need to debug something. And we could just build the GDB stub and cross-debug. We could debug remotely. We can go. Ooh, wow, that is indigestion. We can debug so remotely that I don't know. Things. Magic. We're in the M's. Don't fail me now. It is... How did I... All I intended to do today was cross-compile GCC. I wanted to make a fun, lighthearted stream that would be relatively short, building a cross-compiler. Instead, I built a cross-compiler to build a regular compiler to build Nethack on Solaris 7. Something has gone very wrong with my life. I don't know what. George Peterson, you're going to have to be a little more specific on what was the GCC bug, because there have been multiple ones. You know, I'm going to step away from the keyboard for about 30 seconds, because it turns out that while I can stream for 10 hours, nature calls. I'm back. It's still going. So, we found multiple GCC bugs. We found that when, man, we found that when building on M system, it uses a two-phase step to fix compiler headers, and this appears to be incredibly broken. We found that when cross-compiling GCC 4.5 with an obsolete target, you have to manually edit the configure scripts so it passes enable obsolete to the second pass, so an auto host gets built. We determined that when cross-compiling GCC to itself, you have to figure out there are interesting bootstrapping problems. Before the stream, I determined I had to build with no multi-lib enabled. We determined that we had some case sensitivity issues. There was a lot of duct tape involved. The amount of duct tape involved could be described as excessive. But it's working. It's working. And then I did a whole bunch of Cave Johnson impressions. And then on top of that, I also did Director of Project Freelance impressions. And then I combined the two, and then let's see here. Well, if I've learned anything, see, there are some things that I've learned is that if people don't find you, if people don't find you handsome, they should at least find you handy. And by watching Red Green, I can confirm that you can in fact do anything with the Handyman's secret weapon. I am vaguely curious if anyone in my chat actually got that reference. I highly doubt it, but because well, I don't know. I might have a Canadian or two here. So if you've enjoyed this content, please like and subscribe. If you really enjoy this content, consider supporting me on Patreon. Oh, okay. I thought the VM crashed. That was my heart stopping. That was my heart stopping when it went dark. The thing is that there's some red-green projects that I would just want to try because I actually think it could work. Apparently, my VMs come with jump scares. But what you really just need to learn is you just need to keep your stick on the ice. Really, you want me to go there? You really want me to go there, Connor? The fact of the matter is that no matter what happens, is that the true path to salvation lies on the golden path. All roads lead here. The one path that prevents the extermination of humanity. I'm going to give them a lesson that they'll feel in their bones for the next 100 generations. I haven't actually read Dune Messiah in a long time. I read the first Dune books. I loved them. And then I made the mistake of reading the follow-up books. Although I will actually note that I do not hate Hunters of Dune or Sandworms of Doom. I don't like any of the prequel books, but I know I'm in the minority, but I do actually think that his son, I can't remember his name, was working from Frank Herbert's notes. There's too much coherence to the last two novels of the Dune series that I think it was what was originally intended. Specifically, there's too many things set up towards the Butler and Jihad in the original novels and the Return of the Thinking Machines that I legitimately do think that was the originally intended ending. And I don't hate it. I just don't think they're well written. See here. And besides, the fact of the matter is that if they ever get adopted into the movie, we would need the most badass Baron Harkonnen. Because let's be honest, as far as total people that you love to hate, there's very few that can beat the Baron Harkonnen. Now, if only I had an ad-lib gold card right now, I could be listening to one of the greatest soundtracks known to man. Like, I can't believe that LGR actually managed to review one, because those cards are freaking unobtainium. I hope that Tube Time at some point decides to make an ad-lib gold Snark Blaster, because I'd love to have an OPL free card like that. Or at least decent emulation of one. Like, I don't even... Is there anything that can even emulate an ad-lib gold? Alright, we're in the R's. I don't know how much I'm lagging, because as the stream's been going on, I'm falling behind real time, so I don't know what frame buffer is laughing at. I mean, he made a recovery. Why have I made a recovery? What have I done? I don't understand. I'm confused. It doesn't make any sense. Oh. I just realized what he said. Hyper GC... No. No. Okay, apparently you got a different reference out of Pancake Sparkle than I did. Ha ha, the fun has been doubled. Oh, Connor Burns, thank you for the super chat on nerding out over Dune. There are a couple things that, if you get me started, a few months later, I might finally wind down the topic. Like, I'm in a YouTuber community, and a guy did a video on Myst, and it legitimately was interesting because he didn't know anything about the Myst novels. He didn't know anything about the extended universe. He didn't even understand Riven's ending, and it's like, let me enlighten you. Because if you... Myst on the surface seems very simple, but the fact of the matter is that Riven directly ties into how Myst begins. So, I should probably set up a legitimate tip jar so people... A, YouTube doesn't take a 30% cut, and B, people outside of YouTube Super Chat can do it. So, Myst actually has an extended universe. So, the Myst are... I'm debating if I can show this without getting content striked. I think I can get away with this. So, let's go full screen because we're going to be waiting for this to compile. We've gone full random here. And I'm actually going to kill the sound, the background music. So let's pull this tab over. And let me pull up the Myst intro. So I'm actually going to go with the original one. I am going to mute it. So if you look at this, this is the opening to Myst. Right as he falls, right when Atreus falls into the Star Fissure. And I'm going to read the narration. I don't want to get content AD striked. I doubt this will cause it, but I don't want to risk it. Opening quote. So, I realized the moment I fell into the fissure that the book would not be destroyed as I had planned. It kept falling into that starry abyss, of which I only had a fleeting glimpse. I have tried to speculate where it may have landed. I admit that such conjecture is futile. So, Myst begins with the player, that's you, picking up the Myst book and going to Myst. And it's mentioned at the beginning of Riven that if everything goes right, Atreus may be able to get you back to where you were. Because the beginning of Myst is this crack. That's Riven. That is Atreus escaping Riven. So Atreus's plan of sending you back to where you came was to put you back on Riven at the moment the original Myst book fell into the Star Fissure, sending you back to where you came. Because in theory, this path that you took, the book took to get to you and your home universe is the same path that you could take to get back home. As for Stream Alert, I'd have to see if it can be integrated into YouTube. I really don't want to stream on Twitch, but if it can, I could look into doing it. But yes, so Myst had 3 books that went into it, and the Book of Atreus explains that Atreus learned the art by studying under Gen, and Gen created the Age of Riven, but the age was fatally flawed. The idea was that he was going to trap Gen on Riven and escape but he couldn't find a way to get onto Riven with the book, with a mislinking book. So, his 2 sons, Sirius and Archer, track Catherine into going into Riven. So Atreus can't go after her without giving Gen a way to escape from Riven. So he is writing in the descriptive book to prevent Riven from falling apart. That's why he sends you into Riven without a way out, so Gen cannot escape. His entire plan is to send you in and then have you stand at where he escaped from the Age, on top of the Star Fissure, on the hope it sends you home. I will look at doing Streamlabs for the next one. I don't know if we'll do any major integration, but we will look at it. Like, if I ever do a really crazy stream, I could have you guys delete a file on my VM as I'm going to see if I can compile faster than you guys can delete it. So yes, you just got an explanation of Riven by NCommander. Yes, yes. Alright, and I can bring the background music back. It's a good thing I made that playlist over a day long. Alright, so now we're compiling the weapon. Let's see here. I will get pizza at some point. I will get pizza when the stream shut down. We will eventually run out of things to stream. I only have an hour and 25 minutes left before the limit goes. Oh, look, we're compiling Windows. Let's see here. No, if you really want to cause mayhem, I'll let chat control the real-time clock as I compile, because that does horrible things to make. Never compile something when NTP is about to adjust your clock. This is a lesson learned the hard way. Worm and then warn. This is really fitting music. I'm not... Let's see here. We compiled the machine to make the machine that made the dungeon. And one of these days, I'm going to have to chat. I think one of these days, I'm going to have to live stream playing Nethack, because I've beaten it. I have actually stood. I've gone the Amulet of Yendor, and I have literally ascended. No, you know what I should do is I should literally hook chat up to the Linux to the kernel debugger, so you guys can decide if I have a kernel oops and panic. You know, it's just like Minecraft streamers in the creeper. Alright, so it's compiling Zap. Come on. We can do this. Get to the chopper! Get to the chopper! Get to the chopper! Twitch compile... No, you know, if I really, really want to do Twitch something, I would do Twitch compiles GCC and then just step back and walk away. Because unlike Twitch installs Arch Linux, and that was a thing, you can't bot installing GCC. Alright, we are in the home stretch. We are in the home stretch. Twitch codes Pokemon Red. The literal interpretation of the Infinite Monkeys theorem. And then I just think of the Twitch exits VM. I remember when Twitch plays Pokemon, he briefly gave Twitch control of a remote control and a TV set, and chat managed to turn off the TV by accident. Like, that wasn't supposed to be possible. Go, go, go. Come on, compile. 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 Twitch IPL on mainframe. Oh my. No, no, no. We are not doing this. Twitch, no. I need to unthink it. Because this was the problem is I had an idea. And that led to this live stream. And Nethack just compiled. It just linked. It just linked. Why is it recompiling? This shouldn't need to recompile. Hold on. VI makefile. Root check game. We already compiled the game. I don't know why it's being like that. Maybe it's compiling something else that's not the game. I guess it is called all main. No, it's recompiling the game. Why is it recompiling the game? We already did this. These are all up to date. I don't want to recompile this. Is the time before the date of the mate file? Maybe. Let's see here. Yeah, I think that may be the problem. How do I touch the make file? Because I need to change its timestamp. I have thought about doing a BOS video. Let's see here. Let's see here. Touch time 2021 0814 makefile. Nope, it's just going to keep compiling. Alright, so I just touch.o that. I don't want to recompile. Wait. Why does it have a timestamp in the future? But I didn't set it to 2022. What? Century. Oh, I see. I see. Hold on. There we go. Nope, it's not having that. It's not having that at all. Let's see here. Game. Oh, I see. Sort of. I sort of... I mean, I'm just trying to avoid recompiling it. Because I shouldn't need to do this. Ah, recover... There we go. Oh, it might need Perl. It might actually need Perl. No, I think we're okay. No target to make Nethack. Okay, so a lot of things really want this. So all we do is we do that. And that. There we go. Oh, we need a yak. We need to have a yak. I think I have a yak we can use. I think the system has a yak. If not, I'll have to cross-compile Bison. Yeah, we're good. We're good. It's good. Oh, no, I already responded to that super chat. Sorry. We're good. It's good. Come on. Come on. Stay on target. Stay on target. I don't really want to be going for 11 hours. Compile. No. Too many. What? I don't think it works with Flex. I think I have to install Flex. That's fine. So, 103 export home mount app solution. That is not the right IP address. All right, let me get a better Lexer because obviously the one built in Solaris is not good enough. Let's see here. What is the IP address on my desktop? It is 105. Okay, that's fine. 105. Grab that. Mount app solution. Let's see here. Packages. Stable. Yep, there we go. Add Flex. Oh, and we need to install M4. We have come this far. I'm not quitting. There we go. There's Flex. Where's our build directory? Export win, Nethack. There we go. Flex. Export path. I know I see a bunch of super chats. I will look at them in a moment. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not. Okay. Try again. Okay. No, you were supposed okay, so Lex equal Flex. And that, of course, and then I have to do M4 equals. Why did it try and use that M4? Fine, you know what? I don't care about this VM anyway. So CSS bin M4 old. GM4. Okay, here we go. M4. Because everything needs more M4. Ugh. I might have to install Bison. No, I think we're good. I think we're good. We might be good. It might be the Diet Coke of good. It's trying to compile those levels. It's really trying. Stay on target. Stay on target. There's the game quest being built. Where did it get installed to? What the? Where did it install Nethack to? What? Oh, why did it install it there? Alright, before I run this. Okay. Before I run this. Alright, chat. Chat, how much faith do you have in me? Do you have lots of faith, little amounts of faith, or plenty of faith? I'm watching. Let's see here. Wow. A lot of you have faith in me. Let's. Yes! Nice! Ah! I built the machine that built Nethack. Nice! The only thing that I could have built that would have been more crazy is if I tried compiling Firefox. And it worked on the first try! Now, there's only one thing I could do that would be crazier. I could... No. I'm not going to entertain the idea. I'm not going to entertain the idea. Now compiled Doom. Oh, you... No. We're not doing Doom. We're not doing Doom. Are you guys gonna make me do Doom right now? Are you really going to do this to me? Are you really going to do this to me? Do you want me to compile or cross-compile it? God damn it. The problem is, will Doom even run in 16 color? Fine! I hate you guys. I should walk away. God damn it. You guys suck. That's really what this boils down to. Fine. You know what? I have an idea. It's not a very good idea, but I do have an idea. So let me grab the source code to DOSBox. Well, folks, you better keep the encouragement going. You know, there is... Let's see here. What do we need for dependencies? I need to look at this. If it's only SDL... Oh, you know, I just remember that getting this to compile is a really giant pain in the butt. I'll look at it very briefly, but I don't think I'm going to get to be able to cross-compile. No, I should walk away from this. I should walk away from this. SDL1 port of Doom. I need an SDL1 port. LX Doom shareware data. Requires SDL1. Alright, I've got an hour, 5 minutes to do this. Let us... I should walk away. That would be the smart thing. I'm not walking away, am I? Alright. That ain't the release I'm looking for. If you really enjoyed this content, like and subscribe. If you you know, or leave super chats or more, because apparently I don't know when to say no, even though I really should have. Was there a... Yes, there is a configure script. Autogen... Oh, fuck me. I'm gonna have to install auto... There's no autoconf scripts built into it. I have to install them. That's fine. This is fine. This is all fine. I am not giving up that easily. No. We've come this far. We have come this far. We will keep going. I probably need the older autoconf. Let's see here. Auto tool, auto make. I probably need Libtool. Okay. Let that download. Huh, actually that needs a much newer version of AutoTools than I thought it would need. Okay, that's fine. I guess I'm not giving up here. I really should, but I'm not. Okay. We need to go back because we need more versions of AutoTools. Okay, it's going to grab all that. Gonna rebase, and then we can finish this. Alright, let's see if we can auto-gen. Okay, we can configure. So the easiest thing to do is we just put this in the sun.cc folder. Spark, Sun, Solaris, 2.7. Yeah, I am still going because chat won't let me stop. Chat won't let me stop. We've successfully cross-compiled GCC. We use that to build Nethack, but no, chat is demanding Doom. Chat is demanding Doom. Why have you done this to me? You know what? No, this is fine. This is fine. Alright, while that's going, let me grab an SDL release of Doom. I guess that would be LX Doom. Yeah, I'm going to grab the original port because I probably have a better chance of getting that to run. I'm not convinced that I'm going to succeed in this, but we'll find out. Is there a configure script here? There is a configure script. God. Everything is fine. Oh, you guys are demanding my Doom. Well, I'm going to get my Doom by compiling Doom. Because apparently ending on a high note is not... Everything is fine. Everything is dandy. Okay, so this is going. This is compiling. Why did it generate dependencies for a Motorola 680XO file? Please tell me that the support for Solaris is for Solaris 2. We don't... No, don't go all Sun OS. Don't. Don't. Also, I really hope Domino's is open late. If not, I have options. I actually have food in the apartment. Don't think I'm going to be doing anything productive tomorrow. No, because you've demanded this of me. You... Oh, look. It actually has specific support for Sun Audio. Alright, make J8. Make with the compiling. Apparently I'm not quitting. Folks, if you really enjoy me, help get people on the stream so we can see if we can actually get Doom running on Solaris 7. No, we just got SDL to build. I'm not, so, you know, this isn't quite as... So there's SDL built. So, one down, one to go. I swear to God, if this works on the first try, even I might have trouble believing it. So let me grab SDL Doom, and then we're going to just do a configure. This might need some patching. Depends if it does any host tools. Huh, interesting. Yeah, I should have probably expected that. Bin SDL config. So I need that to come at the end of the path. Yeah, I'm almost certain that the cross-build scripts are entirely broken. Alright, maybe this version of Doom is a little bit too old. Let's try the LX Doom port, because that's also an SDL1 version. And maybe it's a little bit less broken. So LX Doom. Cygwin C. See, I've actually cross-compiled Doom before, but it was my own version. Not my own port, but my own build system. I did it as a demo. Okay. Come on. Alright, I already see problems here. Well, it found SDL. Okay, hold on. SDL config suncc bin SDL config. Why is it not seeing... Alright, hold on. Let's look at the log. Wow, that is completely useless, that log. That is so completely useless. Alright, fine. So it looks for SDL config. Sear. Alright. With SDL prefix opt suncc with X. Yeah, it's not seeing SDL. Did I do, hold on, did I do a make install? No, I had to have done a make install. The other option would be to... It's an executable. Or it's more specifically, it's a shell script. Yeah, it's a shell script. I mean, there is option B. I don't really like option B, but it is a viable option. We might have to do native compilation. I don't really want to do that, but we could do it. I think we have to do that. Fine. Okay. That's okay. So let's go back. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to dir install this to SiDrive X SDL12. Alright. So that's going to copy all the files there, and then we'll native compile Doom. Because, and if it doesn't see it after this, then I will in fact call it there. So that's all going to get copied there. See, if a package isn't meant for cross-compiling, you can sometimes have to do some pretty excessive patching to get anywhere with it, so... Alright, so that's there. Let's switch back to Cume. Alright, so now that we're back here, SDL12. Alright, so if we now look in here, did I do this correctly? Yes, so SDL config points to the right place. That's fine. This is fine. Okay. Look how a faster Wow. It still does not actually see... It still doesn't see it. Oh, wait. Let me delete the cache file. Hold on. Config cache. That's probably why it wasn't cross-compiling. Except this time it sees additional things. Well, hold on. While that's going, I want to check something. Let's go back over here. So I noticed a few things while that script is going. Let me go back here and let's delete config.cache. Let me make sure you guys can see what I'm doing. So while that goes, let's let this start compiling over here. I'm making efficient use of time. Okay, yeah, so I think the cross compile is just entirely broken. That's fine. This is fine. Well, it's trying to compile. I have this horrible... You know what I'm seeing? I'm seeing pack attribute ignore. That is concerning. It's probably going to start and then crash. Let's see here. Warning. I don't know... It's probably going to start and then immediately crash. I almost guarantee that. But let's look. Support win. Because while that's going, I can look at more things. Let's see here. Doom data.h packed. Yeah, that's not how you pack a... Okay, so this compile failed here. A lot of these data types are just not correct for Solaris. Yeah, okay, you know, I think at this point, I think we can call... Well, no, I don't want to call it. Not yet. I mean, I could fix these. This is not insurmountable. What was the actual build failure? I mean, increases required alignment of target type. There's a lot of alignment issues here that make me uneasy. So, alright, folks. This is your last call. Ask any questions you want to ask. Unless someone knows an SDL 1.2 version that we could try. Doom SDL 1.2. Let's see here. Chocolate Doom apparently works. And it supports cross-compilation. Son of a... Alright. No, we're not... No, we're going to try this. We'll try this one last time. Okay. Grab the source code. I meant to quit, and then I failed to quit. And Chocolate Doom, I know for a fact, actually will work on non-x86. Okay. Let's try it. We're not quitting yet. I will get a WAD file. Apparently this does need SDL 2.1. Hold on. Or 2.0. I checked this. Let's see here. Okay, hold on. Let me just figure out which one is the older one. SDL. So apparently there were versions of Chocolate Doom that could run on this. Let me just find an older version. Let's see here. I just need older. Git repository is here. I just need an older release. Looks like version 2 should work. Alright. We'll just grab that instead. Chocolate Doom. Hopefully it works. C users. Okay, let's see if that makes it happy. I'm not aborting. So Patreon only takes Patreon charges at the first of the month. And takes 8% plus transaction fees. Super Chat takes 30% if I remember correctly. Okay, so I need SDL Mixer. That's fine. This is fine. Do I actually need SDL Mixer? Okay, I need SDL Mixer. That's fine. We'll grab it. That's fine. I realize that this is becoming my mantra of this is fine. Because now, let's see here. Okay, we've got 40 minutes to finish this. Come on, come on, come on. This is not fine. Everything is wrong and on fire. This is Cave Johnson speaking. Okay. You know, when we looked up the time... But SDL is in the prefix. With SDL prefix ops sun cc. Okay, it's cross-compiling. Everything is fine. This is fine. No, I'm not GLaDOS. I'm not a big fan of cake. I very rarely will have it, and I won't usually go out of my way to have it. Okay, so it did see SDL that time. Cross-compiling assumed okay. That's fine. We don't need to worry about any of this music. Make the config files. Hurry. I'm starting to feel... I shouldn't say I'm feeling stressed, but I am concerned. Thank you for becoming a Patreon supporter. It really does make a huge difference to the channel all that. I'm sorry if I sound like a canned message. I think Sandy has left the building a while ago. Like, a real long time ago. I mean, you folks are still with me, which is scary considering that I've literally been looking at text prompts all day. Let's see here. Configure faster, damn it. Configure faster. Before I go full Cave Johnson on you. My god, I might actually successfully cross-compile Doom to Solaris 7. What has gone wrong in my life? What has gone wrong in my life? Help! Brain. At least I'm about to run out of time, literally, before YouTube pulls the plug on me. And then I'm going to make ramen noodles and turkey. I'm not going to be able to have my pizza today, but that's fine. This is fine. This is worth it. Wow, it's checking for alt-vec. Oh man, that suddenly feels so old school. Okay. Chocolate Doom was ported to a lot of things. At least it'll make pretty quickly? Wait, am I in the wrong build directory? Yeah, I'm in the wrong build directory. I'm accidentally compiling, recompiling SDL. We don't need to worry about that. Although I'm a little concerned that SDL may be miscompiled now. Yeah, I was compiling for the wrong thing. Although I don't think SDL actually compiled properly. Did I not do make install on Mixer? Yeah, I guess I didn't do make install on Mixer. I may not have even compiled it. You know your brain is a little bit not here when. Alright, I may actually need to do one other thing. Let me go back into Solaris and copy the OpenWin folder to export Win. Because we might need to recompile SDL. Okay, so that's going. That's having problems. Okay, hold on. Tar, create, export win, open win, user, open win. Alright, we'll come back to that. No, I don't want to install SDLnet. You're fine. Fine. It's not a 12-hour stream yet. My all-time record is 24 hours non-stop without sleep. So I don't think we're going to go that long, but it's possible. Okay, so that's good. That's good. All right, so we grab those files. While those files are being downloaded, let me grab into the Sysroot. Because I think we're going to need to recompile something. Tar TF side drive X open win. Reason I think we might need this is why is it? Alright, I'm hoping those GUI tools are not something I actually need, but who knows? Yeah, I did a 24-hour stream of a lot of things back when I launched Soylent News. Okay, so make install. $11 hours, 26 minutes. We are in the final countdown. Alright, please no more dependencies. Please no more dependencies. Well, it didn't find any more dependencies. Come on, come on. Go, 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 go. Come on, dep file commands. I want to make. I didn't make Linux run on a toaster. But I could make it run on a toaster. I could make it run on an Amiga toaster. Okay, so that's going to run. While that runs, I want to work on plan B. No, this is fine. This is fine. Yeah, this is fine. We've got time. If I have to recompile SDL, I'll recompile SDL. But I don't want to do it unnecessarily until I actually have to do it because of reasons. Screw it. Paranoia is winning. So while that goes, I will get that second build going. Let's see here. So Solaris CC bin export path equal PDE. Alright, so source SDL. Well, I made a real mess of this environment. Alright. So while let's grab that, let that compile with X. Alright, so that did all the compiling. That did all of it. That's going to install Chocolate Doom to the compiler folder. Then Foon was actually, I think Foon was the one that actually got that working now that I think about it. Okay, so we got Chocolate Doom there. Create this. Alright, so that's going. That's recompiling while this goes, just in case we actually need it. I am making efficient use of time. I am, as they say, in the zone, man. Alright, so now we copy this over to drive X. Did he? I can't remember if he actually got running on the pregnancy test or not. I know he got the display to show Doom, but I don't think he actually got it running on the test's processor. Well, you know, imagine telling a newborn mother, it's a Doom guy. All right. So now we need to just extract the updated tarball, which may or may not have a working copy of Doom on it, from export win sun cc. And while that exports, I'll grab the shareware wad. Here we go. Shareware data. We went through a lot of things to get this far. Alright, so downloads. Doom 1. Wow, file actually recognizes what a Doom wad is. Okay, that's kind of cool. Alright, so that's all extracted. So chocolate Doom. Okay, hold on. Let's make this full screen. VM view. So now I just think I need to give it the iWad file, and it might actually do something. It's thinking about it. I mean, technically that is Doom running on Solaris. I mean, that is literally Doom running on Solaris. I might still have to fix SDL. I'm pretty certain I need to fix SDL. I'm not certain why it's not doing anything, but yeah, actually I'm pretty sure it's running as an SDL null port. So it's doing absolutely nothing whatsoever. But that is, in fact, Doom running on Solaris. It's not actually doing anything, but it's working. It did load the WAD. It is technically running, which is... Alright, so I'm recompiling SDL back in the VM. Hopefully, because I think I need to have the X files installed. So let's try this and see if we can get somewhere with that. Okay, come on, compile faster. Compile faster. Make desdir Cygwin x SDL 1.2. Install. Wait, did it? Frig. Okay, so it doesn't support this. Probably just because 1040. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We did the patch for the support to make the things that we need to go. Keep going. Keep going! Okay, so we made install. Okay, uh-oh. I think Solaris is about to crash. There we go. Alright. So now we go to export win SDL 1.2. And then let's try this again. Did it... Let's see here. Oh! That did something. Whoa! That's Doom running on Solaris. That is Doom running on Solaris. That's Doom running on Solaris, and it's running with decent performance. Okay, so that's fire key. You know what? I could just speedrun this. Why am I even trying to kill the guys? Just go around them. Oh, it is lagging. I think Solaris is having some problems with this. Why am I stuck on this guy? Boom! Okay, I suck at Doom, but that is Doom running on Solaris. I want people to make an announcement that I not only built the machine that built the Crosscompiler, that built the native compiler that built Nethack, but I built the Crosscompiler that got Doom running on Solaris 2.7. I could probably get sound working. I just don't have it set up. I don't even remember how the second level of Doom works. Yeah, it's working. It is laggy. Like, there's control input lag. But it does... I don't remember where the switch is on this level. Okay, so that one's got the key. I'm going to die. I am so dead. Yep, and I'm dead. Yeah, I really could use a real spark station. Okay, so that's the red door. So that's where the door is. So then all we gotta do is get to that key and then get to it. Alright, folks, this is your last opportunity to ask questions and whatnot before I shut it down. Because at this point, you asked for my Doom, and I both succeeded and failed, depending on how you want to look at it. So I think I just gotta go up here and grab the key. Yeah, like you can see it struggling. There's the red key. And now we just need to get to that door. You know, the thing is that I've watched so much Carl Joss that I can kind of see how to do speed. Damn it. Alright, fine. So this time I just gotta go to the right and then back up. That I can see how to do things like LD50. Like, hold down shift and you can really start moving. Alright. Oh, wow. That is a lot harder than it looks. Alright, let me see here. I don't remember where the switch is on this level. I think it's down here. Isn't it? There's a med pack there. This is a long level. Okay. Alright. That's the door from the beginning, so where's the switch? There's the switch. Oh, and I died right there? Of course. Okay. Let's grab this key. Oh, come on. I'm stuck on that guy. I'm going to end up playing... Alright. Okay, so that means that the switch is right here behind this panel. Is that not how the level ends? Let's see here. IDKEF. That's fine. The fact of the matter, I like how it says return to DOS. Okay. Okay. It's been done. It has been done. AIX will happen when I have actual hardware. HP Unix, I've got the hardware, but not. We've got 20 minutes or so before I'm going. Before the stream time is up. Folks, if you really want to do your part to help the channel, make folks aware of the madness that happened here tonight. Witness them. Share my content. Help grow the channel. Because that was a thing that happened. I didn't know that was going to be a thing that happened. And yeah. How did that the fact that that worked kind of blows my mind. I will probably clean this up and make it available to Patreons. Both the Crosscompiler and the native compiled binaries, because those are things that happened. I mean, yeah. All right, you know, I'm going to give you guys one final little treat. You're going to get a preview of what the next video is going to look like, because I'm going to fire up the Itanium. Because you've been here all night for me. I'm going to fire up the Itanium live on stream. If the stream immediately shuts down, it means that the power went out. So let me get the camera pointed at the right way. Okay, this is not going to be the best footage because I can't fix the lighting at the moment. Get the screwdriver out to boot the system. And I don't know if you heard the fan going, but there it goes. Alright, let me see if I can do something about the glare or something. So you're going to get a bit of a live commentary while I try and get this to work. And I'm dealing with some pretty bad input lag, so I apologize. Okay, there we go. So, here it goes. It's booting up. Yeah, I'm still on. They made me play Doom. They made me cross-compile Doom. Literally cross-compile Doom. There we go. EFI 64 running on Intel Itanium processor family. So it's interesting that you bring that up. So yeah, so one of the hard drives has failed. I just need a source replacement. Fortunately, it will still run on one hard drive. There we go. Windows XP 64-bit 2003. Wow, that video picture is really quite bad. I'm sorry. There's not a lot I can do about it. Oof, that is washed out. Yeah, sorry, that's about the best I can get on it. So it's booting up. It does not boot quickly, I will tell you that. So this is not Windows XP x64. This is definitely not that. This is Windows XP on Itanium, and it's a heart of pure arthritis. I love the branding. Windows XP, you know what? That's probably too small to see. That is almost certainly too small to see. Windows XP 64-bit version 2003. I don't know how to make it bigger. Oh, you know what? I can lower the screen resolution once I'm logged in. I don't know why it's stuck on such a high resolution. It's still booting. This is a dual proc McKinley system, 900 megahertz, and this is 2003. So let's turn the font up just a little bit. Or maybe I should say turn it down. So let's apply. Okay. That's a little bit more easier to read. So yes, now we can look at some confused branding. So if I pull up WinVer, you can see very confused branding. I don't know how well it's showing up on camera, but there is no Luna theme. There is no Luna theme. I didn't disable it. If I go into services, let's see here. If I go into services, I didn't mean to start Alec Express and Itanium. No, go away. You'll see there is no theme engine. It's just not here. Yeah, see, no theme engine. Which is what you normally have to do to get Luna, and it ain't here. It's just gone. Whew. Alright, let's see here. I guess I could load up Solitaire for a bit. Oh, no, that's right. The games are not... Oh, no, the games are installed. Ah. Solitaire. Okay. Oh, an ace. Alright, I gotta keep an eye on the time because we really do need to shut it down so the VOD gets saved. But we can keep it going for a little bit longer. We're not quite that desperate yet. For free. I will just note that I have my wrist at a very awkward angle, so it's very hard for me to even see the cards, let alone play. But I am trying. I mean, I don't think it's going to happen, but imagine if I actually manage a Solitaire win on top of everything else. Okay, 6, 4, 8. King, we'll move this one. That was the right call to move that one. Move the 10. Move the 9. 7. Can I do anything useful? I can't do anything useful with the 5. Let's see here. Oh, wait, I want to undo that. Didn't mean to double click. Can't do anything useful with that. Can't do anything useful with that. The 6, the queen, nothing useful there. Oh, no, can't move that jack. The 4. I would love to be able to get to that, but I don't think I can. Let's see here. The 2, that's useful. 8, not so useful, not so useful. 6 is actually useful. It just took me a bit to realize that. The 5 I can put over here. Flipping up a 7. We can use that. Jack. We can use that. Gives us a 6. No help there. And then that brings us a 4. A 3. That's the last face card. 2, 3... 4, let's see here, 5, let's see here, no help there, no help there. I don't really want to flip to the next card, but I think I have to. Yeah, there we go. So I'll catch up with chat here in a moment. 4, 5, there we go. 6. so far so good. So we move that 6 there. That gives us a 10. That's not useful. Yeah, we can work with that, actually. That 5 can go up there. 8. I'm not seeing anything I can do with that. Can't do anything with that. 7. Oh, 6 I can put up. 5. Can't do anything with the 5. Can't do anything with the 6. 3. Love to get that jack out of there, but I don't think it's going to happen. Let's see here. 7. I think that's game over. I don't think I have any more valid moves. Let's see here. 8. Jack. Yeah, I think that's going to be it for the solitaire game, because we're on Itanium, and there can't be too much win with Itanium, but I could try. Actually, hold on. Maybe I have one valid move. I do have one valid move. I don't know how much this actually helps me, but I could do that. That frees that up. That gives me the 7. The 8 doesn't help me. Let's see here. Gives me the 8. Still no real actual help. I can put the 7 here, but again, no actual help. But that will reshuffle the deck, which gives me the 9, a queen, and a 10. Let's see here. Puts a jack right there on the front. No help there. Oh, wait, I've got to move here, which gives me an 8, a 9. Still no real help. Where's the 4? Is the 4 up there? The 4 is not up there. Let's see here. 6, 5. Is anything here? Alright, so chat. Oh, move Jack 7 onto Queen of Spades. Sorry, I got a little distracted. Jack 7 onto Queen of Spades. Move pile 4. Okay, apparently chat really wants to see me beat solitaire, but I don't think I have... I got a little into it. I apologize. Let's see here. I'm not seeing any more valid moves, and chat's not saying anything either. Let's see here. If I move the 5 down, what do I have access to? I have 2 face cards that are very high value. Let's see here. Yeah, the 3 of Hearts is too bad. Well, the 3 of Hearts is up here. We don't know where the 4 of Hearts is. Okay, anyway, I think we're done. Alright, so I'm going to just catch up with the last chat messages. neozeed, thank you for the 100 Hong Kong dollars donation for Super Chat. Yes, we got Doom going. We did a few interesting moves. I'm going to turn it around towards me. I think at this point, this is your host, NCommander. We are less than 5 minutes before we are past the Best Buy date for this stream, so I'm pulling the plug. If you've enjoyed this content, please like and subscribe. If you really enjoyed this content, consider Super Chat or join me on Patreon. I will drop a link into the Discord right now, and then this will be... Come on, screen. Work with me. Why did you pop over there? There we go. Here's my Discord right there. And beyond that,